Counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant.
I just want to start by saying, what if the reverse was the case? How do you put it out? Right now, you can say Arsenal wouldn't be the first club to lose a Champions League game, and then before they win one, it's a whole lot of records to be talked about. And then Arsenal are the first team in 12 years to take the lead in the Champions League and not go on to lift the trophy. Now, this is the trophies Luis Enrique has won for himself. Amazing coach, a decent manager at the time. We must reference what the Spanish man has done. The best coach in the world for now. That's about Luis Enrique. 3 times trophies to champions, 3 times Ligue 1 champion, 2 times Coupe de France champion. He's won the Champions League back-to-back with Paris Saint-Germain. And then UEFA Super Cup winner, FIFA Intercontinental Cup winner, and then 12 trophies for Luis Enrique and counting. Vitinha also, we just seen winning the man of the match in that very game. And Desiree Doué is 20 years. He's won himself 2 Champions League. And just at the age of 20. That's amazing to talk about this young French player. We should be seeing him at the World Cup. But from the Englishman, Declan Rice, he has come to say something. Declan Rice said, I'm so proud of the boys.
We will be back. We love them, and then we are with them. He said again, without them, we wouldn't have won the Premier League, and we are so proud. I just believe he's talking about Ebe Eze and then Megales after that penalty miss. But also, let's tell about Declan Rice as well. He said, we give absolutely everything. We win together and we lose together. That's what the game brings. And Vitinha said something about the manager, Luis Enrique. Vitinha, João Neves, Fabian Ruiz, these guys were instrumental in the final on Saturday. If you did see that game, 5 p.m. Nigerian time, it happened. And he said Luis Enrique is the face of this team. He is the symbol of the team. It's a pleasure for us to work under the Spanish man. And then another player we should look into is Kavichi Kvaratskhelia. He has done so well. He was named the player of the tournament, UEFA Champions League player of the season. That's how great the Georgian has been recent times. But for Real Madrid, there's a news about Real Madrid. One man, Arda Güler, has found himself etching his name in the UEFA Football League. And he's now, let's say, the club himself, Real Madrid, now the club with the most UEFA Champions League winners, award winners in the history at that very level. Now for 2026, we say Arda Güler, Jude Bellingham was back in 2024, and then Vinicius Junior happened to be 2022. But can I tell you, we did see the parade for Arsenal, May 31st. What happened right there was great to see. Metropolitan Policeman has confirmed that Arsenal parade is the biggest ever parade in the country. That's over 1.5 million people estimated. That's just how big it was. And then this season, Arsenal, for the next season, will be looking to sign a second striker. They want to bring a left winger. They want to bring a defensive midfielder, a number 6, and also Mikel Arteta is looking for a number 8 central midfielder. So this is just how it went during the course of the weekend. I, for one, would say I enjoyed great football. I said it could go either ways. Paris Saint-Germain, Arsenal, looking at what it's done. So let's say in the last 11, before the game, I said it, if you recall, for Friday, I said in the last 11 Champions League finals, the first team to have scored have gone on to win the trophy. But with Arsenal, it did not go like we want. We thought it was going to be not like we wanted, because these guys were holders of this tournament. They are holders, Paris Saint-Germain. They look to be a team that is very hard to crack. Looking at the age gap of these young players, you would understand that Luis Enrique knows he's still cooking very something strong with this team. And I must say, Mikel Arteta, the only thing Arsenal need to do is just go back and make sure everything goes all right. They've moved on. The hurdle is big. And I recall Rio Ferdinand coming out to the media to say, oh, what? That's a Man United legend. He said, Arsenal need to own up. They don't need to bother so much. They've done it. They've won the Premier League in over 22 years. And then if you can come close in this phase, it means you can just keep going to the next level to win yourself that very trophy. So we have to wait to know if Arsenal will possibly do something very right come next season. But anyways, we want to say Happy New Month to you, for everyone who's watching us, from wherever you're watching right now. Happy New Month. Is the 1st of June, 2026, and it's half of the year. It's time for us to get into the top points, basically, and let you know what happened in the UEFA Champions League, the very big talk. Paris Saint-Germain, who find themselves retaining the Champions League in this title after defeating Arsenal 4-3. So you could say they are the European kings. Nobody will take that away from them, because what they've done has showed that this team is good to go. Now we are going to start about it, let you know that Paris Saint-Germain has edged themselves in an epic shootout. They've retained the title for themselves. And now I must tell you, because defeating Arsenal in the 4-3 penalties, that could have been separated just maybe over 120 minutes, but never played out in the post-stadium football. The French champions showed remarkable resilience to recover from an early setback before holding their nerve in the 10th shootout to successfully defend the title's crown. Now, I must tell you, Arsenal made the perfect start when Kai Havertz capitalized on the defensive lapse to put the Gunners ahead in the 6th minute. The German forward surged into the penalty area and rifled a superb finish beneath the crossbar beyond goalkeeper Mativ Sofanov. The early goals turned Paris Saint-Germain, but the holders actually and gradually wrestled control and then proceeding through the creativity of Ousmane Dembele, this man you have on your screen, Desiree Doué, and then Vitinha. Despite dominating possession and creating several promising openings, Paris Saint-Germain struggled to break down Arsenal's disciplined defense during the first half. Fabian Ruiz went closest to the Parisian side, while David Raya remained largely untroubled as Arsenal carried their slender advantage into the intervals. Now, the Dembele's penalty, the momentum shifted after the restart of Paris Saint-Germain increased the pressure, and Arsenal resistance was finally broken in the 65th minute after a VR review confirmed the penalty for a foul on that man, Kavichi Kvaratskhelia, by Christian Mosquera. Then Dembele stepped up confidently and drilled his spot kick into the corner, lifting Raya with no chance to bring in level 1-1. The equalizer transformed the contest into a gripping battle, but Paris Saint-Germain pushed relentlessly for a winner, while Kvaratskhelia striking the post and Vitinha narrowly missing the target. Was a powerful long-range effort did not pay off. Gabriel Magalhaes, that's the man who missed the penalty in the spot. But Arsenal, meanwhile, looked dangerous on the break, and then they brought in Victor Gyökeres, Gabriel Martinelli, and Eberechi Eze to search for a decisive goal. Neither side could find a breakthrough during the regulation time, sending the final into extra time. Chances remain scarce in the additional 30 minutes as the fatigue began to toll off. Martins Wemeni came acknowledgedly close to winning it for Arsenal in the dying moment, but only for Paris Saint-Germain defender to make a very crucial block. Now, it went into a shootout. Let's tell you, with the deadlock unbroken, the Champions League final was destined to be decided from a penalty spot. The shootout produced its own drama. Gonzalo Ramos, Desiree Doué, they all converted for Paris Saint-Germain, while Victor Gyökeres and Declan Rice responded for Arsenal. Then Sofanov then emerged as the hero by denying Eze, although David Raya briefly kept Arsenal alive by saving Nuno Mendes' penalty. Achraf Hakimi stepped up to restore parity with advantage before Gabriel Martinelli converted to keep Arsenal in the contention. The decisive moment arrived when Lucas Beraldo calmly scored Paris Saint-Germain's first kick. But that was the final kick to say. And then leaving Gabriel Magalhaes needed to convert for Arsenal. The defender failed to find the net, sparkling with celebration among the Paris Saint-Germain players and supporters, and confirming the franchise are champions of this very phase. Now, a lot of questions should be asked. Before we talk about the team of the season, right, a lot of questions should be talked about Gabriel Magalhaes. Let's talk about Gabriel just in a bit. I'm going to talk about the fact where Mikel Arteta has said something. Mikel Arteta has said something. Now, let's let you know, this part is just one part to look out for. Magalhaes said, I wanted to take the penalty. Arteta said it. He wanted to take the penalty, and he felt like he's the right man to go on to find the back of the net, but he never paid off. Now, it's a game that we felt like Kai Havertz, maybe Bukayo Saka, if all of these key players were in the game, maybe a man who plays in the upfront should be the one to do the converting, but it will raise a lot of questions. Why did Mikel Arteta allow Magalhaes, who is not a natural goal scorer, aside a set piece with a head, come to take that final penalty? But if you ask me, some of the players who we felt should have converted for Arsenal were off the game already, and there was no way to contain them, to keep them on the game because they were quite tired. Fatigue has really showed on them. Declan Rice converted, Gyökeres did score. So I would have felt maybe a non-Madueke should have stepped up, just maybe, to convert, for Arsenal. But because it's a penalty game, anybody could score. Nuno Mendes, he's got 100% record in penalty shootouts, and he missed it. David Raya stopped it. So I think it was a mind game by Martin Sofanov with Eze. Eze has never missed a penalty on training ground. That's about Arteta saying so. We'll tell you about that later on. But I just felt like Eze was quite confused. He wasn't decisive. He got to the penalty spot, and then he was thinking aloud in seconds, where do I hit this one? And he sent the ball the wrong way. But notwithstanding, Nuno Mendes missed as well. Beraldo converted the final one, but everyone would have thought that Magalhaes should have not come to play. But I think it's about the mentality, it's about the confidence. The Brazilian feels he can do it, he can take it. That's why I love the words from Declan Rice. We found a way around this. These guys have been an integral part of the team, Eze and Magalhaes. There's no way we can talk less about the player or the players like this ones who have given us this Premier League title. So if you look into Arsenal radar, you want to question why did Gabriel Magalhaes come up to take the penalty. But I think it's about the player who was confident enough, and maybe, just maybe, he believed he was going to find the back of the net. But I don't know how it feels for Gabriel. But I love the words from Ferdinand. You need to move up, move on, and then find a rhythm to this very phase. But before we talk more about the very game that happened in the final, let's let you know that UEFA has included 5 players in this one. Arsenal through among this one, and then the team of the season. We've seen a decent lineup, and I must tell you, I love what I saw because we have a lot of quality there. This is what it is. This is what it is. Now, this is the lineup. This is the team of the season. Llorente of Atletico Madrid is in the team. Marquinhos, Gabriel Magalhaes, the best defender in the world, you can see at this point in time. Nuno Mendes also included in the team. And then we look into the midfield, Declan Rice, Vitinha, Michael Olise on the right side, Kvaratskhelia by the left side, and Ousmane Dembele and Harry Kane. This is a decent call for me, if you ask me. Now, how many players from other clubs are? So this is just basically like 4 clubs dominating this, semi-finalists, Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain, Arsenal, and then just a player from, Atletico de Madrid. So right now you can say Ballon d'Or contenders should be coming out from these ones. If you ask me top 10, maybe you should be looking at these players to say, yes, one of them will be winning the Ballon d'Or. I don't think UEFA will have to go off any of these players. But let's look into the parade. Arsenal, well, I must say, Declan Rice was having some rap. He was doing some of the freestyle things, and he lost his voice in the course of this. Now, this is the parade news. Let's quickly let you know that thousands of Arsenal fans lined the streets of North London as the club celebrated their Premier League title triumph with the trophy parade near the Emirates Stadium. Returning home after it's a big disappointment after losing to Champions League final Paris Saint-Germain. Arsenal celebrated a first Premier League triumph in 22 years, lining the street around the Emirates Stadium and filling the air with defending walls and bright red smoke. This is what it is. Rice also, Declan Rice, you need to know, rapped Vanilla, Ice, 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 Baby, and led a chant of set piece, ole, ole. That was talk about Arsenal, and then celebrated their Premier League title on the street of North London. This is what it is like. This is what it means to these people. And then returning home after disappointment. And if you look at this, Declan Rice says, seeing the joy we can give people is crazy. Next year, we are coming back for more. Get locked in and get locked out. Who will be joining us? And David Raya also went as far as saying, he hailed the teammates, saying he's very happy with what he saw. And then he's finished with a golden glove for himself. Now, this is what David Raya said. I trust every single player on this team, and they make my life much easier. Of course, I try to be there for the team as always. I think throughout this season, the whole campaign, we've defended very well, and that helped us achieve what we have achieved. Safe hands on the trophy. The Arsenal fans walked after the bosses after they had passed them by, following a parade down Upper Street as if they were on a pilgrimage. Now, this is the posture. This is the captain of the team. When you look at over 1.5 million people, a big parade by Arsenal, and that's how much this means to them. When you look at Arsenal, what they've done, you begin to say they are like a team that could come back again. I love the mentality from the manager. They needed to have this parade done, well fixed, because one would have thought they would have won the Champions League. And if they had gone on to win it, because they've had, I think, 225 appearances, the only team that have more appearances in the Champions League and never went on to win it is Arsenal. Now, but with this parade, it means if you're an Arsenal fan in Nigeria watching us forever, you need to understand, you need to be calm. If those players in Europe, not London, can be quiet and understand that they can go on again to just find themselves in a very positive way, then you have to start thinking very well like an Arsenal fan. Because the truth of the matter is, the more you're wallowing in pains, that's how bad it would be, and that's how it could go at the detriment of you. Now, when you look into Arsenal, you will see that the parade was big. I think we saw Tiwa Savage, Nigerian Afrobeat singer, also on that very face, and Martin Odegaard. All of these guys came alive. Hinkape, Juven Timber, the quality they possess. The parade was big. So maybe just what would have happened if Arsenal had won the Champions League? We would have seen a different ball game. Champions League, Premier League. 20 years ago, final, and then Champions League, Premier League, 22 years, and then you say 20 years. So Arsenal can go on to win it. But how big was that parade? We must tell you, the parade it was inevitable. They just needed that parade, because if you don't do this, it's more like you are not celebrating your 22 years drought, trophy drought. They've never won the Premier League after the last time they won it. And the man who did it was the invisible team, and that was Arsene Wenger. So they just needed to find a way around it to make sure that they win this one. But let's talk about Arteta with the man management record, because after saying he started beating on penalties in the Conference League, one man in the Champions League, better word, Paris Saint-Germain did what they needed to do by getting them off. But let's talk about Arteta, what he said on his immediate emotion. He said he felt pain. He said, that's it. When you are so close in the competition, and today you are a few penalty kicks away from winning the biggest club football competition, that's the way we should feel. Now, he was asked a question on how he feels if he'll be back soon. He said, I don't know. We are going to have to earn it. The same progression that we had in the past few years, we are going to have to do it over and over again. And with that, the level will be increasing every single season. We had an incredible competition. We haven't lost a single match in this competition. But the reality is that when something had to go our way, especially in the boxes with a penalty that was given against Mosquera, and then the penalty to Madueke and the penalty kicks, those margins didn't go for us. Now, this is the one he said that struck my mind. He said, they were asking him a question about the mixed pain with pride. He said, for sure, what I said to the players and the staff is that if I tell them 1 million times, thank you, it's not going to be enough. It's not because we won the Premier League, and it's not because we played in the League Cup final. It's not because we played in the Champions League final in the manner that we've done. It's because of the joy and the moment that we have lived together every single day, and that's above anything else. But this is another one again. Mikel Arteta, he said, this is the man management approach the manager has come to say. They were asking him a question about Gabriel Magalhaes taking the final penalty. This is what he said. He said he wanted to take a number 5. He wanted to take number 5 penalty. That's honestly, he said, we have prepared and trained for this moment. Normally, the penalty takers would be Bukayo Saka, Martin Odegaard, Kai Havertz for sure. We knew that if we go to extra time on penalties, the penalty takers would be different players, still with the quality. And this is what he said. He said, when you see Eberechi Eze take penalties in training, he doesn't miss any. But then you have to do it in this moment. It's unfortunate to have the same precision and efficiency that had make us lose this very one. This is the manager with Eze. He was crying like a baby. Magalhaes also was crying. But they were asking him again what he make about the penalty. He said, I watched the penalties in the competition in the last 72 hours to understand what is a penalty and what is not. And that easily can be a penalty. So I think he's talking about the Madueke connection, what happened there. And then he was asking another one, said, on if he will look to emulate Paris Saint-Germain's style of players in the future. He said, yes, for sure. And the individual actions they have here is good. They have got a lot of players in the competition of the squad, and we want to have available players in every moment. Each players, we have many more. So he wants to have a team like the Canley team. And also he was asked a question about his plans over the next few days. He says, first of all, I will take a few days with my family, and then we will start the process to review what we've done. We will start to make some very important decisions. We want to reach another level. We are going to have to show that ambition because they are more than capable of doing it, but it's going to demand us to be very ambitious, very fast, and then very smart. But lastly, the question was raised and asked on what he will say to the fans at the parade. What he said to the fans at the parade, he said, to the people, I already know how the team feels about this. We are very grateful for the support they have given us throughout the season in times of difficulties and have been with us. And it's been a real joy to win a league after 22 years. It hurts. That's absolutely true. And I said it hurts a lot for them not to win it, but because I can't even imagine what would have happened if we had won it. But that's the news about Arteta. It's just a lot to say about Mikel and his team. So what we can say, congratulations to Arsenal anyways. If you want to say, you can say they've done well. Congratulations to Arsenal. Because looking at what Arsenal has done, you can say that they look like a team that knows what they want for themselves. They are a team that you can begin to say they have done it massively well for themselves. Can they go on to win it again? Maybe they can. Time tells. We don't know what it holds for us now, but the only way you can get this out is make sure you have the same group of players and maybe add quality to your team. Only if Arteta does so, then they might have to find themselves. Are they contenders for next season? They are Premier League contenders. I think the good news about Arteta is the fact that he can be celebrated. He won the Premier League in Pep Guardiola's final season. That one cannot be written off. Look at what he has done with this team. I think his start was decent. But the only problem I would say, if you ask me about the final, was that they knew that Paris Saint-Germain had a fast game. And when I was listening to Luis Enrique talking, he said, we had to find a way to break in. This team was very compacted. Vitinha also was saying, we just could go lateral. There was no way to break in. And I was having a chit-chat with someone, and I said, if it wasn't that penalty, maybe, I don't know, just that Mosquera, that strip with Kavic and Kvaratskhelia, maybe we would have seen Arsenal winning the Champions League because they look that was like a nut, very hard to crack. They look like a team that cannot be breakable. They look like a team that looks invisible just at the back line. They have a very solid defense. They have the best defense in the world. They have the best defender in the world. They have the best keeper in the world. So when you look at what this man has done to his team, I think they were just unfortunate. They were not the best side having the balls. They were not so brilliant to say, but that's how you're going to play final. You already know Paris Saint-Germain will have more of the balls. There's no argument on that. And that's what played out. Because I looked at the start. Hakimi, Nuno Mendes, who was a bit doubtful for that very game. You're looking at William Pacho has brought a solidarity in that defense line with Marquinhos. Quite experienced. Now you look into the way they played out, João Neves was making a lot of runs, never stopped running. And we saw Vitinha controlling the back line and also the midfield like a maestro schema, turning the game around. We saw Fabian Ruiz. So when you watch Paris Saint-Germain, you can see they are still very young. They can go on to win it next season, maybe. If no team steps up, then we might see them clinching on it the third time and might go back to back to back. Now we saw the front line. Desiree Doué from the right, Kavichi Kvaratskhelia from the left. We saw up front, one man up front, and it was that very man who you can say he's just making everyone at the right time. Ousmane Dembele, a very big contender for the Ballon d'Or. You might not be able to take it off because if France goes on to win the World Cup, it would be very big to say Dembele would not be the man to win the Ballon d'Or. A French winner, talking about Ligue 1, how far they've come. This team is a team to be blocked about, a team to be recognized with, a team to reckon with what they've done. But when I see them play, they are very fast. But what did Arsenal do? Arsenal succeeded in keeping them for 120 minutes without scoring a goal aside from the penalty. One would have thought the scoreline would have been maybe 4-1, who knows, 3-1, 3-2, or more goal margin, Arsenal scoring less. But I just say Arsenal found their way in the early hours, 6 minutes in that game, but they just could not hold that game to an end. That's how big Paris Saint-Germain can be. That's how good they can intrigue a game. That's how big they have the qualities to influence a game. And they did it. Was there stress? Yes, there was stress. Luis Enrique said, Arsenal have the best defense. They are very hard to break in. But they had to go with the 1-2 crosses and the touches. Kvaratskhelia making the right run and then Mosquera not even knowing where the ball was. Was that a penalty? Obviously it was. But for Arsenal, I think I would say they have a very decent goalkeeper in David Raya, who we believe stays more. There was no Juventus Timber in the starts. He returned later on. Mosquera was unfortunate. We'll be seeing him at the World Cup, hopefully. You look at the left back for Arsenal, there was no Calafiori. It was Hincapié. He's a winner as well with Leverkusen. Last season we just see that. Then the center, the 4 and the 5, was Saliba, who was brilliant as well. So I just thought to say it's a big final we saw because you cannot point a lot of blame on Gabriel Magalhaes. He was the best defender in that game. He was solid for Arsenal, making crucial saves, owning the game. He was very hard to pass. But the penalty, they like to say, is a lucky game. But aside that one, when you look at the midfield, I already knew Miles Kelly would get a start because Arteta needed someone, not a Zubimendi, not a slow style of game, someone who can chase down Dembele and Desiree Doué's run. We must give it to Mosquera as well because he kept the Georgian at bay. We didn't really see the best of the UEFA best player of the tournament, Kavichi Kvaratskhelia, because Mosquera was really on his toes and he gave him the marking that we just wanted to see in a final, club final, the biggest tournament in club football, the Champions League. Now, Declan Rice, like in number 6, was amazing to watch. He was reading the games, was making every tackles, making every runs. He gave his all. His body, soul, spirit, and mind was in that final. Now, Miles Kelly, he likes the body contact. He's quite young. Yeah, very young player. He knows what to do. He makes every right runs, trying to stop players from making what they want to do. Now, you could see some of the tackle with Vitinha. He was making sure Vitinha was not having off the balls. He was making sure he was having a lot of kick with Fabian Ruiz, making sure João Neves was not so active. Did it work? He worked out well for us now. But maybe, just maybe, if they have added a goal to that 1-0, they would have been able to seal it. Because we know sometimes you don't give some managers a space to go back and return. And that's about Luis Enrique. Now, question has been raised, how did Chelsea win PSG at the FIFA Club World Cup? One strategy, one way to go. Luis Enrique lost ideas in the final against Arsenal. At a point, he felt like, what next can we bring? What can we offer? What do we do? There was no way to break in. But the only way Chelsea was able to pull through was the first half. Cole Palmer, Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez, you sent this voice on the game, João Pedro, the way they were playing, they just knew that sometimes their managers, Pep Guardiola, Luis Enrique, you don't give them a space to go on to the first half, like the second half break, or the first half break, and return after the first half. They come with a very different dimension style. And that's what Chelsea knew. Maresca had the sense and the brains to undershadow and oversee that kind of a game. And Chelsea rushed the Parisians in that final in America and got 3-0. So there was no way you could have broken the Chelsea team like that. In the second half, they were not decent. They were not brilliant. They played nothing to say. But Paris Saint-Germain still couldn't find their way. Now, one big reason why Enrique is the best coach in the world this minute, I must tell you, look at the start of that very game. Arsenal had less corners A team that's triumphed with 25 set pieces, looking at the goals they score in the Premier League as well. Most of the goals coming from the set piece. It was more like a strategy for the German, Nico Jova. But Arsenal could not get those steps. They could not get those set pieces because Enrique knew what to do. Have more of the balls, cage those players from the start. Don't let the Trossard make some of the moves. Give Saka a big fight. Because it was when Noni Madueke came, we started seeing a move in the flank side from the right. Then Kai Havertz was good enough. Because if we had a Gyökeres starting the game, he would have been caged out. Because he's the number 9 that wants to be just having those contacts with, Patrick or Marquinhos. But with the Kai Havertz, who can play as a number 10, sometimes number 8, he's not playing like a traditional number 9. He goes on to get the ball and make all of this move. So it gave that Arsenal side that fluidity in the game. But you cannot take one thing off. Luis Enrique, I think he overshadowed Arteta with the record because there was no way Arsenal would have gone on to win that game with 1-0. If you want to win a Parisian side, make it 2. Then play your best game, and it would have given them the edge that they deserve. But anyways, you can say congratulations to one team alone, and it's that team talking about the Parisians, Paris Saint-Germain. But for Arsenal, they tried. Winning the Premier League in 22 years is what's talking about. But let's talk about Kylian Mbappe. I'd love to tell you this, that Kylian Mbappe happens to be the best friend of Achraf Hakimi. Yeah, people need to know that. And he sent a message, just unlucky player. Let's check out his editorial. There's a post in his editorial. Now, you see that it's about what Kylian Mbappe rather said. He has won himself officially the 25-26 UCL top scorer with 15 goals. Amazing. But one would have thought that he would have won the Ballon d'Or before now. A World Cup winner with the French national team. But Kylian Mbappe played for PSG formerly. Paris Saint-Germain's second consecutive UEFA Champions League title sent shockwaves through the world of soccer. But one of the most expedient reactions was that of Kylian Mbappe, the French forward who left the Parisian club side back in June 2024 after 7 years with the club side, sent a message. He congratulated the team, and it was more to Hakimi. At 27, Mbappe have won several titles for himself, including a World Cup with France national side and also 6 Ligue 1 titles with PSG. But there's one trophy that still eludes the Frenchman, and that is about this one, the Champions League. He's yet to win it. So Kylian Mbappe sent a message to one man, talking about Achraf Hakimi and to PSG. So I think it's more like this manager, Luis Enrique, knew what he wanted. This is the post from Mbappe to his friend Hakimi. A lot of people sending a message there. You can see that of Ishmael Saibari, El Morid as well, sent a message to Hakimi. But most importantly, with the emojis there was Mbappe's message to one man, and that's about, his friend, Achraf Hakimi. But lastly, let's talk about the World Cup. What will be happening soon? How many days are counting? There's a new rule about the World Cup. Quickly, let's just let you know the VR news on this one. VR will be able to intervene on just 2 new aspects of the game at this World Cup. If a corner kick has been awarded incorrectly, if a player receives a yellow card judged to be an incorrect decision after review, any other decision beside this and the already established ones cannot be reviewed by the VAR. That's the news. We have a lot of squad selections to look out for, but let's just check the Brazil squad numbers. The Uruguay team is also there. The Algerian team is also there. But let's just look into the Brazil national team, the squad numbers of the Brazilian. This you have on your screen. This is how it pans out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and counting. So every number is quite funny. 24, 25, 26. So completed. Well, key players for this very team. That's Wesley. You can see wearing the number 2 jersey. Alisson Becker, Megales, Marquinhos, Casemiro, Alexandro, Vinicius Jr., Bruno Guimaraes, Marcos Cunha with the number 9 jersey. Neymar Jr. returns for the team as well, number 10. Rafinha, Whoever 10 is also there. Danilo, Bremer of Juve, Leo Pereira is in the team. Paqueta, Endrick, Danilo, Fabinho, Douglas is in the team as well. Luis Enrique, Martinelli, Gabriel Martinelli, and Luke Ederson is there. Just 3 goalkeepers. Whoever team might be the top choice in this one. Ibanez, Igor Thiago, and then Ryan, who is 19, plays for Club Start Football Club Bournemouth, who will be having their manager leaving them. He has led them already to any other club that will be seeing how it plans out. But thank you so much for doing this with us. It's been a roller coaster time on the show, but I must say again, before we leave, one team, congratulations to one side, Paris Saint-Germain. This, you've been watching Sports Republic show, and I quickly want to take out this time to celebrate someone. But before we get into that phase, I must say to you out there, Happy New Month to you. We hope it comes to be a very big time while the World Cup unfolds. We'll be seeing that very, very soon. Now, it's that moment we need to say happy birthday to you. A friend of mine who I used to know back in the time, when I was working in our sister station in the island, I used to call our way that's very close. But she's celebrating today and she's +1. But I love to say to you, Doris, that's the name, Doris, Big Doris, I say all the time, happy birthday to you. And if there's anything I wish you all of the best that life has got to offer, all of the best that life has got in stock. And I wish you more love, more grace, more money. They say more grace is very important for me. Enjoy your day and have a great time. But also to everyone who was part of the show today, thank you so much for being on the Sports Republic show with me and also with us, Vop Tv. We'll do this again when we return tomorrow. Meanwhile, it will be Tuesday and our Feast of Good Banjo will take you through. But can I end the show by saying once again, happy birthday to you, Doris. Save.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight, On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLT.
Hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People Television. I'm Solomon Offem. First, our top stories. Oyo teachers are down-tooled over abductions. Presidency defends Oyo rescue secrecy. 8 killed in Plateau community attack. Nigeria-US airstrike kills 21 ISWAP fighters in Borno. Nigeria's ISWAP leader, Bahashua, rejects leadership role. Atiku fires back at Wike over Rivers vote. And the business news, Naira weakens against the dollar, closes May at 1,372 Naira per dollar. In sports, Ote hosts Chukwueze and unveils stadium plan. And in the world of entertainment, musicians call on Tinubu to tackle insecurity. Now, details, just a moment. Once again, welcome to Vop TV News. First, public primary and secondary schools across your states were largely deserted on Monday as teachers complied with the Nigeria Union of Teachers directive to begin an indefinite strike over the continued captivity of abducted teachers and pupils at Community High School, Ogungbade, Ibadan. Classrooms remained locked and academic activities were suspended as teachers stayed away from work. The strike also disrupted the ongoing West African Senior School Certificate examination, with some supervisors waiting amid uncertainty over the situation. Students who arrived after school were later seen leaving after learning their classes would not hold. The NUT had on Sunday directed public primary and secondary school teachers in the state to withdraw their services from Monday until further notice. According to the union, the action was prompted by the continued captivity of teachers and pupils abducted on May 15 from schools in Oharesere and Yawata communities in Orire local government area. Meanwhile, the special assistant to President Bola Tinubu on social media, Dada Olusegun, has defended the federal government's handling of information on kidnapping incidents, saying public updates on rescue operations could jeopardize security efforts. Speaking on Monday amid growing criticism over recent school abductions, Olusegun said operational secrecy was necessary because armed groups also monitor social media. In a post on X, he stressed that security agencies must be allowed to carry out rescue operations while disclosing sensitive details that could endanger victims or personnel. He maintained that the government's priority remains the safe return of abducted victims and cautioned against actions that could compromise ongoing operations. Responding to concerns about sanctions for those who spread false information on security incidents, Olusegun said his role was limited to countering misinformation while enforcement rests with security agencies. This comment comes as public concern grows over recurring school kidnappings and the government's communication of rescue efforts. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has approved the immediate recruitment of 1,000 forest guards in Oyo State to strengthen security in forest corridors often exploited by armed groups. Elsewhere, no fewer than 8 persons were reported killed and more than 10 others injured in an attack by gunmen on Gwangajang village in the Forong district of Barkin-Ladi local government area of Plateau State. Residents said the attack occurred on Sunday while villagers were gathering for a birthday celebration. According to sources, the assailants stormed the venue and opened fire indiscriminately, triggering panic as people fled for safety. A community youth bishop, Ilya, said the victims were celebrating the birthday of one of their members when the gunman struck, killing several people and injuring others. He decried the recurring attacks on communities in Plateau State and called on security agencies to take urgent steps to protect lives and property. The Barom Youth Molder Association also confirmed the incident in a statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Ruang Tengwang. The group alleged that armed terrorists carried out the attack and said the injured victims were receiving treatment in hospital. It expressed concern over the renewed violence and urged security agencies to bring those responsible to justice. Agencies to bring those responsible to justice. In a related development, gunmen have attacked police officers along the Amansia Ndoria Ndukwemu Amufuna Road in Orumba South Local Government area of Anambra State, killing 2 officers. The officers were reportedly ambushed on Sunday night while returning from an assignment. A video circulating online showed the aftermath of the attack and prompted calls for intervention by relevant authorities. The Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, CP Ekioye Unubugu, confirmed the incident. They said the command had commenced investigations and was taking necessary steps to track down those responsible. Orumugu also disclosed plans to visit the scene to assess the situation and coordinate further security measures to prevent similar attacks. The Commissioner urged motorists and residents to remain vigilant and avoid unauthorized checkpoints not manned by identifiable police personnel and official police vehicles. A joint air operation by the Nigerian military and the United States African Command AFRICOM has reportedly neutralized 21 suspected Islamic State West African province ISWAP fighters in Borno State. The airstrike targeted a terrorist enclave in Arege Kukala local government area after intelligence reports indicated insurgents' activity in the area. Security analyst and counterinsurgency expert Zagazola Makama cited military sources as said intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions confirmed the presence of ISWAP fighters before the operation. The sources said the strike targeted a camp allegedly used to plan and coordinate attacks across the Lake Chad region. The operation reportedly killed 21 insurgents and disrupted the group's activities. Military sources said the mission forms part of ongoing security operations between Nigeria and the United States aimed at dismantling terrorist networks, destroying insurgent hideouts, and limiting their operational capacity in the Northeast. They described the operation as intelligence-driven and carefully executed, saying it reflects growing collaboration between Nigeria security forces and international partners in the fight against terrorism. In the meantime, fresh intelligence reports indicate that senior ISWAP commander Bahashua has declined a leadership role reportedly proposed by the Islamic State Central Command in Iraq following the death of Commander Abubakar Mainok, also known as Abu Bilal al-Minuki. Counterinsurgency expert Zagazola Makama said the development followed Mainok's reported killing during a joint Nigeria-US counterterrorism operation in the Lake Chad Basin, a strike said to have dealt a major blow to ISWAP's leadership structure. In a post on X, Makama said ISIS leaders moved quickly to fill the vacuum left by Mainok's death and reached out to influential figures within ISWAP. Bahashua reportedly emerged as a leading candidate for a broader leadership role. However, intelligence assessments indicate he has been reluctant to accept the position. Citing sources familiar with the matter, Makama says ISIS leadership favored Bahashua after Mainok's death, but intelligence suggests he is unwilling to take on the responsibility. The source linked is hesitation to growing fears among senior terrorist leaders over intelligence-led military operations and precision airstrikes targeting high-value figures in the Lake Chad region. From insecurity, we go over to politics, where the African Democratic Congress has dismissed claims by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, that the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, would fail to secure up to 10% of votes in Rivers State in the 2027 general election. Wike, a former governor of the state, made the remark on Saturday during a luncheon held for candidates of his Rainbow Coalition ahead of the polls. He also predicted that no governorship candidate outside the coalition would win the state governorship election. Responding through his senior special assistant on public communication, Frank Schreiber, Atiku said Rivers voters are capable of deciding election outcomes without interference. He maintained that no individual, regardless of political influence or position, can dictate how an entire state will vote. The former vice president described Wike's comment as both amusing and troubling, accusing the minister of speaking as though Rivers voters were his personal property. Atiku added that Nigerians are more concerned about rising living costs, insecurity, and economic hardship than political predictions from a minister he said appears more focused on electioneering than governance. Still talking politics, presidential aspirant of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Mohamed Ayatollah, says he will not challenge the outcome of the party's May 2026 presidential primary in court, despite concerns over alleged irregularities in the exercise. Ayatollah made the announcement in a statement issued on Monday, days after questioning the credibility of the primary, which he claimed was marred by widespread vote manipulation. Before the results were announced on May 26, he had distanced himself from the coalition process, citing report of vote rigging. However, the former presidential hopeful said he has decided against legal action following consultations. He noted that while the outcome falls short of his expectations, he has raised concerns about certain processes and procedural matters directly with the party leadership. Ayatollah expressed hope that the issues would be reviewed, saying any party seeking to govern Nigeria must uphold democratic principles within its ranks. He also thanked his supporters and campaign team for their comments and commitment throughout the contest and urged Nigerians not to lose hope in a better future. Ayatollah added that although his campaign has ended, the task of building a stronger, fairer, and more prosperous Nigeria remains a collective responsibility. I'm ready to come. Joining us in the studio to analyze the media news is Darlington Agumo. He is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst. Virtually, we have another guest, but for now, let's stay in the studio. We have a couple of insecurity stories. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for joining us on the media news. Now, public primary and secondary schools across Oyo State were largely deserted Monday as teachers complied with NUT's directive to begin an indefinite strike over the continued captivity of abducted teachers and pupils. It appears again the insecurity situation has escalated after strike from the U.S. We've said it time and time again on this platform that these strikes, these coordinated strikes between Nigeria and US, is supposed to deter the insurgents from more strike, more terrorist activities, more kidnapping. It looks like whenever this strike comes up, the insecurity goes up a notch to a different level, which is a very weird thing to say considering the insecurity in Nigeria is already at a boiling point. But again, it has escalated. What's your take?
My take is that politics have entered into this insecurity issue.
Politics have always been entering. I mean, for more than 15 years, that's the situation.
And that is the dangerous aspect of it. I am telling you that if they had removed politics, tribalism, and religious sentiment, this matter would have been over long ago. But these three evils have joined in the insecurity. And that is why we are where we are today. Unfortunately, the government of the day is not bothered. They are not taking this in serious as they are taking politics. Everything now is politicized. Even to eat food now is politicized. You know, maybe when you go to some canteen to eat, they'll be looking at you whether you are APC or PDP or the opposition. God help you if an APC person is selling the food. This is where we are now, and it's very, very dangerous. Seriously. What is going on in Oyo shouldn't have happened.
Now, let's stick with the politics side of the argument. You said politics have entered in.
Of course.
Some will argue that the beginning of this insurgency, originally it started with the political undertone. If rumors are anything to go by, there are conspiracy theory that says this insecurity started because certain people didn't like who was in the presidency and they wanted to grab power by force. And then some elements were imported to this country armed with the aim of destabilizing the federal governments at that time. And when the job was done, idle hands came into view, and then these people started rampaging. So it started with politics. So, but something has changed because it goes from one layer to another layer, from one level to another level. So it's always been steeped in politics, some will argue.
Yes, politics has been at the center of it, from one government to the other. It has been politics all along. Because look at it this way. How can anybody who claims to love Nigeria go and write letter telling terrorists, jihadists or all these bad boys all over Africa, all over Sahel, to come into Nigeria that the jihad have started? There was a letter written to them, and the former governor of Benue State read that letter. That was why Funam wanted to kill him. And so, what has government done about all these things? Because they are complicit, they wouldn't want to face the people they brought in. They wouldn't want to face the people they are working with. You know, were you not here when they call them their brothers? Call them prodigal son. Say they should be forgiven, they should be rehabilitated. When you hear all these things, you get confused. You ask yourself, come, does it mean that government is not part of with this killing that is going on? It looks like they are not. What happened in Oyo should have been a wake-up call for the president, but he never bothered until everybody started talking. And then some people visited him, and then he started making arrangements. And this arrangement, like I told you, it will never yield any fruit. Because the terrorists have seen all. They have seen us all. They know that the government is very weak. That's why they are doing whatever they are doing with boldness, with arrogance.
The Nigerian Union of Teachers have decided to go on indefinite strike because of that. Is that a good response?
It will not help anything because these guys are hell-bent in collecting money. And I'm telling you, it will get to a point they will pay that money. Whether government like it or they will pay that because they have been paying. This other time says, so you have been giving their fellow travelers money. Why won't you give us our own? You know, I learned that they wanted to use force to rescue those, but the terrorists warned them that, look, if you come close again, we'll start killing them. I mean, that's how bad it is. That is how bad it is. Yeah, the people in the that are keeping those kidnapped victims in Oyo, are they the only one? There are many terrorists in all parts of the north, middle belt, even over here. So when they finish with this one now, I am very, very sure another group somewhere will do one thing and keep us busy.
Is it time, though, for federal governments and state governments to suspend school activities for now in all primary and secondary schools for the meantime? Because we noticed in the north, where this insecurity has been raging for years, there have been this defiance from the government, where despite the fact that there have been lots of kidnappings, long history, starting from the Chibok girls, schools have still been, ongoing with no security assurance in place, and which is giving these terrorists more leverage to do more kidnapping. Is it time that schools shut down until this insecurity is finally dealt with? Because, I mean, more kidnappings, and this would definitely, it's not going to stop, it looks like.
If you say schools should be shut down and then take care of this insecurity, that means our children are not, schools should be shut down and then take care of this insecurity. That means our children are not going to go to school again.
Isn't that better than being kidnapped?
And that is what these guys are trying to do when they say Boko Haram, Western education is evil. That means we have surrendered to them. The question is, why can't government do the needful? Solomon, please tell me, is there anything that is making this government not to act decisively on this matter? If not some sentiment here and there. There is a reason. We should be talking to government to stop this sentimental attachment to this insecurity. Seriously. And you know what? They are playing this sentiment because it is from a particular ethnic group. I know very well that if something like this were to happen in the Southeast, Solomon, you can guess what would have happened by now. You don't need to be told. You can guess what would have happened. I'm sure nobody will be there by now. Nobody.
You mean villages will be razed?
That is nobody. The whole of that place where anyway it cannot happen because it's not our character. It can never happen. No matter what they accuse IPOB and ESN, they will never do this type of nonsense. But it's happened here, and everybody is playing. She don't look. She don't look. Why can't you take decisive action? The same way you have been handling matters from the Southeast, IPOB and all that. Why can't you do the same? Do the same. That's why I tell that there is sentiment attached to this thing. And that is what is killing us.
Meanwhile, the special assistant to the president, social media, Dada Olusegun, has defended the federal government handling of information on kidnapping incidents, saying public updates on rescue operations could jeopardize security efforts. Now, there are two sides to this information, to this situation. When you are planning an attack on terrorists, and you decided to keep that plan to your chest until after the operation is done, that's a different situation. But after these operations have been done, I think that's where the criticism is coming from, don't you think? The federal government don't give a transparent information. They don't give an update of what transpired, in the operation, and update on the information. We're only left with rumors. During kidnappings, after the rescue, the federal government don't come out to say if ransom was paid or not. In some cases, they come out to say ransom were not paid, but we now get information from the kidnappers or some rumors that ransom was paid. I'm sure that's where this criticism is coming from. I think so.
Because we have seen it happen time and time again. After this standoff now, will it yield a positive result? Will the terrorists just release these people? From the look of things, do you think, Solomon, that they will release these people without collecting any money. It can never happen. And I'm praying that there should not be any force so that nobody will die. These guys that have been holding on for 2 weeks now, do you think at the end of the day they will say, okay, I come and start going? That money will be paid one way or the other. It will be paid. That's what these terrorists are waiting for. It will be paid.
But what's your take on information sharing? Because there are two sides of the divide there. There are some people that agree with the government that it is justified. The federal government or the Nigerian army don't have to update the public on security issues, whether during operation or after operations. Because the more the federal government gives out this information, the more adaptable these terrorists and insurgents become. While on the other hand, people are saying, look, give us the information after your operation. We need to get the details. So what side of the divide are you?
The thing is that there is no sincerity, not to talk of operational plan. Is it not when you are sincere that something will happen? The government never had any plan to do anything. Rather, they are only preparing to tell us lies. Like they've been telling us in other areas. Remember the Niger kidnap, they said they did not pay any money until the terrorists started displaying the money they collected. And so, government don't have any operational plan at all. If not, if they have operational plan, they would have been using that modus operandi, that template, to deal with these guys each time they strike. But as you can see, they don't have any. They don't have any. Every time they be talking of intelligence. All the intelligence you gather, what did you do with it? If you had intelligence, this thing wouldn't have happened, because prevention is better than cure. When they were coming, I am sure Intel had it that these guys are coming, because they can't just come like that. They pass through a road. And from all indication, 1 or 2 security personnel must have seen them. You didn't raise the alarm to stop them. You allowed them to pick these students and their teachers. Is that when you are going to react? Each time they come, does it not bother you? They will come through a road in mass movement. And all the while they are coming, you mean nobody saw them. Are they spirits? You will see them coming. You will not do anything to prevent, knowing that they are going for an operation. Knowing that they are coming out because they want to do so, they want to kidnap some people. You know. Why did you allow it? Why did you allow it? That's the question.
Well, in the meantime, as I said earlier, the insecurity has escalated. We have a couple of news here where more than 10 others injured. 8 persons were reportedly killed in Plateau State. We have another situation where in Anambra State, gunmen killed 2 police officers. And it goes on and on and on like that, you know. Meanwhile, Nigerian-US strikes killed 21 ISIL fighters in Borno State, which is good news. So it is a tit-for-tat situation. The insurgents are striking, but the government, the federal government, some would argue, they've not been relenting. They've been fighting back with the military and, of course, the collaboration between Nigeria and US. They've been fighting.
The terrorists have told us openly that, look, that if we give 10 of them, 20 will replace them, 20 will come in. I'm not joking. They have a way of bringing these people in. You now ask yourself, if actually the military were killing these boys, as they were saying it, will they still be fighting? Will they still have the fighting force? How come that this thing is endless? How come? Because we are rehabilitating those that they captured. Eventually, they go back to their old ways. And so you can see it's like a relay race. The government is not bothered with all this behavior. You capture terrorists. Do you know what is 700 and something that they rehabilitated the other day and reintegrated? Is there any monitoring mechanism against this? When they will go back to their brothers in the bush, will you know? Will they come and write a letter to you and say, look, we are going back? You won't know.
But one thing is for sure, though, the federal government fight back, especially with the collaboration with the US, it's decimated the leadership structure of ISWAP because this information indicated that senior ISWAP commander Bashua has declined the leadership role reportedly proposed by ISWAP leadership, the Central Command in Iraq. This should be good news. Once the leadership structure is decimated, it will trickle down. This is the beginning of the end of the war, don't you think?
I disagree with you. These guys, their succession plan, their succession plan is very, very seamless. The moment a leader is taken out, the following day, another will replace him. So they are not even afraid of dying. They are not, seriously. Ask yourself, is it the first time a leader has been taken out? Either from ISWAP, Boko Haram.
Yeah, but in this case, they may find it difficult to replace that leader that was killed because this man refused to take the leadership role. And if he's seen as the most qualified person to take over that position, and then he doesn't accept it, obviously they will go to another person, but it means this other person is not as strong in terms of the original person that was supposed to take over the role, which is a win.
The only win I can validate is when there is no more terrorism.
I mean, it will start from somewhere. Terrorism won't just disappear in thin air. It's a gradual process. It's a grind.
Look, like this thing we studied in biology, Amoeba, Biparamezu, they always transform. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the leadership is very unwilling internally, they will go elsewhere. They will go outside and bring the these other ones in Iran and Syria and all that. There are people that are over there who are willing to come and take command here. They have international connections. So until they are completely wiped out, I would not believe that leadership is the problem. Look at what happened in Iran. The moment the father was taken out, the son took over. And so this is their modus operandi. They make sure that at every point there is a leader. Somebody is in charge. That is what they swore to do. Like I told you, they are not afraid of dying. They even prefer to die in the cause, than to leave what they are doing. It's in their blood, the DNA.
Okay.
So I don't see them stopping very soon, except the government decide to deal with them. That is just the truth.
Okay, from insecurity, let's go back to politics, where there have been a war of words between the FCT minister and former Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike and the ADC's presidential flag bearer, Atiku Abubakar, where Wike said ADC and Atiku Abubakar will fail to secure up to 10% of votes in Rivers State in 2027 general election. And obviously, Atiku Abubakar has responded to that, saying Rivers State is not your property. What's your take on this new situation? Obviously, we're done with the primaries for the major political parties. It is time for real politicking. Looks like it has started.
Yeah, there are more hurdles for the opposition because some cases are still in court. I hope you know.
True.
There are still hurdles for them to cross. Until these cases are dispensed with, thank God they are now working on weekends, Saturday, Sunday, to make sure that they dispense with all the cases. It is when these cases are dispensed, you now know your stand. You now know whether you are actually going to contest this election or not. It's a very big problem here. But we are downplaying it because the primaries have been conducted. But the cases in court have not been judged. And so Wike can say and talk what he like to. It's left for the Rivers State people and Nigerians to validate what he's saying. When you are there on top, or when you have an advantage, when you are in government, you feel like you are God. You can run your mouth anyhow. Until the people now tell you that no, enough is enough. So the Nigerian people were to decide whether they win 10% or not. Yes, it is. The
While on one hand, you can dismiss the Wike's comments as arrogant. On the other hand, well, antecedents has shown that River State has the structure, Wike rather, have the structure of River State at the palm of his hand. I mean, see how he's controlling the policy, politics in River State, both on the PDP side and on the APC side. It's like he decides what happens in River State. Once he said it is time for Similolai Fubara to step aside, Similolai Fubara stepped aside, despite the fact in from PDP to APC, thinking APC will give him cover. But it shows just how powerful Wike is in River State. Do you still take his comment as bluffing?
Wike is a featherweight in the political equation of River State. Remove.
Are you sure? I mean, that's not what it's looking like.
I said remove Tinubu from behind him. You now see that Wike is nothing. Seriously.
Well, but it's not as easy as removing Tinubu from beside him, because Tinubu still needs him to help secure the win in River State.
Look, he should be waiting for what will happen in 2027. Because like I've always told you, from the feelers out there, the Nigerian people are fed up with APC and their shenanigans. And so they are going to deal with them at the polls in 2027. That is just the truth. They cannot. They are going to insist on a free and fair election. Solomon, people are going to
How exactly will that happen when there's still controversy trailing the amendment?
Look, you vote and protect your vote. That's what we are telling Nigerians. If they make another mistake with one useless excuse or the other, well, all well for them, or all good for them. But I'm saying that this time around, whatever APC is bringing, you people should match them. They cannot be bigger than the rest of Nigeria. It's not possible. You vote and protect your vote. So that.
But at the same time, too, people would say Wike is not bluffing, because I think Atiku don't exactly have a stronghold in PD in River State. Despite, I mean, it showed in the last general election, despite River State being a PDP stronghold, Atiku did not win in River State in the last general election.
No, don't use that election to make comparison, because it was heavily rigged. Wike said it himself. So many people have said it had a rigged River State election in favor of Tinubu. It's on record.
Okay.
So you cannot use that such a fraudulent result.
And you think the fraud will continue to
No. Evil does not last forever.
Okay.
It can never be.
Well, hopefully Nigerians are as optimistic as you are.
Yes, that's what I'm telling them, so that they will not say nobody told them. Don't say nobody told you.
Okay. Okay, Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for your time. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
My pleasure.
That was Darlington Agomo, a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst. You're still on to VOP TV News. We'll go for a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. It is good to have you back. If you're just tuning in, this is VOP Television Media News. 2 people were rescued by officials of the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LATMA, following a multi-vehicle accident along the motorway in War Tollgate corridor at Ogudu Alakpere on Sunday. The crash involved an articulated truck and a commercial bus. Eyewitnesses said the bus overturned on impact, trapping 8 drivers and a passenger inside the wreckage. LATMA officials arrived at the scene and successfully rescued the victims. The injured occupants were handed over to personnel of the Lagos State Ambulance Service, who provided emergency treatment before taking them to nearby hospital. LATMA urged motorists to drive cautiously, especially on busy highways, and obey traffic regulations to reduce risk of accident. The agency added that investigations into the cause of the crash are ongoing. Authorities of Moshood Abiola Polytechnic, Abeokuta, have expelled 365 students for gaining admission into the institution with forged academic documents. The disclosure was contained in a statement by the Polytechnic's Public Relations Officer, Yemi Ajibola. The affected students enrolled in various higher national diploma programs were found to have submitted fake national diploma results and forged academic transcripts from different institutions to secure admission. Ajibola said the expulsion followed a comprehensive verification exercise of credentials submitted during the admission and registration process. The rector of the Polytechnic, Dr. Koye Jalaosho, warned prospective applicants against using fake academic documents to gain admission. He said the action underscores the institution's commitment to academic integrity, excellence, and transparency. Dr. Jalaosho added that the move is part of efforts to reposition the 47-year-old institution as a model of credibility and professionalism in tertiary education. And out to business news, the Naira closed relatively stable against the US dollar in May 2026, and in a month at 1,372 Naira to $1. These represent a marginal decline of 0.36% from 1,367 Naira recorded at the end of April. However, the local currency posted a stronger year-on-year gain, appreciating from 1,585 Naira 50 kobo to the dollar in May 2025 to 1,372 Naira in May 2026. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed the Naira gained 213 Naira 50 kobo over the period, representing an appreciation of 13.5% against the dollar. Analysts attribute the performance to improving stability in the foreign exchange market, supported by ongoing monetary reforms, strong FX liquidity, and rising investor confidence. The latest figures also caps a relatively stable month, with the Naira trading within a narrow range despite global economic uncertainties and fluctuating demand in the foreign exchange markets. Still on our business news, Nigeria imported 1.1 billion pounds worth of refined oil from the United Kingdom in the 12 months to December 2025, underscoring the country's continued reliance on imported petroleum products despite efforts to boost local refining capacity. According to the latest trade and investment fact sheet released by the UK Department for Business and Trade, refined oil remained the UK's largest export to Nigeria, amounting to 60.5% of total goods exported during the period. The development comes as Nigeria seeks to reduce fuel import through increased local refining, including output from the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and rehabilitated state-owned refineries. The report showed that refined oil export, valued at 1.1 billion pounds, far exceeded all other UK exports to Nigeria. The next largest export category was toilets and cleaning preparations at £70.2 million, followed by textile fabrics at £45.7 million, general industrial machinery at £42.2 million, and beverages and tobaccos at £34.6 million. The data indicates that refined petroleum products generated more export revenue for the UK than the combined value of the next four largest export categories to Nigeria. And now to sports news, Abia State Governor Alex Oti has hosted Super Eagles winger and Abia-born footballer Samuel Chukwueze in Umuahia, where he announced plans to begin construction of the proposed Umuahia Stadium City before the end of the year. Chukwueze visited the government house to thank the governor for his support and presence at the burial of his late mother. Speaking during the visit, Oti said land for the project had been acquired and that feasibility studies were ongoing. He also urged the Abia indigents to take advantage of investment opportunities in the state, assuring them of prosperity and priority consideration. The governor praised Chukwueze for his achievements and for projecting a positive image of Abia State, while also condoning with him over the loss of his mother. In his response, Chukwueze commended the governor's developmental efforts, noting visible improvements across the state, particularly in road infrastructure. The AC Milan winger described the proposed Stadium City as a major boost for sports development, saying it would create opportunities for young talent and promote sports activities in the state. Still in our sports news, players at the 2026 FIFA World Cup will no longer be allowed to leave the pitch to receive tactical instructions while a goalkeeper is being treated for injury. FIFA's head of referee, Pelugi Colina, announced the measure ahead of the tournament. The directive is aimed at coaching instructions, disrupt opponents' momentum, and slow the pace of matches. Under the new rule, players must remain on the pitch while medical personnel attend to the goalkeeper. Colina said coaches of all 48 participating teams have been informed that referees will strictly enforce the directive during the tournament. He added that referees will manage each situation, but players who move towards the technical area will not automatically face punishment. And now to business news, to international news rather. Some Nigerian musicians have joined calls for the rescue of pupils, students and teachers kidnapped by gunmen from Baptist Nursery and Primary Schools, Yawota Community Grammar School and LA Primary School, Isiele, all in Oriri local government area for your state on May 15, 2026. Singer Victory, in a post on X, urged President Bola Tinubu to address the country's insecurity and secure the release of all kidnapped victims, especially children. Similarly, the video said he was deeply saddened by the abduction and the continued ordeal of the victims in captivity. He stressed that the worsening insecurity must not be allowed to persist. Timaya also called on the presidency to take urgent action to tackle the growing security challenges across the country. And that's all we have for you on the midday news on VOP television. But before we go, do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage, request photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. And that's the midday news on Voice of the People Television. I'm Solomon Ofem. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
For the people. We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị
ka ha mee nke ha anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na mbụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwa ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma.
Cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on 29 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
And yes, welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's another week to stay inspired. This is the Spotlight Show and it's happening here on Vop Tv, the place where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I'm your beautiful and amazing host, Precious Akimanu, aka call me Prezi. As it waiting, as it be. And yes, guess what? Today, as special as it be, I'm not doing this alone. I'm here with my darling that has joined me. She left me for let's calculate the time, for 2 to 3 weeks, I guess so. So she has joined me today with all the smiles. Well, what I'm happy is that I know say she don't carry goodies come back. So no shaking. My baby is joining me.
Are you sure you saw the goodies bag?
Please calm down. At least
now leave me waka come.
Hey. All the hype I don't give this girl. Wait till you want to serve me breakfast.
At least I came with a hug.
On national TV.
No,
they hold you.
I came with a hug. Something I've been missing for.
I bet hold the hug.
When I was not around, you could not smile like this. So do you agree with me?
Wow. All right. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very
Tell
much.
Tell me how this week, and I don't even need to ask you how you're feeling because
I've been doing fine.
Because this glow says everything.
The Lord has been good. Know that kind good.
I say there's extra to this glow that's been good. Maybe we know where they put our leg now.
Well,
they said make una cut soap. I mean, the cut soap not finished now. Maybe we know if the soap.
Who they cut the soap? I beg I did yourself. I need soap.
See, person who talk say he won't cut soap for me. You know, you want to
ironically, on my way down to the office today, one woman was busy selling soap in the bus. I can't hear her say, this kind of soap they sell inside bus.
I tell you.
May not be say, nah, Abakaleke soap. And people were buying. I'm like, really? Are these people this desperate
to get?
Like seriously, it was really a no-no for me because I don't feel like anybody can come and tell me what God is that I don't know already for myself. So if you want soap, go buy your bathing soap.
Hey, Lord of Jesus.
Baby.
No verse. Now just talk.
You look good, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Actually left me and I'm still glowing. Hello.
No. Now until I come this morning, your spark returned. Let's be honest.
You know, when you are not happy this time around, and even Savior can even testify to that.
Well, is that our Lord Savior?
You know the Savior I'm talking about.
I don't know anything. I'm Jesus, baby. Anything outside Jesus.
Okay, you know, during the week has been a lot. And yes, we have talked about a lot of things. Trust me, a lot have happened this week. And the good things, and also...
Even when it was good, some people were sad about it. Because I think I know where you're going to. Okay. Because I don't... at least he has a new name now. Lum Lum. Hi, Lum Lum.
Oh my God.
That name caught me off guard. Like when the lady said, and I call him Lum Lum, I say, Lum Lum.
See, the truth is that this is actually where the part where we talk about marriage. When you see, if you don't have a name you call, only you.
But Lum Lum, Bawo, Azar now.
Which my Lum Lum? Is this Lum Lum?
Where people say don't give her a nickname. Do you know her nickname? Oriente. Know what Oriente means in Yoruba? Someone who is closer to the ground, but not up to the sky. Something like that.
People should leave her.
We left her
beauty in the eyes of the eyes of the beholder.
Pretty.
She's beautiful.
Very pretty, but she's Oriente.
I just tired. You see the fact where wait till you carry come back.
Well,
I war and
I'm my full energy zone.
This energy shock me.
Branded. You know when you chop life.
But this is a reminder that we need to actually, start being on the line because a lot of weddings are happening.
Wait, it's the fact that people are sad that somebody finally snatched him away from them. But slide into his DM. Like she's sliding into his DM.
I don't understand.
Did you people bother to slide into his DM? Or did you slide and you were unslided?
Well, please. This is where I want to talk about marriages. And guess what? Yes, popular gospel singer at Bakare Boluwatife Oluwatobi, popularly known as BBO, has gotten married to his love of his life, Tolamise Taiwo Priscilla, and ending the months of speculations about his relationship because people don't need to talk put mouth for waiting to consign them. this is where he just said, I am off the market.
The one way shocked me be say they have been dating since 2023.
My sister, when I heard the news, I
said,
hey, these people,
especially the dark skin ones,
see,
like Savior.
Let's talk about love. This is giving. It's giving what?
Wait, any man will say we dark skin like Savior now run.
I don't understand.
And now dark skin man, now them do that kind of thing since 2023. And people are still crushing on him.
I think God beg you. This war where they start with Savior. I don't tell.
No, I'm Savior, our Lord Jesus, and they follow talk. Oh.
This
which
war,
Savior they refer to?
You don't mention Savior since.
No, Jesus is our Lord Savior. That's the portion of the Bible that I remembered.
Our Lord Savior. This is a reminder that you are supposed to be in this. You are supposed to be on the lane.
We don't know if I'm still single with you. So say me with the single.
Hey! See bullets. Straight one at that. I go just say like this, bullet go just say touch me.
No, I did not say I'm not single. But you don't know if I am
single. No.
So don't carry me with you.
Jesus.
Say me the single.
Auntie, that statement alone that you have already said, it just shows us that there's somebody. Oh, well. Wherever you are, wherever you are,
wherever you go.
Wherever you are, wherever you are,
wherever you go. Don't marry
God. God. I feel like tearing up right now.
It's a beautiful thing. And that lady is so pretty. Her dress is wow.
You know when I always say Precious, they always say Precious. You too like venting.
Precious do make a chop rice.
Which kind talk be that one?
If you cook the jollof rice, if you don't want to do the wedding.
Now that rice won't choke you so. Alright. We're going to go over to the comment section. You see, a lot of people are already happy and excited about
BBO's some people are
wedding.
Sad. Saying
that is their sadness.
Saying their heart was broken. I wanted to ask, is the glass? I've been a plastic heart yet. I've been a wooden heart yet. Where did they break?
We feel use Arajite, Abi.
Oh, you go.
Come and back. But sorry, no best. Your own will come. Your man will
your own lum
will
is on its way.
But right now, the truth
slide
is
into their DM.
The truth is that BBO is off the market. And
very
he's actually enjoying right now.
It's a pretty one.
With the lovely wife. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what our fans have for us. Because trust me, a lot of people are so happy for BBO. And come to think of it, it's the way that he not even mentioned that he's getting married. It was later, everybody started saying, bah, bah, bah.
Oh, well, picture. No, now you don't tell us, say, now in friends, no saying they do wedding.
Ah, Jesus.
Oh, Chioma Vivian
said, congratulations.
Congratulations, Oremo, Orewa.
They don't put Oremo Orewa.
Yeah, we
you call the put that one. And Molade official said, this is great news. Congratulations, fam. Your home is blessed in Jesus' name. Amen.
Molade, you know, then do you take put the farm? I wanted to be sure.
Fam, I like
fam.
Family now.
Are you guys family?
But only the rate of weddings this year,
it's amazing.
It's amazing and shocking.
You know, because I mean, not shock me. Be like marry, be like no marry.
It's because that you have been seeing a lot of weddings now. That's why you're saying no shocking, no shocking.
Well,
see, auntie,
don't worry.
Truth is that
now until my own come, now I go no say marriage thing. Everybody can get married. I'm not married yet, so
you can't.
Exactly. I'm happy for them, but
you're not shocked.
You get what's shocking about it? BBO was never my crush, so I was never even shocked. I did not even know that he's not married before. When I heard it, I said, "Oh, he's finally getting married." That's all.
It's the thing that
he's your own crush.
Where this one now come from?
You could not even say no, so that means I'm on spot.
You're not on any spot, Guinea. Come out from there.
We're on Spotlight, actually.
What? Yes, we're on Spotlight. Actually.
Yes, I'm on Spot.
You're not. This girl. Oh my God. But come to think of it, has any of your friends actually, gotten married and maybe didn't mention to you or tell you that, oh, I'm getting
No, I don't. My circle is very short, very, very small. So I don't have friends that is going to treat me that way. Because if you try it, I'm going to treat you fuck up. No, I'm very blunt.
Well,
my friends they know me very well. I mean, okay, I remember a friend of mine a couple of years ago was bragging before. We all know she's in a serious relationship. And then she came up and said, hey, people should start contributing money. My schedule will be 50K. That was 2022. I looked at her, I said, see, I will not come for your wedding. And everyone like, I said, do you know why? 50K is not the problem. Why are we doing 50K? I look at her net worth. She will want to carry 50K. She never chop. Now you want me to go sacrifice a whole 50,000 naira, and then I was in my finals. So I just thought I won't come for your wedding.
I actually don't have issues. Maybe when you get married and you want to get married and maybe the engagement has been done and you will just start seeing pictures and
But that person is not your friend.
I mean,
that person is your friend.
Come on,
no. Wait. We have a table here. Let's place things on the table. Is the person your friend?
The person is my friend.
Maybe
that person
to you, the person is your friend, but to the person, you are not the person's friend. Because I remember a friend of mine got engaged in the bedroom, which is not even public yet. The minute the guy slipped the ring into her finger, we saw a group ASAP. And she kind of say, my guy just did this now.
There are lots of
You're planning. That's friendship.
There are lots of people that are really secretive.
And not with friends.
Oh, wait. Even with friends.
You be like say you want to do them.
No. And they tell you.
Try and with me, I will show you Pepe. I'm telling you on national TV. I'm gonna show you.
Blood of Jesus, they have come for me.
That's the truth. Why are we calling ourselves friends?
Actually, Savior will save me.
No,
from your hand.
He
will save me.
Savior can save you from others, but not from me. Because Savior is the one right behind me.
Hey.
You are the third party in this whole saga.
I think he will be the one to settle this matter. when we because tell me, he is for me. He's always for me.
Well,
yes,
he is always for you after.
No,
after
we cannot be dragging this thing. I don't understand.
Okay, but on a more sincere note, there's a reason why we're called friends. Okay, so I think we mistake a lot of people and call them friends.
Yeah,
there are people that are just colleagues. There are people that are just classmates. There are people that are just neighbors. People that are just acquainted. They are not friends. But when you use the terms friendship, it means someone who is close to being a sister to you. So I don't call everybody my friend. I don't use that term generally. If I tell you, say, Precious, you're my friend, carry drum. Because you have easily evaded so many stages and arrived at a stage that after my family, you're next. That's what friendship means to me. I don't know what friendship means to some people. So if you want to be secretive, even when I want to do a very minimal wedding where I want very few persons, the few persons I'm referring to are my family and friends. And peradventure, I want to do only family. Naturally, I would inform my friends, so I'm getting married. But it's just my family and his family. After family, this thing, me and my friends are still going out to ball now. That's the truth.
Okay.
So even if the marriage is supposed to be so small, that it's just family, I am telling you, me, you, to one another, we would have our friendship hangout. Because why come you don't know my man?
Okay.
What kind of friends are we that we don't know each other's man? What if I am now?
Let me tell you something.
Your man, something I don't know.
You know, I had this one friend that actually she's friends with everybody. Like I mean, I didn't have issues. I didn't
with everybody.
No, I feel that
she's jovial, she's easygoing,
do you understand?
always smiling.
But there are people that are really secretive, and I saw her as that person. She doesn't want to tell you that she's getting married till she got married, and later everybody saw that she actually got married. And it was during her child education that she was able to tell me that, I've given birth. Oh, can you come for my child education?
No, I will not go.
I actually went for it.
No, you are too free. You know, I used to tell you that you are too free spirited.
But is
and
it
people
true?
kind of take advantage of that.
It's not about taking advantage of it. I feel it's her world. She invites you what she wants.
I know she no.
He wasn't tell me everything.
You wait, not tell me. No,
it's just like someone traveling outside. It's just like someone. You know,
a friend of mine, not a friend actually, a colleague of mine did something similar.
Yeah.
She gave me a different version.
Yeah.
Saying, "Oh, I'm leaving because of this."
Okay.
And you know, now when I sit down and hear information, somebody who didn't know she didn't tell me. Now said, "Oh, the engagement was this." I smiled. And I was calling her to ask updates about the information she gave me.
Yeah.
Oh, how is this going? How are you doing? How is this faring? So finally, when I learned she got married, I didn't say anything. Then she called me. I was trying to be different. I said, sorry.
Oh, I just feel
Let's,
this
no,
energy
it,
for
no,
energy.
it's not. No, it's not. No, this is my own standpoint. I just told her, I said, see, we're your colleagues. Let it be there. Anything outside work, I'm not concerned. She felt bad. She wanted to start her apology. I said, no, I don't need your apology. On my list, you're off. I don't cut people off on a branch that you can resprout. I cut it from the roots. Who does that?
The thing is, I basically follow people the way they follow me.
No, I don't have to follow you.
Let's do it this way. If you invite me, I go. If you don't invite me,
how many invites
I
I never go? My darling says, "Gbomo wa kino wo lo noni. Carry pikin come greet me na money you go spend."
Even Igbo people say onye kele soni kele ya. If you greet somebody,
interpret well.
Na him they talk now. If you greet somebody, that person too will greet you too. So it's just like that. I feel it's hour for hour. If you invite me for your wedding, definitely I will go for it. If you don't invite me, I will stay in my house.
Hello, baby. If you still invite me, I still no come.
Well, actually, that's true. Okay.
What if I'm not available?
All right, we're still talking about BBOs. Trust me, it's a beautiful thing to see that he has actually tied the knot, and we're all saying congratulations to gospel singer BBO and his wife Tolamise. It's a beautiful thing. Tolamise, right? It's beautiful.
Moving on.
Moving on. All right, to our next.
Priscilla, where is Abiko? Which of
now Priscilla the call since
better because you don't say Kabbalah.
All right, moving on. Our next topic, we're talking about Nigerian singer Adekunle Gold has added another Changan CS95 SUV to his car collections. And yes, this news has been widely spread, and a lot of people and fans are excited and saying congratulations to Adekunle Gold and his family. See, this people just pepper us this week.
Pepper them. They
have been peppering me, especially. They have been peppering me because.
How did they bring pepper spray to you?
Yeah, to see now.
Hey, go buy your own.
See now, and come to think of it, throughout this since last month, Baba just they buy. What is going on?
He has worked. Let him enjoy his money.
I beg now, who work go chop? But it's really, really.
This guy is screaming and luxury. Somebody say power. So the people.
Why they put that for the people? But come to think of
that guy is looking.
Adekunle Gold and CV, they've been giving me.
I wanted to ask him why did you go alone? Why you're not having fair girls around with gold hair? Are they trying to?
I don't understand. That person will want show and motor now. Why you call it?
Why is the person? Why isn't a man that's showing that car? Simi is not there.
Hey, well, Simi not there. So now people where they support you.
Exactly. We are your hard fans.
You want to break somebody's head because of a...
Exactly. Why are you the one? The lady is smiling too much. His car, they ask you, you are even shaking him.
Hey!
What's the shake for?
God,
is it your car? You are just the sales representative. I bet they do.
Well, let's
call the company. Why is he a lady? Why is he not a man? No, why is he not a man? The lady can't they smile, can't they shake him?
Moving on.
And she's fair again. She's wearing armless. She's wearing good hair. Auntie, take your time.
She should not be armless.
Next time, let it be a man that will introduce Adekunle Gold, please.
Okay.
What's that?
To all the fans of Adekunle Gold.
Let's know what we are doing.
Like this one that is advocating for. I don't know what.
She can't even start. See her smile. Hello, move back.
Oh my God.
To the left.
See, please. I beg. I don't know what she defined, but let's go. We are really focused on Adekunle's new ride, and this is really lovely. See, poverty is a waiting. You don't even feel complete now. But trust me.
Because if you go complete and poverty can't slap you again, top the one way you do.
See, I love good things when I see it. This is not the one I'll talk now. They will not say, press you.
No, we know you are vain. But this one is a good
let me be vain in peace.
There's no peace for the wicked.
I cannot be wicked and be vain at the same time. I'm vain and good. I'm saying it with my full chest. See, when you see good things, please appreciate it like
I want to ask, I want to make a request. Adekunle, can I get a ride? No, I can never like you as a man. You are married to my person. No, it's not my spec. I'm sorry.
It's not your spec.
No, it's not my spec.
It's your fan. But it's the person you are.
No, it's not I'm not his fan, no.
Yeah, you know his fan.
No, I'm the wife's his fan, Ken. If thanks to say marry my person, even now for no like him. That time when they sing, I not to like his song now. Until I still say a day with my person, I can't still say, I transfer love.
Become one. If you like,
I transfer the love, but I'm not his fan.
As far as you have transferred love,
Do you know?
now
Ironically, I think one of most of his music I listen to are the one that the Simi features in. It's until I think just this my holiday. Let's just even check out. I can hear the song randomly.
Yeah,
but it's not my fault.
People where they do fan and fanless and fan base.
My dear, no
well done, no. But
yes, it's not easy to love someone who has talent. Funny enough, he's also talented. But I think when it comes to the masculine area of music, I would go for someone like Daria Talade before Adekunle Gold.
That's a nice pick.
But that's the truth. I'll go for someone like Daria Talade before Adekunle Gold. But one thing Adekunle Gold has been doing recently that is wowing my entire being is the Fuji aspect that is trying to infuse back. Because somehow Fuji is going into extinct. When I mean extinct, I don't mean that they're no longer taking it. But we kind of look at it in the Raz way, because there are certain artists that has to do some certain things before they sing Fuji, and the way they make it come out. You will not want to have a sophisticated gathering and you want to call those kind of people. But someone like Adekunle Gold could be invited for a sophisticated gathering and he will sing Fuji. So I think that's one thing he's doing recently. And I want to give that back to Simi, my love. Obviously, you're doing well in this guy's life. Before you came in, you don't know him. That time was just a graphic designer following them and imaging himself with Rihanna. But now he can see himself with Rihanna. Marry well.
No vessel. Waiting.
But now the truth. Now he said go. You know go deny her now. That time now graphics in the draw. You got a picture himself with all the celebrity. That time you could not buy now. That time you could not buy. What are you saying? Thanks to Simi your life, we know, right?
Which one be thanks to Simi? But I invite Simi in the one where she write recently because.
But darling, did you know Simi is not poor? That's just coming from a place of love. So what are we saying?
Who am I? What?
Should we start from their schools? The school both parties went to. What are you saying? Simi went to a private school. Why are you? What was the comparison then?
I'm not comparing.
That's why they say marry well. Adekunle has married well. Married our own person.
No be lie.
PBO now, hopefully your marriage brings out more group fruits, good things.
PBO does the flood ring now. I'm a married man.
Not be by ring now. Married men, they peck.
Not be by what?
Not be by ring. And their character go judge. We go, they watch her now. Before we didn't know you're in a relationship, so we will never watch you now.
Even in relationship, you self not even know stay in the relationship.
That's what we are saying. So that time, even if we see with other ladies, we assume he's trying to toast them, or maybe he's with them. Now that we know he's married, we've got our eyes pegged on him. We're gonna watch him.
I beg. Maybe when I leave married people for married people, leave single people, no, we'll go find our own.
There'll be a fault now. You insult me directly. Call me to the corner.
I'm not calling you to any
come
corner.
On national TV to say,
come back.
I'm single, right? I'm single. Did I kiss somebody?
See, with everything that has been happening, you know that the elections are fast coming.
Yes,
and a lot of things has recently been happening.
A lot.
So part of what is even making me I'm shocked at is the fact that some of our celebrities, basically our Nollywood actors, have actually, ventured into living their career and going into politics.
Shocked. I'm really not shocked because I think last month I did a report on going to some veterans, asking them about their opinions in politics. They've been involved, and from their response, I was already expecting this. Wow. Yes, it was a report that we had then, and we interviewed people, the veterans, and from their response, I was like, okay, these people are about to go into politics. Because I remember Sean George even referring to the fact that in overseas we have a veteran who became a governor of a state, XYZ. Blessing also mentioned the fact that as long as you want to pick up a slot to yourself, you're allowed, that you're human, this is democratic rule of government, XYZ. So seeing them, and even them winning ticket, I hope Nasef go reach there, do the right thing. We're not like one person will reach there, because they bring buckets for us later.
So the fact that I even talk about this basically is because I've seen some of our veteran Nollywood actors. We'll talk about Emeki K. We'll talk about this lady, what's her name, Doris Ogala. Funny enough, Doris Ogala actually came out to vote and to actually come out for the governorship election and for AAC. I think so. But come to think of it, are these people in their right state to actually be in that position if they want to come out for,
okay.
such positions?
So I think for them to want to come out, so many of our Nollywood actors, beyond them being an actor, they have other things. Some of them studied law. Some studied political science. Some have some underground work they've been doing politically.
Okay.
And some feels like they can use their how do I put it? They can convert their online followers to vote. That was safety. He worked for the likes of, what was this? Our former senator now, Ned Wenko.
Yeah.
When the wife supported him, ex-wife actually, supported him and he won and became a senator then.
Yeah.
So, but one of the things I think a lot of people are missing is the fact that it's not about you wanting to be in the affairs of the state, probably as a senator, governor, councillor, house of rep or anything. You have the capacity.
Actually, because there was a video I saw of MKK, lamenting and screaming about the fact that maybe they had an election concerning that, and maybe probably he felt there was a little kind of foul play in rigging the elections. Well, we don't know about that. So, but let's see this video and see what MKK has to say.
This is where we are. As it is, we just came to INEC at area 10. Excuse me, sir. At area 10, and we saw a vehicle carrying those officials of NDC. Very shamefully. The corner, that's behind. I videoed it and I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it. This is where we are. This is where we are. As it is, we just came to INEC at area 10. Excuse me, sir. At area 10, and we saw a vehicle carrying those officials of NDC. Very shamefully. The corner, that's behind. I videoed it and I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it.
Actually a lot, and trust me, I know every one of some of our celebrities are really pushing forward to actually be in these elections and actually probably win. You understand? So we have when we even talk about Cubana Chief Priest, it's actually funny because in all hopes, the City Boy gang or group, I actually felt okay that he was going to win, basically from his music career, or maybe because he's well known. You understand?
That's not politics.
I feel because
That's not politics.
But come to think of it, a lot of people are purpose driven, not looking at the fact that he's because it's his music career, they don't think they want to vote him. Because the last time he actually went to perform somewhere, and people were saying, "Oh, we don't even know your papa," like what they said. So it's so clear. Politics is turning something else. I feel it's going into something that we people need to rise up and talk about. A lot of our celebrities are going into politics, and I'm like saying, are you people really pushed because it's politics, or you just want to go into it? Can you really
or did they see it as a way of making money for themselves?
Exactly.
Oh, okay, I think one of the statements Blessing made when I interviewed concerning veterans venturing into politics, or probably they supporting using their figure as a public figure to support someone into office. He mentioned the fact that at least if someone from Nollywood is there, at least to be able to help them out. I rolled my eyes.
Wow.
Yes, that's not a bad idea, but I don't think that's enough reason for you to want to sit on that seat. I think people need to go back to their drawing board and look at what their capacity can take. It's just like our president, when he wanted to come in, he had a lot of promises for us. Oh, when I'm in, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do this, I'll do that. Obviously, deliverable now, we don't see. And then we started hearing, okay, let me not visit this present president. I remember that of our late ex-president, when he talked about, oh, when I come in, bandits no longer exist, this is da. And when he came, he started up now. The next thing he was saying, cabal are the one not allowing him to work. Didn't you foresee cabal?
Before, yes.
Didn't you think of strategies to overcome cabals? Why then do you have to now want to make throw up like a sympathy card and make us pity you that you are there, you are trying your best? Okay, it's not about your best.
And come to think of it, everything is just happening like
So
so
fast.
quick, so fast.
Yeah.
And I think
No, we are
about the
seeing it so
children
fast.
that we celebrated recently, the Children's Day, and I was so sad because trust me, it's something to celebrate Children's Day and be happy. But seeing that there are some children up to 4 years, 8 years, 5 years in the bush.
Okay, so for that, my take on that is that yes, it saddens my heart that there's so many children that are in the hands of abductors.
Yeah.
But it's ironically how people are placing weight only on it happening recently in the south. This has been like a norm in the north before now, in the east. So why is the south different? Yes, I'm from south also, but is the weight they're placing on it. I'm making it look like it has been happening for decades. It's not just these newly abducted children. They have been Chibok girls. Where are they? How many years ago is that? So I don't see any reason why it's just now that people are now making it look like what happened all this while. Oh, are the Northerners, are they less than the South?
Yes.
Are the Easterners? I remember last year they could not write WAEC because there was a seat home. That means those children missed the calendar year of going to university this year.
Now,
those in South and West and other parts are going.
Yes, and there's a recent video
please,
of the
I don't like
lady,
the way Nigerians are playing.
one of the teachers that was abducted
sympathy.
because she was saying that please, that the government should really come for. And VDM has actually talked about that because basically he's saying, that if the government isn't going to do anything about this, that he has to raise a kind of a GoFundMe account where he can actually understand.
That thing is deeper than that, and that's the honest truth. On a more sincere note, regarding that, it's way, way deeper. It's deeper in the sense that when those children were abducted, it was ironically that people saw them coming into the community and there was no security to challenge. They were saying they assumed. Where did assumption started working with security people?
I think of how these children are 4 years. 4 years for crying out loud.
Well, when I was serving in the north, I know of a baby that was abducted. The mother had to run after them. They did not even see the mother, but the mother had to run after them and let them capture her with the child. This is something. This is not a story because I witnessed it in Jaguari then. The mother had to run after them and say, let them just take her with the baby also. Because if not, how would she know if the baby is even fine? And you know, the one thing they did that time that really messed up my entire thoughts was the fact that there was, after a few days, that woman came back to the community alone, without the child, to come and take food items. Even when the security were trying to order, she said, please, let me just take the food item and go and meet them back. My child is still in their hand. And she gathered food items and left. Until the family paid, I think, a ransom of 3 million naira. Both of them, I think, like 6 million or 7 million naira thereabouts. Then they released both of them. Wow. I could imagine how drained she was mentally. I was pained then. I cried and I was like, what's this? Do we still have in Nigeria? But that's the story for another day. Please, this is entertainment, not politics. Please.
Oh my
I don't
God.
want to be sad. But for all the celebrities that want to go into politics,
please,
I beg, let us know what we are doing.
Seriously,
I beg,
seriously, it's not to come out and be shouting, vote for me, vote for this.
You can let's evaluate them. And that's the truth. Let's be sure they are up to the task. Somebody lost his re-election in Lagos State, and I was hearing a lot of them like, you have been there how many years? Let people come out and mention things you've done. You losing that ticket again? Why are you not making it look like it's your father's? Is your father's a kingship title in your village? Make it make sense.
Well,
but that's Nigeria for you.
To those that are still contesting for the particular position they want, I wish you now well. Good luck, all the best. If you na win, if you na say which one or any party won that day, but if you win, do us well. Don't be to come out they talk plenty things where you go do for Nigeria.
Now
and not doing anything. You know, it's
not
so
visible.
Sad. And it's
giving
not
us
visible.
invisible data. Nigeria became so rich on GDP, and Nigerians are poor.
And to our Nigerians, please, this time around,
shine your eyes.
Very important.
See, your eyes should be on the future.
Please,
let no 5K or 10K distract you. A 5K that will not even buy
very important. Very,
if you want to buy good wrap of shawarma now from a good restaurant, can you do 5K?
Because it's not the now, it's the future.
That children don't even eat your own kind of food.
All right, thank you so much, guys, for joining us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, I actually enjoyed myself. And yes, Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and don't forget to, follow us on all our social media handles at Vop Tv Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Akamani, aka call me Prezi. And I didn't do this alone. I was here with my darling angel.
Ainda Mala Olukutan,
All
your
right.
baby girl for life. And it's bye-bye for now.
Bye for now. See you next time. Bye.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space. bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng. And for WhatsApp, the number is 0904-473-2605. Well, now the news in detail. Ethiopia is holding parliamentary and regional elections today. Analysts expect Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's Prosperity Party to win by a landslide, but voting won't happen in the northern Tigray region. The Electoral Board cites unfavorable conditions there after a civil war from 2020 to 2022 and ongoing political turmoil. More than 50 million Ethiopians are registered to vote. 49-year-old Abiy is seeking to strengthen his hold on power. He was appointed Prime Minister in 2018 after mass protests toppled the long-ruling EPRDF coalition. His Prosperity Party won 410 out of 484 parliamentary seats in the 2021 vote. Prosperity Party candidates have campaigned on the economy. They point to improved food security and growth. Officials project Ethiopia's economy will grow more than 10% in 2026, one of Africa's fastest rates. Ethiopia is Africa's second most populous country. Elsewhere, Guinea is counting votes after Sunday's parliamentary and municipal elections, a key step toward returning to civilian rule after the 2021 coup. Turnout appeared low in Conakry and Lebe, with main opposition parties dissolved in March. Most candidates ran from President Mamadi Doumbouya's camp. One opposition party, Frondeg, reported its candidate was assaulted in Mamou on Saturday night. Critics had urged a boycott, calling the vote a farce. Kenya's Orange Democratic Movement ODM leader Oburu Oginga says he would relinquish his position if his leadership threatened unity in the Luo community. Speaking at an ODM rally at Kirimbe Grounds in Kisumu on Sunday, Oburu urged supporters to protect unity within the party and the region, adding that no individual should be allowed to undermine the community's collective interests. Oburu also addressed his rise to the party's top seat following Raila Odinga's death. He said he did not seek the role and was chosen by party officials through ODM's structures. Away from politics, the United States said on Saturday it was working with Kenyan authorities after Kenya's High Court temporarily halted a proposed Ebola isolation facility. The Office of the U.S. Undersecretary for Foreign Assistance, Humanitarian Affairs and Religious Freedom said it was aware of the court action and is optimistic objections to the facility can be resolved. The office is led by Jeremy P. Lewin. Kenya's High Court suspended the establishment or operation of the facility on Friday, pending a hearing on a constitutional petition. Justice Patricia Inyaundi issued the order after a rights group challenged the project, citing constitutional and public interest concerns. The facility has sparked debate in Kenya amid reports it could be used for U.S. preparedness measures involving American citizens potentially exposed to Ebola during the outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Critics question why a facility tied to American Ebola response plans would be built in Kenya. Supporters say Kenya has long served as a regional hub for public health operations, humanitarian coordination, and disease surveillance. Now, this report says Zambia has declared 2 suspected cases of Ebola. The health ministry said the lab test came back negative. The country is stepping up screening and surveillance after an outbreak in neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. Congolese authorities said on Friday that suspected cases of the rare Bundibugyo strain have risen to 1,028. There is currently no vaccine for that strain. Cases have also been reported in Uganda. Zambia's health ministry warned on Friday there is a high risk of Ebola crossing the border. Now, China will send a team of medical specialists to the Democratic Republic of Congo to help fight the Ebola outbreak there, according to the Foreign Ministry. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian said the Chinese government decided to provide humanitarian assistance to Congo and will continue to do so to the best of its ability. The team will include public health experts from the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention and other institutes, including the Academy of Military Medical Sciences. They will evaluate the situation on the ground, support virus testing, and provide technical help to Congolese counterparts. Chinese health officials say the team will also seek to use a Chinese-developed Ebola vaccine to help control the disease. The vaccine, approved by China's top drug regulator in October, is available in powder form and is reportedly more stable for transport and use in tropical areas. Last month, China donated medicines and medical equipment to the Sino-Congolese Friendship Hospital in Kinshasa. China also sent medical experts and aid to Congo during past Ebola outbreaks. In 2014, Beijing deployed public health professionals to West Africa to help combat Ebola. Since 2018, China has provided multiple rounds of funding, materials, technology, and training for Ebola prevention in African countries. On a more cheery note, 4 nurses in DR Congo have been discharged from a hospital in Bunia after recovering from Ebola. The World Health Organization said they were infected with the Bundibugyo strain of the virus. A lab worker also recovered earlier this week. That brings total recoveries to 5. The WHO said more recoveries are likely if patients are diagnosed early and get treatment. The Democratic Republic of Congo now has 282 confirmed cases and 42 deaths. That is after 19 new cases were recorded, according to the Communications Ministry. Suspected cases linked to travel are also being investigated in Brazil and Italy. Earlier this month, the WHO declared the outbreak in the DRC and Uganda a public health emergency of international concern, saying it does not qualify as a pandemic emergency. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, while on a visit to Bunia on Saturday, said there is currently no licensed vaccine or treatment for the Bundibugyo strain, but he added it could be survived with good medical care. Meanwhile, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, will not close schools in eastern provinces despite an Ebola outbreak that has killed at least 5 students since mid-May. Health Minister Roger Kamba said Saturday the priority is strengthening preventive measures in schools and not shutting them down. The Bundibugyo strain of Ebola is concentrated in Ituri, North Kivu, and South Kivu provinces. The World Health Organization says it has a fatality rate between 30% and 50% amongst confirmed cases. Now, in Somalia, members of both houses of parliament have accused senior military and police officials of serious human rights violations. In a letter to foreign embassies and international representatives on Saturday, the lawmakers specifically named Mahdi Omar Mumin, commander of the Banadir Regional Police Division, along with other senior officers. The MPs are calling for independent investigations into the claims and urging the international community to closely monitor the situation. They want anyone found responsible held accountable. Human rights groups have long raised concerns about abuses by Somalia's security forces, but it is rare for parliamentarians to publicly endorse allegations against high-ranking officials. The letter signals growing pressure on Somali authorities and international partners to address the issue. Elsewhere, Benin's parliament has unanimously passed a reform targeting counterfeit money and the refusal of valid banknotes. The law increases penalties for traders or individuals who reject notes and coins issued by the Central Bank of West African State, including those that are slightly damaged but still legal. Refusing legal tender or charging excessive fees to exchange it can now bring fines and prison time. Counterfeiting or falsifying banknotes and coins carries 10 to 20 years in prison. Offenders also face fines up to 10 times the value of the seized currency, with a minimum of 20 million CFA francs, about $35,550. Transporting, possessing, importing, or circulating fake currency now brings 5 to 7 years in prison. The Finance Committee chair said the bill modernizes sanctions, addresses new financial crimes, and aligns Benin with West African Monetary Union guidelines. Officials said the move aims to cut transaction delays and boost confidence in the CFA franc. Now, Switzerland's finance ministry is appealing a court decision that overturned the 100,000 Swiss franc fine against former Credit Suisse executive Lara Warner. Now, the fine, worth about $127,000 was for failing to report suspected money laundering linked to the collapse of Mozambique's economy. Last week, the Federal Criminal Court struck the ministry's 2025 penalty. The court said the case against Warner, Credit Suisse's former chief compliance officer, had exceeded the statute of limitations. The ministry's original order said Warner did not report a transfer of about $7.8 million in March 2016 to Swiss anti-money laundering authorities. The funds moved from Mozambique's finance ministry to a Credit Suisse account in Switzerland and shortly after to an account in the United Arab Emirates. You are still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We now have joining us right here in the studio for the news analysis segment, Darlington Agamo. He is a lawyer and a political affairs analyst. Thank you for joining us today. Good afternoon to you.
My pleasure.
All right, then. Let's take a look at some of the issue. I'd like us to begin in Benin Republic, where there are stiff penalties for anyone who runs a racket of counterfeit currencies, anyone who tries to manufacture it, anyone who tries to refuse legal tender. Would you say this is commendable, and would you want to see this replicated across other African states?
That was in Mozambique, Abi?
That was in Benin Republic.
Oh, Benin Republic. Every country has the right to control their currency or their fiscal policies. So, if they feel that doing such a thing will bring sanity in their financial sector, who am I to challenge them? They know the reason for bringing such a policy. But I'm telling you, it cannot go around African states. It is strictly for Republic of Beninians. And so, whatever reason they may give or they may adduce to doing that, it doesn't concern all African states because such measure has not been known to help the financial instruments of most African states. And that is a fact. At least I know of my Nigeria. If every other African countries implement such, Nigeria will never. So it cannot be a general thing for everybody.
All right, some would say never say never. There is nothing that is impossible. But I want us to talk about the response to the resurgence of Ebola in certain parts of Africa, especially in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But before we go to Congo, let's go to Kenya, where a court has blocked the establishment of a facility, kind of like a quarantine facility in Kenya. This was actually backed and financed by the United States. The people who are against it, critics believe that, this particular facility would be used to house people in the U.S. who contract Ebola. Then they'll be transported to Kenya. And that is the reason why they asked that it will be blocked. What's your take on that?
This is an insult of the highest order. You see, this Donald Trump and the way he treated African states is very appalling, seriously. If not for the type of leadership we have in Africa and in Kenya in particular, how dare him? That means the people that deserve to die are Africans, but not Americans. There is no reason why such a thing should happen. If you have such disease in your country, you should be treated in your country, not transported to Kenya. Can you imagine? Transported to Kenya. And I'm telling you, by the time they see the dollar component that comes with it, they will say, no problem, let them come. And that is it. Anyway, thank God the court has blocked it. Americans should be treated in America. That is my take here.
Well, the critics are questioning why a facility that is tied to American Ebola response plans will be built in Kenya. But supporters are saying, well, Kenya has long served as a regional hub for public health operations, humanitarian coordination, and disease surveillance. So why should it stop now? It also brings to bear the broader question of why it seems that some African countries and their leaders are always so quick to accept whatever it is that is thrown to them from outside the shores of the continent by some European superpower countries.
Don't compare incomparables. The disease control that Kenya have been used as a surveillance center, does it include diseases like Ebola? It doesn't. Seriously, it doesn't. And why should Americans be transported to Kenya for treatment? When they were doing this survey, have you seen such a thing before? If you are coming to assist Africa through Kenya as a regional hub to monitor disease control, fine. But not transporting your own people into Kenya. What are you? I mean, I don't get it. At what point did that begin to happen? That means if the people want to spread Ebola, they should spread it in Kenya, not in America. That's just a simple explanation. This is not the way to go about assisting a country or a continent. They should resist it with everything they have, forgetting about the money that comes with it. They should resist it. Because when they were doing this program before, it did not include this particular incident. That whenever anybody in America contracts this infectious disease, the person shall be transported to Kenya and be treated in Kenya. It's an insult. If we bring our own people in America, will they treat them? Will they accept them? Ordinary people that went for this their jihadists fighting in Syria and everywhere. America has now designed 2 airports in America where anybody coming into America from anywhere must stop and they'll be vetted before they enter America. Is that not true? Why are they doing that? That is, I'm not talking about people that contracted anything. They just don't want to see anyhow person inside America. And now you are transporting disease-infected human beings into Kenya. And from Kenya, they will spread to other African countries. No. Donald Trump, you are overreaching yourself.
Well, okay. Let's now look at China actually preparing to deploy medical team to Congo amid the deadly Ebola outbreak. There is no gainsaying the fact that the DRC needs all the help it can get, looking at all the cases of Ebola we've seen there and also the number of people who have died from the disease. It's also being said that this particular strain has no vaccine yet. Again, we are back to receiving help from outside the shores of the continent. In this report, we hear that in 2014, China actually helped with Ebola response efforts in Africa and also in 2018.
I am beginning to think that whenever these pharmaceutical companies abroad, whenever they want to cash out, they will introduce one of these deadly diseases. They will introduce this in Africa. And then Africans will start looking for money to go and buy the drugs from them. This one that has no strength now, imagine what will happen when they now produce it. When they now produce it, how expensive it will be. Meanwhile, the thing is ravaging African people. Why must it be Africa? Whenever they want to do this experiment with their drugs, they will look for something or somebody to use it on. And then after a while, they will now find the cure after cashing out. Imagine how much that will be involved in these things now. Because they will be all the pharmaceutical companies, they will all be running helter-skelter, looking for cure, looking for vaccine. And immediately they produce it, they will not tell you how much it is. The money will start rolling into their pockets. I mean, these guys, anyway, it's unfortunate. If African leaders have my mindset, these things will end. I'm not joking, it will end. Each time they will introduce one deadly disease and be looking for the cure.
You know, isn't it a little far-fetched to say that a disease is being intentionally introduced in order to get a cure for money-making purposes? I mean, that is one conspiracy theorist that you see people who are against Big Pharma actually talk about. But Ebola has been here before. Is it a wonder that it developed a different strain that there is currently no vaccine for?
Yes, that is it. This one that does not have a cure, is it not part of the Ebola disease? So how come? Up to today, has anybody come out to tell us what is COVID-19? Up to today, has anybody come out and tell us this is where this thing came from? Up to today. But look at the damage that thing did to the economy of the world in 2020. Is that not true? That's what I'm talking about. Look at how much the world lost to that thing. How come up to today, nobody, not even WHO, has come out to say this? At least Ebola, yes, we can hazard a guess where it's coming from and all that. But that of COVID-19, and you think they have stopped, Abi? Just wait. Either by the end of this year or next year, whether they will not introduce one thing or the other.
You are anticipating another pandemic.
I am very sure.
Another public disease.
I am sure. That is how they make their money.
You are sure? Do you have inside scoop?
I said I've not told you now.
You have inside scoop from someone who is involved?
Or
you're just saying based on trends or what we've seen recently?
Yes, from their fruits we shall know them. These pharmaceutical companies, how do they make their money? If they don't do this thing, how do they make their money? That is what we are telling you here. If Africa should find a cure, they will say, no, that one is crude, it's barbaric. It is their own that is always working, their own vaccine. Nothing good comes from Africa. It is always their own.
All right. One might say it's a little pessimistic, but looking at how it's going with this new strain that has no vaccine, would you expect that other African countries, especially those close to Congo, would actually be taking preventive measures before it gets to their doorsteps? Yesterday, we got reports that, I think that was on Saturday actually, that Lagos and some other states in Nigeria are already beefing up in anticipation that anything at all could happen. This response, is it what you expect or is it too low? Would you say there has been enough sensitization or none at all? Aren't there Nigerians and other African citizens that do not even know that Ebola is back so that they can take the necessary precautions?
The precautions are already with us by our nature. By our nature and by our lifestyle. Some of these diseases is not our portion. Seriously. When COVID-19 came out, everybody saw how Africans and Nigerians resisted it by the nature of our lifestyle. That is the only antidote we need. The way we eat and the food we eat is not the same thing with that of the white man. And so, whether they planned it for us, the thing now backfired. Because the wife of Bill Gates said that Africans will be dropping on the streets. Eventually, it was them over there in the European country that were dropping on the streets. How did it happen? That will tell you that naturally we are immune by the food we eat, the vegetables we eat. These are natural medicines. But tell African scientists now to produce something that will, fortify us, something that will prevent us from it. They will, they say no, it's barbaric. They will find a way to counter it, to make sure that you buy their drugs. These things are conspiracy theories that are going on out there. Seriously. It's going on out there, but we will never see it. What our scientists will produce, they will not agree. They will not agree until you patronize their own so that you will spend money. Are you telling me that somebody who is vast in this natural medicine cannot put one or two leaves together to give us an antibody that will protect us from these things? There are people that can do it, but they will not accept it. They will never accept it. That's the truth.
All right, then I want us to quickly go to Somalia, where both houses of parliament has actually accused high-ranking military and police officers of human rights abuses. These are concerns that has been echoed by people in the international community and some within Somalia. But the report says it's the first time that the legislature, the country's legislature, would actually re-echo these accusations and try to find an end to it. Is this something that you are proud about? That this legislature is not trying to cover up what they believe to be human rights crimes and abuses against the people in the country, but rather trying to throw it out on the open so that they can actually catch perpetrators and, of course, let justice be served?
Sorry, which country is this?
Somalia.
Good. You see, a country that is ravaged by war, I don't even know whether that country has had a stable government in one straight year. And so when things like this are coming up, the only thing we can do is to encourage them. At least if they can get it right with their parliament, that means there is a flicker of light coming. If they can get it, if the parliament can do the needful, it will give hope to the people. So that human rights and whatever, all other things will follow. Because if the parliament is not truthful to the people, then of what use is the government they are serving? Of what use is the people they are serving? So I can only encourage them. Let the parliament, yes, let them have one voice on this particular matter. So that good governance can come from them. Then the executive will follow. Because the executive cannot do anything without the parliament. So if they can get it right with the parliament, every other thing will definitely follow.
All right, then we want to thank you for coming on the African News today. We surely do appreciate your insight, your perspectives, and your analysis on the issues in the news this afternoon.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you very much. All right, you have been watching the African News on Voice of the People television. We'll take a short break, and when we return, Ethiopia's bondholders reject new offer. Some threaten legal action. These and more stories coming your way right after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back. In Ethiopia, a group of bondholders says it is open to new proposals after rejecting the government's latest offer to restructure its defaulted $1 billion international bond. The group said on Monday some members intend to pursue legal action. Ethiopia's debt restructuring hit another setback last week when bondholders rejected a reworked offer meant to satisfy bilateral lenders. Ethiopia opted to restructure its debt in 2021 and defaulted in 2023. It reached a preliminary deal with bondholders in January, but the official creditor committee, co-chaired by France and China, said the deal did not meet the comparability of treatment principle. The rule requires borrowers to seek similar terms from all creditors. In this report, Africa's external debt is heavily concentrated, with 10 countries owing a combined $543.58 billion as of 2025. World Bank and IMF data shows South Africa and Egypt hold over 60% of that total. South Africa leads with $200.31 billion, followed by Egypt at $163.91 billion. Nigeria ranks third at $51.86 billion, using foreign borrowing to support government spending and foreign reserves. Analysts say the real pressure is on smaller nations. Liberia owes just $1.63 billion, but that equals 31.21% of its GDP. That leaves less room in the budget for services as debt payments take up a larger share of national income. We now take you straight into the world of business on the African news, where South Africa's factory sentiment eased in May as activity and demand slowed but remained in expansionary territory for a second straight month. A Purchasing Managers Index PMI survey sponsored by Absa Bank showed the seasonally adjusted PMI fell to 50.8 in May from 52.6 in April. A reading above 50 indicates expansion. Absa said manufacturers benefited in April from demand brought forward ahead of expected cost increases, but that effect faded in May. The bank added that both activity and demand softened while input costs continued to challenge manufacturers due to a weaker rand and higher international oil prices. Production moved back into contraction. The business activity index fell to 43.5 in May from 52.8 in April. New sales orders also dropped to 44.6 from 52.9. Meanwhile, South African food producers Tiger Brands reported a small rise in half-year earnings Monday and warned it may raise prices due to supply chain risks tied to geopolitical uncertainty, including the Iran war. The maker of All Gold Ketchup and Jungle Oats says shoppers are still prioritizing affordability in a highly competitive market. Headline earnings per share from continuing operations rose 0.6% to R9.80 in the 6 months ended March 31. That's up from a restated R9.74 a year earlier. Revenue increased 1.3% to 17.9 billion rand, or about $1.1 billion. The growth was driven by volume rising 2.6%, while prices fell 1.3%. Excluding discontinued products and sold businesses, normalized volume growth was 4.5%. Tiger Brand said its gross margin improved to 32.1% from 29.8%. The company credited lower raw material costs in key categories, factory efficiencies, and savings on recipes and packaging. And now to sports. South Africa will depart for the World Cup today, 1 day later than planned. Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie confirmed on Sunday that all Bafana players received their visas for U.S. travel. The team was set to fly to its training base in Pachuca, Mexico on Sunday. The charter flight was postponed while the South African Football Association, SAFA, worked to resolve paperwork issues. The assistant coach, team doctor, head of security, and one analyst are still waiting for visas, according to McKenzie. He added that the charter will leave today. McKenzie criticized SAFA over the delays, calling the situation embarrassing and unfair to the players and the staff. Elsewhere, Liverpool star Mohamed Salah will captain Egypt's final squad for the 2026 World Cup next month. Coach Hossam Hassan announced the team on Saturday. There were a few surprises. One was 18-year-old striker Hamza Abdel Karim, who is on loan from Al Ahly to Barcelona's reserve side. Manchester City forward Omar Mamouche is expected to lead Egypt's attack. He scored 8 goals in 36 games for City this season. Egypt opens its World Cup campaign against Belgium on June 15th in Seattle. Group G also includes New Zealand and Iran. The team plays its final warm-up match against Brazil on June 6th in Ohio. And that's all on the African news. Thank you so much for watching. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and across other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If no witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Chioma Innocent. Good afternoon.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
My name is Vop Tv, and here's to Vop Tv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop Tv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop Tv. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, Go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Lagos State is stepping up efforts to ensure every resident has access to affordable health care with the formal inauguration of the Lagos State Health Scheme Enforcement Team. The move marks the beginning of full implementation of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's executive order, making enrollment on the Ilera Social Health Insurance Scheme mandatory. Officials say the policy is designed to end out-of-pocket spending that has often forced families into financial hardship during medical emergencies. The head of service, Olabode Agoro, says enforcement will begin within ministries, departments, and agencies before extending to local governments and private sectors.
A strategic engagement with heads of agencies was convened on the 11th of December 2025 to secure institutional ownership of the executive order and ensure alignment across government MDAs. The engagement was facilitated by the Parastatals Monitoring Office, and it provided a unified platform to clarify expectations, harmonize approaches, and build a common understanding enforcement framework.
He adds that such civil servants must now present proof of enrollment during monthly staff audits, with salaries at risk for those who fail to comply.
For any staff, the salary will be withheld.
At the federal level, the Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, Dr. Kelechi Ohire, praised Lagos for aligning with the national drive for health sector reform, describing insurance as a key tool in preventing what he calls health poverty.
When I heard that today the enforcement team was going to be inaugurated, I decided to fly into Lagos this morning, not just to witness it, but also to offer our support and solidarity as we move this forward.
Officials of the Lagos State Management Agency say the scheme offers a range of plans, including options for senior citizens and residents in the diaspora, to ensure inclusivity and sustainability. The state government says the enforcement team will operate with professionalism as Lagos moves closer to achieving universal health coverage. I am Monica Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
For many Korope and Keke Marwa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, and if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something, to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price, to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
All right, good day and welcome to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters, and it is always a pleasure having you join us on the show. You know, Health Check is usually where we shine the light on your health, your well-being, you know, elevate really. And you can always watch us live on YouTube at Vop Tv Live and on SLTV channel 264, wherever you are watching from. So today is quite an interesting episode, a very special one at that. I'd love to call it Children Special, something like that. Okay, so today we are going to focus on our beautiful and adorable kids. You know, Children's Day may have just passed, but today we want to continue a conversation that goes beyond celebration. Because when we talk about children, we are really talking about the future of families. We're not just talking about families, we're also talking about communities. We're not just talking about communities, but we're talking about the society itself. I mean, the kids make up the society because they eventually grow and become the future leaders, of course. So many conversations around children's health only begins when a child feels sick, and it is not meant to be so. A child's health is meant to be a priority even before they are born. And we shouldn't always wait till they are very sick or we notice something very significant or there's something wrong before we pay attention to them. So children's health is much more deeper than treatment. It is focusing on their nutrition, it is focusing on their emotional well-being, their development stages, their sleep patterns, their learning environment, their immunity, their maternal health, and several other things to that. So today, that's what we are going to be doing. And the question is, are we really giving them the proper health care that they need? And the actual question, again, is, are we raising them in a healthy way? Are we raising them in a healthy way intentionally? And are we responding only when problems appear? Well, I'm not doing this alone. I am joined by Dr. Gift Jagade, a licensed medical doctor in both Nigeria and in the United Kingdom with experience in acute medicine and pediatrics. She's also passionate about preventive health care, community health advocacy, and improving healthcare access in underdeveloped communities. Nice to meet you and welcome to the show, Dr. Gift.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming. It's so amazing to meet you today.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I really
You're
appreciate
welcome. You're welcome. It's always a pleasure.
You.
All right, so let's dive right into the topic of today. We are going to start from the fact that when people hear children's health, many people think we're talking about hospitals, we're talking about medications and all of that. But medically speaking, what truly defines a healthy child? What truly defines them? Is it only when they are robust? Or because we know that people judge healthy living with, oh, you look fat, you look good, you look, this child is so plumpy, and all that. So what truly defines a healthy child beyond not just being sick?
Okay, so the WHO actually defines health as the complete state of physical, emotional, social, and mental well-being. So for a child, when you say that a child is healthy or not, you're actually looking at both the physical aspects, the social aspect, the mental aspect, and then the emotional aspect. So that means physically, how does this child look? Is he overweight, underweight? Is this child able to relate with others socially? Because there are some children who are very healthy, yet they can't talk to you, they can't communicate clearly. And then also when it comes to their verbal response, can they speak well, like I just said? Yeah, and then even with interactions with other people, do they have good relationships with people? So, and mentally in school, are they performing well? How's their IQ? So all of this actually contributes to how we say a child is truly healthy.
Wow. Wow. All right. You've said a lot, and I would like to take it one at a time. Right. Okay, so many parents actually focus more on physical growth than the other things that you just mentioned. And really, as you were speaking, it just dawned on me that healthy living is all round. It's an all-round thing, it's an overall thing. So they just overlook the developmental stages and all that. So at what point should parents become concerned when children begin to default in their speech, in speech delays, their learning and social interactions and behaviors? At what point should they begin to be concerned when they notice delays like that?
All right. So actually, for children, we have certain milestones that they are meant to hit, and it starts from birth. And then when a child is 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, the child will progress from what we call social smile, that you can look at the child and the child smiles back at you, and then that's like a kind of like an interaction when the child is really young. So that means that the child is able to recognize that there is someone who is there. So there's that social interaction. So that's at 6 weeks. And then as the child grows older, they begin to blab, begin to hear some sounds, mama, dada, just something. So it means that there's that verbal interaction there. And then after the child grows older, they'll be able to make some words. So when the child is about 3 years, about to start school, and they still can't make those monosyllabic words like mama, dada, and we're worried. And then at that time, when you expect them to go to school and raise with other kids, if you see that the child is quite secluded, then there's something to be worried about.
So what should be done when they notice things like that?
Currently, if you notice a child who has those kind of delays, the first thing is to actually find a pediatrician who can actually assess the child and know what exactly is wrong. So from the pediatrician is able to assess and then know who to refer them to. Because we have the speech therapists, we have the psychologists, we have different specialties, occupational therapists. So it depends on what the pediatrician is able to assess. So I would advise that they actually see a pediatrician.
All right, noted. Okay, let's go into another aspect of this, their nutrition. We all know how children love sweets. They love sugary things. Some of us are still children and we still love it. You know, I don't want to expose I'm not talking about myself, right? But some of us are very guilty. We can boldly call ourselves children at this point. So let's talk about their nutrition, because a lot begins there, really. So many children today consume more processed foods, they consume more snacks, they consume more unhealthy drinks, you know, soda and all of that than ever before. So how much damage can poor nutrition quietly do to a child in their developmental stages? Or is it okay for them to take so much sugar since they are still growing up?
Okay. When it comes to nutrition for a child who is really young, a child who is a toddler, the first 5 years of life, the actually developing. At the time when the child is about 5, we expect that the brain is fully developed. So that is the time when they really need balanced diets. So it's not just enough to say, okay, let's give them sweets and all. You have to be very intentional about, are they getting proteins? Are they getting vitamins? Are they taking fruits? Are they taking vegetables? Are they taking a lot of fat and oil? Because all of those things contribute to building the brain of a child. So it's not just enough to focus on one aspect, because by the time the child is 5, 6, 7, 8, by that time, you really can't do much about their growth of the brain. So you've really done a lot already. So it's important that first 5 years of life, you're very intentional about their diets.
All right. So what feeding mistakes does parents make concerning feeding their children and all of that? What mistakes do they make? Because I know a lot of people say pap is what they need while they are growing up and all of that, but I don't really know. Some may say we should start giving them water at, I think, 3 months or so, and we really do not know. And some parents make these mistakes just because it worked for one child, not knowing that 2 kids might not always be the same. So what habits or what mistakes are parents unknowingly making in accordance to the feeding of their children?
So I'll start from birth. So we actually advocate that we do something we call exclusive breastfeeding. And this means that the child is given breast milk only for 6 months.
That could be a lot on the mother.
Yeah, I know, being a mom myself is actually a lot, but it's very possible.
Especially when you're doing other stuff.
Yes, it's very possible. But now we have a lot of help. We have breast pumps. You can actually breastfeed and like extract your milk and keep in the fridge for 2 months and it doesn't get bad.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can actually pump out a lot of milk, and then the child actually gets a lot of milk even when you're not around. So that's first 6 months of life is very important. It's cheaper. In fact, there's no cost to it. So instead of buying,
take care of yourself
that's
as a
all.
mother, right?
Really, yeah. Because when you want to consider the cost of getting baby food, I mean, those things are like
when you have natural baby food. Come on.
I mean, like it doesn't even last up to a week. In a week, you're getting another pack. So it's very important that you pay attention to breastfeeding, because it provides, aside the milk, it has all the antibodies to protect the child from childhood illnesses. So it's something that even the artificial milk doesn't have. So breastfeeding is very important for the first 6 months.
I'm sorry to cut you off there, but there are some, I have seen cases and scenarios where this particular child is being given breast milk and it's almost like it's not enough. like the belly of the child keeps, opening up and opening up. And even at 3 months, it's almost like the breast milk is not enough for the child anymore. It's always crying, and every minute they want breast milk. So what should be done in cases like that?
Well, really, for you to be able to assess a child and say that the breast milk is not enough, we need to assess the child based on the amount, like the the standard, the weight check standard. So we have like a let's say like a standard weight that we expect per age for each child. So at 3 months, we expect the weight to be at a certain range. So if a child has that certain range, we're fine. Yeah, so we're fine. So it's just for the child to take more quantity of breast milk. So there's never, you can't really say objectively, you can't say subjectively that, oh, breast milk is not enough. It has to be very objective based on the charts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So aside from, so after 6 months, then we move on to something we call complementary feeding. So from 6 months to 2 years, the WHO recommendation is actually to breastfeed the age 2.
Ma?
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay.
To age,
so age 2.
Yes, yes. I know it's very difficult. I mean, currently with everything that goes on
Mothers,
right now.
how are you doing it?
I know.
Now I see why mothers are celebrated 100 times in a year.
Yeah, you get it right. we're really so aside the breast milk between that age range, we are giving other things. So at 6 months, you can start your pap, and then at 6 months, pediatricians actually say you can give anything. Yeah, so you can give rice, you can give swallow, you can give soups. Let them begin to have family diets. So that really helps them to adapt. Yes, you start with semi-solids, you can mash the potatoes and all of that. But then just introduce the food. Because I see some mothers in the clinic where they come in and say, this child is a year, 3 months, 15 months, and then what does he eat? He just takes pap or just cereals. And then they come in a lot of times with diarrhea and vomiting. So they're stooling because their body they're not getting enough.
Yeah.
So their mom is like, oh, just the cereal is fine. But then I have to keep educating and explaining to them that you need to give this child food. So from that 2 years and above, by then the child is able to eat every other thing at home. So that's the sequence of diets for a child.
All right. So you didn't talk about water. We can't give them water.
You can start water at 6 months.
So for 6 months, a child will not take water.
Yeah,
water is life.
I know, right? But breast milk has everything completely. So apart from milk, we have water in sufficient amount in breast milk. So that's enough. And then we have antibodies, and then we have all the vitamins. So everything the mom eats is being processed in the body in appropriate proportions. That's the way God has arranged it. So the child doesn't need extra water. It's just perfect the way God has done.
Just perfect. Okay. All right. Moving on. Let's go to the frequent illnesses, because you mentioned that some kids now come in having diarrhea at such young ages. Even there are sometimes I hear very outrageous sicknesses happening to very young kids. I mean, how old are they that they're already suffering things like this? So really, what's really going on? So some parents say that their children are always sick. Repeated malaria, infections, coughs, hospital visits, all of that. So at what point should all these frequent illnesses become medically concerning?
Okay, so currently we have some common causes of under 5 mortalities. So that means for children who are below the age of 5, we have some common childhood diseases that can cause an alarm for possible mortalities or deaths. And this includes, the first one is pneumonia, more like a chest infection. Yeah, the second one we have malaria, and then the third one we have is we have pneumonia, we have malaria, and then we have people who suffer from malnutrition. So malnutrition, who are under, like they have protein energy malnutrition, what we usually know as kwashiorkor, marasmus. So those are the common illnesses. We also have some preventable deaths, like people who have underlying illnesses, like maybe HIV, maybe they have gotten from their mom or something like that. And some of the risk factors for these diseases are actually people who do not have appropriate vaccination. They are not able to complete their vaccines. And then people who are actually not exclusively breastfed. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
And then so they are at risk of many of these illnesses.
Wow.
They don't have their breast milk completely for that 6 months alone. And then another thing that could also make them at risk is the environment where the child lives. Currently, some people actually overcrowd the child. Do not expect that a room where a baby will be living will have more than 2-3 people in that room. But sometimes we see people who live like 5 people in a room, I mean other children, plus the mom and dad, 5 of them all in one room. That overcrowding can be a risk factor. Then exposure to smoking. people who have like passive smokers at home or firewood, those things actually make the child at risk of chest infections and they have it frequently. Another angle to it is actually people, when the child starts school at age 2 or 3, they have relationships with other children. So they tend to catch a flu. They always have a cough or something like that. So I always reassure parents that it's not a problem, because they end up using antibiotics and antibiotics and antibiotics where it's not working, because it's actually most of the time is viral. So they just got it from someone, and then we just vitamin C, water, proper nutrition, it actually clears off by itself. So those are the common childhood diseases that can cause an alarm for mortalities.
Okay, so what should strengthen their immunity against all of these illnesses? Okay, so they don't just pick.
Yeah, so having to have their vaccination is very important. The child has to be vaccinated right from birth.
I feel like this should be really emphasized,
Yes,
because some parents do not really know the value of these vaccinations. They just feel like, oh, I can skip, I can just come back another day and so please really lay emphasis on that.
So we have vaccinations right from birth. So the child is 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 14 weeks, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, 15 months, and even to the child is 2 years. So all of these vaccines are actually created to be able to protect the child from common childhood diseases like we have tuberculosis, we have for pneumonia itself, even from diarrhea and vomiting, we have vaccines for it, rotavirus. So all of this actually prevents the child from having diphtheria, the flu and everything. So it is well prepared to be able to prevent all of these things. So it's very important that you don't skip your vaccines, because it protects your child from just catching anything from anyone, because the body has been exposed to it before in the vaccine. It is very difficult for the body for the child to come down with such illnesses. So the vaccine actually kind of preempts the body immune systems to such diseases, so that when they meet someone outside who has it, the body will be like, oh yeah, I've seen this before and how to fight this. So that's what it does.
Wow.
So it's very important not to skip your vaccines.
All right. So there are usually dates, specified dates on the cards for the baby concerning when they should come for their vaccinations. So one thing might come up or the other. Could it be skipped? Like probably a day or two or even a week? Is it risky if it's being skipped?
Yeah, we know that there are things that we can control, like maybe a trip or someone who's ill at home or something. So what we say in community health is the first day you remember that you missed your vaccine, you go to the hospital immediately. So we continue from where you stopped. So it's important to still go, even if you feel like you've missed a dose or whatever. We are able to still give you, like, rearrange your calendar in a way that you'll still be able to have your vaccine. So immediately you skip a dose and you remember maybe a week or two later, just go to the clinic.
All right, so we've heard that. Please take the vaccinations of your children very, very seriously. Well, right about now, we're going on a very short break. And when we return, we'll talk about the emotional and the mental health of your child. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on the Voice of the People television. We're still talking about the children health and how to pay close attention to them, knowing that they are tender, they are sensitive, they are quite new to the world, and we should pay close attention to them, really. So right about now, we're talking about the mental and emotional health. And Dr. Gift has been doing a lot of work here, talking and explaining in details some of all of these things. So, Dr. Gift, a lot of people still struggle to connect with their children. A lot of people struggle to emotionally align with their children, mentally align with their children. But, children also experience fear. Children experience anxiety, children experience emotional withdrawal. You just see this particular child so withdrawn, keeping to him or herself, and you're like, what's wrong with the child? And they just assume that everything is fine with the child. So really, How early can emotional struggles begin with a child?
All right, thank you so much, Praise. I'm almost calling you Dr. Praise now.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, like I said before, we have developmental milestones. So we have the social, we have verbal, we have the fine motor and gross motor. That's their movements. So now we're focusing more on the verbal and social. So verbal is their speech, like we've talked about earlier. And then social is the emotional relationship. So right from when the child is very little, they actually start to exhibit signs of emotional relationship. So like I talked about earlier, the social smile, where they can look at you and smile back, or even something we call separation anxiety. So the child is 6 months, they know when the mom is going to leave the house, and they're crying because they know that, oh, my loved one is leaving home.
And then you be like, this child, how do you know?
It's actually part of the milestones that they're supposed to hit. So those are like normal things for children. We expect them to behave like that. So most times when the child begins to have emotional struggles, usually when the child begins school, and we usually see it in school-age children, so between 10 and 14 years, clashed up with teenagers, so who are like 13 years to 19 years. So at this time, they are going through puberty, and their body is changing, their environment is changing, they're getting attracted to girls, to guys, and a lot of things are very different. And one of the things that we actually advocate for children, for parents, is really that they should ensure that you are friends with your children.
Like, friends.
Yes, very intentional about friendships, because it's not just about providing for their needs or paying their school fees. I mean, I work all day just to make sure you have food to eat. That's not what they want to hear. They want to hear you being interested in their day. So right from when you're in primary school, or that's from that 6 years, 7, 8, 9, 10, you're already speaking to them, trying to know their friends, who they don't like in school, people who may be disturbing them, their teachers' names. All of those things gives the child a cue that you're their friend and they want to tell you more. And it's very important when you become teenagers, because at that point, you just need somebody who understands them. And because you're their mom doesn't mean you understand them, because they actually have a mind of their own, different from yours. So you have to be very...
Please emphasize on that, because you are their parent.
Because you're their mom or their dad doesn't mean you understand them the most, because they are a different person entirely. They have their own likes, their own dislikes, their own passions, different from yours. So you have to be very particular to know, okay, what really do you like? What do you want to do?
And, they spend most of their active time outside the house.
Yes.
At home. So they probably only come home in the evening, they just eat, do their assignments, pray, sleep.
So you have to be very intentional, because I was reading a book recently about raising kids, and then they were saying that between 0 to 20 years, you have 20 years to pack their bags before they leave the house. Because by the time you are 20, you can't do much.
Wow.
You can't do much. They've already packed their bags and they've gone to the university, or they've
and what they do in the university is made up of everything that
you have
done
built.
in the last
so you have
20 years.
20 years to pack their bags, 20 years to be their friends, 20 years to know this person. You just have to be 20, really, but you have to be very intentional about that period, about friendships, because that's where the emotional struggle starts. You'll be able to know, oh, this child is a quiet child. This child is not that kind of, is socially withdrawn, and you're able to communicate with them and realize that, oh, this child is different from this other child. So I think friendship is key to actually curbing emotional struggles in children, because you're able to understand each child for who they are.
So how can adults really identify these kind of things? Because not all adults are friendly rather. So how can adults really pay attention to the abnormalities in a child, and what can they do about it? I'm talking about some people that are already making the mistakes right now. So the people who are already in that shoe, what can they do about it going forward?
Well, there's an extreme where we have people who are autistic, autistic spectrum disorder. So these children are totally emotionally withdrawn. They can't communicate well with their friends. You see them doing repeated action over and over again, maybe putting a certain toy in the same place, not wanting to change their routines and all. So when you notice those red flags in a child, it's very important that you refer them to appropriate authorities. The Lagos State government has done a lot with having homes for such children who have special needs, and really amazing work that they have done. So we can actually refer them to those places. But then for children who are just in between and you realize that, oh, this child doesn't really know the right or the left, it's very important.
Talk about screen time, talk about modern childhood, technology and all of that. Knowing that as they grow up, they tend to be given assignments that has to do with, oh, go search the web and all of that. And sometimes kids even, parents now do gifting of their children. Like they gift technology gadgets to their children. So many children now spend long hours on the phone, spend long hours on the television, their tablets, on social media and all of that. So how does excessive screen exposure affect their sleep, affects their behavioral patterns, affects their learning process, and even their social development in entirely?
I think I'll start from the last store, social development.
Okay.
So
in entirely.
I think I'll start from the last store, social development.
Okay.
So the screen time actually makes them feel like isolated. They feel like, oh, I can just be on my phone and
I don't need the world.
I don't need the world. I mean, I can connect with anybody. I just need to go to their Instagram page and find out what they are doing. But that's not enough. You have to be very particular about physical interaction. You know, in the olden days, we used to go out and play. I don't know if you remember then.
Right.
Oh, you're very excited to just go out on the field and play with your
other
friends.
children.
Right now, the kids are
go
always
out, let me see you.
they're always indoors, and we don't have that time. So, as parents, you have to be very particular about social development. Like half time, let them go out with their kids, like younger, maybe friends, your own friends' kids, so that they have that social interaction. Because the screen time actually affects them, and then it makes them more socially withdrawn, which you don't want. And then also, you talked about apart from social development, it affects their behavior, their learning. Even though they get to learn online, you have to actually still teach them the way, because everybody can say anything
and monitor
online.
what they are learning.
Yes, everybody can say anything online. Everybody just goes online and type their own opinion. But you have to be the standard. You have to set the rules. Oh, this is what it's meant to be. This is what you can watch and what you can't watch. This is how long you can stay on your phone and how long you can stay. Because all of those things affects their learning ability, reduces focus.
Exactly.
Because when they go to school, it's like, when are we closing? Like, what's
I
the
need to go
time?
back to my phone.
Yeah, I need to go back. But when you teach them, you can actually have some time for them to have book time. So they should read.
Yeah,
read books.
I was even going to say that there is a way these can make them rely so much on social media, knowing that they can just type whatever question they have and they won't even want to think and all that. Knowing that even the more they think, the more they are able to use their brains as they are growing up.
Reading books still helps their vocabulary. They're able to speak better, and they get to have like an in-depth knowledge of someone who writes a book. When someone writes a book, you get to learn so much what the person has learned in 20 years. So you can't just learn it from a 30 seconds TikTok video. You have to read.
30 seconds.
Yes, so you have to read.
Those 30 seconds TikTok videos actually reduces the attention span.
Yeah, true.
So you just discover that they can't really focus in class. 1 hour lecture and they're like,
are we closing?
Please,
I need to go home now.
And when they hear the break time bell, they're like, yay, and all of that. So it's really, really reducing their attention span. So let's talk about school environment now and child safety. You were talking about that earlier, how that they go to school, they mix with the crowd, they mix with other children, and they tend to pick a lot of things that they are not meant to. So how can their environments really, really help them? How do you think parents can help their environments, overcrowding, getting infected with other children and all of that? What can parents do about it?
Okay, when it comes to overcrowding, it starts from the home. So when you have more than 2 kids, you have to consider living a one-room apartment. So you have children's room, So you have children's room, you have parents' room, and then you have your living room. So that they're not all crowded in a space. More than 3 people within a space is too much. Because even if you have a room, you need to have 2 windows facing themselves, adjacent to each other.
Thank you. So if you know that you are not financially ready, please don't give birth to plenty.
Yeah, very important, because once you have more kids, more expenses. So you have to create space for them. You can't just continue living in the same house, because all of those things make them at risk of a lot of infections, like I said earlier. Then when it comes to hygiene, because they go out to school, coming back, you have to be very particular about making sure they have their baths, they wash their hands, their clothes are clean. Those little things actually helps them to stay fit. And then mosquito nets are something that we also have very available even in Lagos State, especially at the primary health centers. So you can get a mosquito net for your children, especially the under fives. They should sleep under a net because it actually prevents malaria. And malaria, like I said before, is one of the causes of under five deaths. So we don't take it for granted.
All right. Talking about the mosquito nets and all of that, are you trying to say that children are more liable to get malaria and all that?
They're more liable to get deaths from malaria. We know for all us adults, we feel like, oh, just malaria, we'll just take drugs and we're fine. But for a child, when a child has malaria, I've seen kids who have malaria and then they start to have seizures just because of malaria. Or then they start to become very unresponsive. They go unconscious just because of malaria.
Just because of malaria?
Yes, we've had kids like that in the hospital before. So when a child has malaria, we don't take it for jokes because it actually can kill a child. It can kill a child because it's something we call cerebral malaria, where it just goes to the brain and the child has fitting and you're trying to control it. So if you have a child who has malaria, please bring them to the hospital. Let's treat them. And then if you notice that whatever you're using at home is not working, please come, let's give them the proper medical care.
Now, talking about this, it just dawned on me that some children have some specific conditions, even at birth. Some children rather, have this sickle cell anemia kind of condition and all of that. And some parents do not really know how to take proper care of kids like that. Talking about kids with dyslexia, talking about kids with autism, like you said earlier, and all of that. So I want you to talk to the parents of these kids so that they can understand that more than treatments, the emotional attachment and connection with those kids would also do a lot of good to the children as well.
Okay, so whenever a child has sickle cell anemia, I always tell the parents that this child is not forgotten. Like this child is not it's not a written off case.
Yeah,
you can actually do a lot for this child. I've had
because there's a way they can focus on the
healthy
child.
I have colleagues who have sickle cell anemia and are doctors.
Really?
Went to medical school with us and they're doctors.
Wow.
And you may not even know till maybe their final year. They just come to school and they're good. I mean, very good relationships and you may not know. So don't think that because a child has a congenital disease from birth, it means that theirs is lost for life. No, sickle cell anemia can be treated. And I will just put some light on treatment for sickle cell anemia because it's very common in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria specifically. We have a lot of people who have sickle cell anemia as kids. So very important that you take them to a clinic that specifies, there's like okay, that is very particular about sickle cell anemia. Maybe the sickle cell center we have here in around Lutz and then or any other center. Idioba. So you can actually go there and then they will start up their vaccines for them, the drugs, appropriate nutrition, appropriate drinking of water. So all of those things keep the child in check and they can become whatever you want them to be.
Now, talking about keeping a child in check, most parents only take their children to the hospital when they notice a very serious symptom. You know, when a child is already developing high temperature and some other things like, oh, mommy, I'm having headaches, mommy this, mommy that. And they just rush to self-diagnose them and give them probably what they take on a lower dosage and all of that. Please, is it really, really advisable to do this kind of things? Or should we only take children to the clinics when there are serious symptoms that are already on the surface and they're unavoidable?
For children, we do not advise that you would self-medicate. So you do not use the same drugs you use for the previous illness for this one, or because this child is looking like the same thing is wrong with this other child, so I'll use the same drugs. It's not good at all because different symptoms can come as fever. Different diseases can start as fever. So a child's body can be hot and like 20 different things can be wrong with the child. It's not just malaria or cough or whatever. So it's very important you bring the child to the hospital. Let's do appropriate test and then know what to give the child. It's very important.
Okay. So we're wrapping up, but before we wrap up, beyond clinical practice, you've also, I know right from your profile, that you've also been involved in several health outreaches. I think there was one that you did at Surulere, the Mama and the Child outreach, and you focused on maternal and child health, really. So very briefly, what have experiences like that shown you about the healthcare realities, about mothers, about children that are in the rural or urban areas in the community?
Alright, so we had the outreach at Diaraba last week about maternal and child health. So we're focusing on pregnant women and children come to do routine checks. We had pregnancy supplements for these mothers. And we had, beyond the pregnant women and children, we actually saw a crowd of people who just came in and they wanted to have like their checks done. And we saw a lot of emergency situations. We got a patient who came in just to check what her blood pressure was, and it was over 200, 120.
My
That's like
goodness.
an
That's
emergency.
like-
We had to call the clinic, the primary health center, for a doctor to see her immediately. And that was...
I think you might see the person and the person
Yes,
will look so
I
healthy.
mean, she walked right into the stage, like walked
I mean,
in,
she's
you know,
literally walking.
Yes, and it was really amazing that we're able to pick it on time. So I think that one of the things that the outreach actually helped us to do was to be able to help people to be very conscious about routine checks. So it's not just about when you're sick that you should go to the clinic. It's very important from time to time, do your blood pressure checks, do your blood sugar checks, do other checks just to be sure that you're fine. And it really will go a long way to ensuring and preventing diseases.
A lot of people are usually caught up in the web of I'm busy.
Yeah.
They're usually caught up in the web of I'm stressed. Tomorrow. And some people are even very, very particular about the expenses of the hospital, like when they get to the hospital. So we really need to put it out there that your health is your
It's very
life.
important.
Is
And
your
Lagos
health.
State government has insurance schemes available that people can
Okay, tell us
actually-
about it.
So we have like some insurance schemes. I can't really talk much about it.
Okay.
But then I know that we have the LASTMA insurance scheme where people can actually pay a certain amount at the beginning of the year, and then it covers a percentage of their healthcare. So when you go to the hospital, you're not paying 100%. They're paying like a certain percentage. So it really goes a long way to cover it up. So people can actually speak, and we even have HMOs in private organizations that cover costs. So there are options for insurance, health insurance. Don't just feel like, oh, I have to carry the burdens myself. The Lagos State government is doing theirs. The federal government has its own scheme, that's the NHIS scheme, and then even HMOs, private companies have HMOs that can actually help. So those things actually help to defray the cost. So you can try that.
Wow. So this outreach and this vision that you had, what did it really teach you about communities and all of that? What was your experience like?
So beyond this Mama and Child outreach we had last week at Surulere, we've had previous outreaches like in Ojo, the leprosy community in Ojo, where we went to see them and then provide healthcare to them. And other outreaches we attended across the country. We've had a lot of people who are not very conscious about their health. Like you said, the routine checks are very important. And then also about telling people about the red flags in pregnancy, red flags for a child who is sick or not. So it's really about health awareness and health campaigns. So all of these outreaches are just a way to bring the hospital down to their doorstep. Let them know that, oh, we are here for you. You don't have to come all the time. It's actually very important that we tell you these things one-on-one, face-to-face. There's no barrier or whatsoever. So I think that's what it has actually helped us to do, to be able to bring healthcare down to people's footsteps.
The grassroots.
Yeah, to the grassroots. And then to be able to help them to understand better how to prevent illnesses.
Wow, amazing, amazing. All right, so before we wrap up the show, can you just give a word of encouragement to some parents out there who are not really understanding the well-being of their children? Give some encouragement to the kids who have been adopted, who are, we really don't know where they are right now. So just say something about the children's well-being and to the mothers as well.
Okay, so once again, happy Children's Day. And
thank you. I'll respond for them.
And to parents, I want to say that for mothers especially, you're doing a lot and your efforts are not unseen. God sees them, and then everyone around you sees them. Your children are your pride. So I want to encourage you to keep doing more. And if you have children who are unwell, it's very important that you take them to the hospital. It's not just enough to go to a side chemist and feel like, oh, you can get a drug and you'll be fine. We have primary health centers in the local governments in Lagos, and you can just walk in and get a card and see a doctor. So that will actually help you get access to healthcare. And then also for children who have been adopted and feel like, oh, you have one illness whatsoever and you feel like you're beyond or you're below others. Like I said before, we had people who had sickle cell anemia, people who have autism, people who have different diseases still become a lot of things in life, become great people. So it's not just enough to stay back. You have people who are ahead of you, who have gone before you and had done very well. So please maximize your potential and become everything that God wants you to be. And thank you very much, Praise, for having me on the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks so much, Dr. Gift Jagede, for sharing your time and your insights with us today. It was really, really, really amazing time. Thank you. And that brings us to the end of today's edition of Health Check. Thank you so much for watching. You can also watch this episode again on YouTube at Vop TV Live and on SLTV channel 264. And as we leave today, please remember this. Healthy children are not raised by chance. You know, they are raised with intention. They are raised through awareness. They are raised through care. They are raised through protection, healthy environments like we've discussed, and intentional decisions. Our heartfelt concerns goes to the children who have been abducted in the state. Please, we're urging the government to do something about our children. We really want to have them back to their homes. It is well. We trust that God will continue to help us in this country. So this will be all for Health Check. I am Praise Peters. And until next week, please have a wonderful week. Stay healthy, stay safe, and have a beautiful week. Bye for now.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The Lagos State government says agencies under the Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations have stepped up safety inspection, emergency coordination, and public sensitization as part of efforts to reduce accidents and improve compliance across the state. This disclosure was made during the 2026 ministerial briefing at the Alausa Ikeja. Commissioner for Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations Olugbenga Oyorinde says the Lagos State Safety Commission carried out over 200 safety inspections of manufacturing facilities and several audits of government agencies. According to the commissioner, more than 3,500 construction sites achieved safety compliance certified between May 2025 and May 2026. He adds that safety marshals were deployed to over 1,400 public and private events across the state.
The Lagos State Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations plays a vital role in ensuring public safety, emergency preparedness, effective inter-agency coordination in Lagos State. To effectively deliver on this mandate, the ministry provides strategic oversight for 5 key agencies: Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, Lagos State Safety Commission, Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Agencies, Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services, and Lagos State Command and Control Center. Together, the agencies strengthen safety, security, and emergency response across the state. The Lagos State Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations and its agency, Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services, has recorded significant progress in infrastructural development and operational strengthening through the completion of key projects aimed at improving emergency response services across Lagos State. These completed projects includes procurement of 62 firefighting and utility service vehicles to enhance emergency response capacity.
The Lagos State Management Agency says it handled over 1,100 emergency cases in 2025, with Alimosho recording the highest number of incidents. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services it has intensified engagement with landlords, market leaders, and fire marshals to reduce fire outbreaks and attacks on emergency respondents. The state government says it will sustain enforcement, public sensitization, and emergency response coordination to improve safety standards and protect lives across Lagos State. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
As the 2027 general election draws closer, the Alliance for Democratic Rights has called on government officials to uphold democratic values by drawing lessons from past leaders, including Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, and late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. In a statement, the group's national president Andy Chooks and national secretary Suleiman Funtua expressed concern over alleged interference by the presidency in the internal affairs of opposition political parties, warning that such actions could undermine Nigeria's multi-party system ahead of the 2027 general elections. The organization also urged the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amukbiton, to uphold electoral integrity ahead of the forthcoming polls. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this development.
In as much as the president is the person to appoint INEC chairman, there's nothing anybody will do to change the narrative, because he who called the piper dictates the tune. If it were to be well democracy is being practiced, the presidency doesn't have any hand in choosing who will handle the electoral umpire, like CBN governors, chief of army staff, police chief, and the rest of them. They don't have power on all those things. So when you call somebody to do a work, you are the one that appoint him or her. That person must do your biddings, irrespective of anything. If we call it compromising, that's a normal thing. It has been happening, and it will keep happening. So the issue of President Tinubu appointing INEC chairman is a free and fair entry for him. That's not anybody can do.
I would say when election wants to go on like this, immediately people are voting, they should be maybe uploading it directly.
As the 2027 election draws closer, many are calling for accountability, independence of electoral institutions, and a level playing field for all political parties. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of Television, where stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the airline and sparking conversation across the nation. But before I go into that, it is a great opportunity for me to also, be counted among the living. And of course, you watching me out there, welcome on board and happy new month to you all. I pray that the month of June will bring us good tidings. All our expectations would actually work out. And of course, just keep grinding, keep pushing. Two ends would actually meet. It's just my prayer, and of course, that I wish that we have peace in this nation and peace at last, where we can, go about our daily businesses and come back and knowing full well that we're secured and our loved ones are also secured, and returning home in one piece and not in pieces. So, welcome on board and happy new month to you. Of course, I would like you to remember that this is the politicking, season where we'll be seeing different shades from one politician to the other, and we had a different, situation over the weekend. And we remember that for every first day, of the month, or maybe the first week of the month, the FCT minister is always granting a media parley. So he has actually dropped another bombshell again. We can blast Obi as food is ready politician on 2027 tickets. Join the conversation with expert insight and season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. And of course, just a plot twist here. I'll not be doing this alone today. I'm here with the delectable, the wonderful looking
I was
colleague of
wondering
mine.
when you were actually going to introduce me. I'm like, okay, let me hear you say everything you want to say before I come in. Happy New Month to you. May ended on an amazing note for me. Those who know, I want to welcome you to the month of June. My name is Chioma Innocent, and today we'll be talking about quite a number of issues, pertinent issues that concern you as a Nigerian, and of course, as a citizen of the world. Let's get right into it. Ogun protests or your abductions as Makinde cites limited security powers. There have been protests in Ogun State, and that's in Abeokuta, and of course in Oyo State about the May 16 abduction of 39 pupils and 7 teachers in Ogbomosho, Oyo State. Demonstrators, including youths, nursing mothers, they carried placards. They demanded the captives be released, and they also called for schools to remain closed until security improves. One abducted teacher, Mr. Michael Oyedekun, was unfortunately killed, not just killed, beheaded on camera. Pastor Juwon Wolabi says Nigeria is at a tipping point and urged urgent government actions. Meanwhile, Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde, who, by the way, is the presidential candidate of the Allied People's Movement, APM, says he is incapacitated on insecurity. He says he lacks constitutional control over security agencies, despite being named the chief security officer of the state. We do understand that, but unfortunately to the people who are being bedeviled by insecurity, it would sound like an excuse. I'd like to talk to you about this, Savior. You know, what we're seeing right now is protests in Ogun, protests in Oyo. The Take It Back movement is protesting. Yeah. Residents are protesting as well. The NUT says every public primary and secondary school should go on strike. But some political analysts are saying this is a measure that's coming a little too late because they should have gone on a strike the very next day. And one of the reasons is because it could have been anybody. If it was not any of those three schools, it could have been any schools in any local government, as long as those murderers knew that they would get away with it. And honestly, to many Nigerians, what the state governor is saying sounds like excuses. Yes, you do not have the constitutional powers to push security architecture to do what you want them to do. But what about the forest guards? Is Amotekun not active in Oyo State? What about Sunday Igboho?
Okay.
And his 1 million men.
I love the fact that you rested it here. First, I was going to tell you that when you said May ended well, you know, to you.
Don't dwell on that. Let's talk about the issues that are happening in Nigeria.
So you said to those that know, okay, so I understand it was good news on your side, but May didn't actually visit us well in the nation. And I'm surprised now that some people are just coming out to talk about the situation. Sincerely, this strike or this peaceful protest should have come earlier. And not only that, schools, I'm in support of schools actually closing, being shut down. You understand? I remember that of Chibok girls. Bring back our girls. In as much as some actually used it as a clout, some actually used it to trend as well. Some even took it as far as taking it, to other climes, to the Western world. But the main point was Nigerians protested. Now
they were shouting, they were talking. You know one reason why that happened? That was a time where it was unfathomable for such a thing to happen. Like, what do you mean there's a mass abduction of over 200 girls?
That's where I'm going to.
How were they moved? How was this? How did they do
guess
it?
What, Choma, guess what? So I've realized that we've gotten to a point in Nigeria now that we just wake up every day. You know, it's even very bad for you and I because as the broadcasters, as broadcasters that we are, all we do is that we just
talk about it every day.
We open the dailies and all we see, and we don't have a choice. We just have to read it.
You
here.
have to
we have to
tell
talk
the
about
people
it.
what's happening.
So guess what? Nigerians have gone to a point where they now see the abnormal as the new norm. This will not be the first pupils being adopted, in schools. We saw that of Niger State. We saw, we heard as regards to Benue. We know
Niger,
that of
Kebbi,
Kebbi, Katsina, Zamfara.
And you see people gathering to celebrate.
The highest we usually get is the government frown at this. The government condemns this. Now, let's talk about Sheyi Makinde.
The president whips.
Now, Sheyi Makinde actually said what, of course, any governor would say. Do we need state policing? Yes, we need it. In as much as we're also saying that it might actually be a gunpowder for governors, to use it to also,
use against their political opponents.
Use it against their political opponents and, their citizens to an extent, to intimidate people. But at this point, state policing would work.
Guess what? Now that we don't even have state police, the political elites, are they not still using it to oppress others because they have what it takes to pay these people to do their bidding?
Now, that's one point. But guess what? For proper security architecture in this nation, state policing should work. You mentioned Amotekun. You mentioned Sunday Igboho. How many arms do they have? How many, equipment? How many guns? Some of them are still using these Asian kind of guns. Meanwhile, these boys in the bush, men actually, because I don't think they have more sophisticated weapons that we don't know who is funding them. Agune Chamber is there in Anambra State. We can go on. We have JTF in the likes of Kaduna, Katsina, and the rest of them. And guess what? How many weapons? Let's talk about the weaponry. So that's why forest guards go into the bush. They are overwhelmed.
And now one more 1,000 forest guards have been recruited.
So
following
this,
the directive by
this
the
recruitment,
president.
I'm not against it. I'm in support of, which is lovely. But talking about this recruitment, before the recruitment will finish, are we still going to leave these girls and these teachers there?
And you know that they're not just static, they're not just in one place. They're probably moving them from place to place.
Choma, it's quite a very sad situation in the country. I understand that I understand that Governor Sheyi Makinde, has actually said what he can as a governor, that his hands are tied. He's limited to what he can do. And the president sent a delegate of the NSA, Ribadu, and he sent the chief of staff, from Gajabi Amila, to the said, location. But this particular peaceful protest is welcome, and it should be a thing that every Nigerian should
So you
talk
want
about.
this protest to spread to all
Let us
parts of the
speak.
country.
Let us talk. We want them to come out. We want these girls to be returned home. Now, we want these children to be returned home. And do you know what I was thinking about? How will these children cope after leaving that particular place?
Because
the trauma
they definitely need rehabilitation.
The trauma part is what I cannot even fathom. I can't think of it. I can't even imagine it. Now, for that of the teachers, they've seen one of them being beheaded, and now some of them come to the camera. The woman I watched yesterday, I was almost tearing up, and having gone to her face, telling her talk, the trauma these teachers would face, I don't even think they want to teach anymore.
Or they definitely won't
Do you
be
understand?
returned
So
into the
we have all
classrooms.
of these on our table, and it should also be on every table in this nation.
Here's one question I want to ask you. Do you think all political activities should be suspended for now and probably the 2027 election postponed until we're able to solve this issue? Not just the Oyo abductions, because we have a lot more Nigerians, car-carrying Nigerians, Nigerians with NIA, Nigerians with bank accounts in the den of the terrorists. And every day we see videos and pictures. Should we suspend politicking from now until we can address the insecurity situation? Because would the people in these insecure areas also be expected to vote?
Shoma, that's which we would actually say, if they don't allow them to vote, that's disenfranchising them. But now, let me just
should allow them leave.
Let me mention
only
this.
the living can vote.
Let me mention this in a very plain, way. I'll just tell you, if a Nigerian government really value our citizen, everything called politics, everything called campaign, election should have been suspended.
Guess
and
what?
Governance should have taken place. Now, I just want to quickly, bring in that of, United States. Donald Trump announced that I won't be coming for my son's wedding because I have pressing issues, pressing matters to attend to. He turned back and went back to the White House because he needed to see that of this Strait of Hormuz issue and all of that. He needs to see it through. He has to see it solved. If the United States of America can actually deploy enough of foot soldiers, deploy enough personnel to save one of their citizens. Now, our Nigerian politicians would rather continue primaries, would rather say, oh, there is a lot of irregularities, would rather say, I want to protest, I want to go to the court, would rather want you to vote for them to win primaries and start sharing rice instead of facing governance.
You know what I'm even thinking about?
And I'm sorry, the last I would answer you, one has not even finished his position as a governor. He has won a senatorial seat, saying he is going to resign in next year, June. He is going to resign.
So much is happening in Nigerian politics. If you think about it too much, you might start going gaga. On the other hand, actually, I believe that there will be certain people in the opposition, if this current administration decides, okay, you know what, let's postpone the elections and let's actually try to solve insecurity. You will see opposition politicians coming out and say, no, you want to disenfranchise the opposition. You are trying to stifle the opposition. And I really understand them, because has there ever been anything that prevented elections from happening in this country? Okay. Because of our time, let's look at other issues.
Let's just move to that of another outbreak here. That's every part of African nations are, on code red alert. Lagos boosts Ebola checks at MMA. Lagos has actually tightened the surveillance at Muritala Mohammed International Airport to prevent Ebola importation amid outbreaks in East and Central Africa. Health Commissioner Professor Akin Abayomi said that MMA handles about 70% of Nigerians' international traffic. New measures include temperature screening, isolation protocols, and monitoring travelers from high-risk countries, which is quite laudable. We want the government to do more as regards to that. Now, away from that particular on federal workers reject 100,000 wage, threaten a strike. The Federal Government Workers Forum has rejected the proposed 100,000 minimum wage, calling it inadequate and a Greek gift amid economic hardship. Of course, they said the current 70,000 wage failed to improve purchasing power, citing unpaid arrears and unimplemented allowances. The forum urged NLC and TUC to declare an indefinite strike and gave President Bola Ahmed Tinubu a 30-day ultimatum to address insecurity and hardship. And of course, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV, and of course on YouTube, with Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. We can blast Obi as food is ready politician on 2027 tickets. You don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of Television. Yes, of course, I'm not here alone. I'm here with Choma Innocent. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has attacked NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi, calling him a food is ready politician who lacks the grit for Nigeria's challenges. At a Monday briefing in Abuja, Wike also branded NDC and ADC non-liars over flawed primaries. His remarks came after NDC named Obi as its 2027 candidate at their May 30 Abuja convention. Obi accepted the ticket and picked former Kano governor Rabiu Kwankwaso as vice presidential candidate, yes, pledging 10,000 megawatts of power in 4 years plus reforms in health. Of course, I talked about education, security, and anti-corruption. Both recently defected from ADC to NDC. Kwankwaso has denied viral claims of planning protests, saying the NDC backs democracy and the ballot box for a change. Wiki also urged Nigerians to offer constructive feedback to government and dismiss speculation about drafting ex-president Goodluck Jonathan for 2027, saying Jonathan has not shown interest and deserves respect. We're now being joined by Chief Engineer Barnabas GC, National Vice Chairman, North Central of the NDC, and of course, also being joined by Adekunle Lukman Adefolahun, Public and Policy Affairs. All right, let me pick it up from Adekunle, I believe is Hain, while we're trying to set up engineer.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Good afternoon to you, Adekunle. How are you doing today?
I'm good, and you? Thank you, my brother.
All right, let's just dig into it now, since you're here. You heard what Wike said. Of course, you'd agree with me that almost every first day, of every new month or first week is always granting media palace to throw shades and to give some clarities, as regards to what he thinks. Now, when you look at what Wike said, he said Obi loves ready-made foods. Food is ready, kind of, situation. Hence, he actually, labeled him a food is ready politician. That he doesn't like challenges. He doesn't like going into primaries at all. He just loves everything being set and, prepared for him. What's your take as regards to that particular conversation? Of course, Peter Obi left. He said because of the enough and so much litigation in the party. Hence, he actually left the ADC for NDC. But some people actually said he was running away from primaries because he couldn't face Amici and Atiku Abubakar. So what's your take as regards to this? Please go ahead.
The audio is not too odd. I think I pick your question. You can see, to let you know that on this program we have discussed it once. Our politicians lack ideology. What they are looking for basically is form to contest, not that they really have interest of the country at heart. And that is why you see them jumping from one political party to another, because what they are after is how to grab power. None of them, including former Vice President Atiku or Amechi, to really tell Nigerians what they want to do differently. And I think this is an opportunity for them to go back to the drawing table and annex their program policies that will have direct impact on Nigerians. It is when they can go and do that and convince, re-strategize, and come back to us. Because it's not about winning the primaries, they are just dividing the house. Atiku now secured ADC, Obi now secured the NDC. They have offered Amechi VP. He said no. Ihedioha said no. Their interest is Igbo policy. I think it is high time we should move away from that identity politicking. The interest should be about Nigeria.
Okay,
and
so
I give you example.
Okay, go ahead.
If Obi and other opposition parties can come up and leverage on this insecurity in this country and design a strategies and programs, Nigeria will see that because this government has failed as far as insecurity is concerned. As at last month, May 2026, we have had 26 schools attacks that resulted to 2,416 students kidnapped. States, majorly from the north, with the exception of recent one in Oyo State. So I think that is a gap that the opposition can leverage on. If you look at the economy, this government met exchange rate at about 400 to 600 naira. Today, the cheapest you can get at the black market or official rate is around 1,375 to 1,004 to $1. So, and whether you are doing reforms or not, reforms that cannot have connection with ordinary citizens.
All right.
To us, to ordinary Nigerians, we see it as an academic exercise. Because for good 3 years, you have been reforming, you continue borrowing money without seeing the impact. And the only thing they can use to justify is they are building road for hungry people. So I think Mr. Obi and opposition parties should come together and synergize irrespective of their party. Because what we are going to see during 2027 election is that most of the APC members will play anti-party because not all of them, if not certain highest percent, lack political ideology.
All right.
What they are looking for is platform to grab power, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Chief Peter Obi.
Okay.
Because if by now Obi is still jumping up and down with Kwankwaso, what can they do from Kano and Anambra State that we used to convince Nigeria? Because I expect them to come
one would say that they are
with
actually more balanced now and not jumping up and down. He's gotten the presidential ticket of the NDC. Does that still count as jumping up and down? But you've raised quite a number of issues. You've talked about the issue of insecurity in the country. You've talked about the politicking and the campaign going on ahead of the 2027 election season, which is actually very important. These are important conversations that we need to have, and we have them every day. But some Nigerians want us to actually focus on a different aspect of this conversation. Nyesom Wike is the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. There are a lot of issues in the FCT which he claims to be addressing. There are certain residents of the FCT who are not happy with his administration. But when he calls the media party, he seems to focus more on criticizing the opposition, calling names and just saying what he thinks they are not doing well. If he's not talking about his successor, that is Sim Fubara of River State, he's talking about Peter Obi or other opposition politicians, or telling us the wonderful things that President Tinubu has done, which, by the way, is within his purview to do. But one would expect that when you call a media party, when you call journalists who ought to be talking about the issues in the country and tell them to sit down that you want to talk to them, they are actually talking about issues that will be of importance to Nigerians and not coming to tell us that one person is a food is done politician or not. Why not he focus more on telling us what his administration is doing in the FCT, how it is making lives better, what they are doing about flooding, what they are doing about the collapsed roads, what they are doing about insecurity in the FCT? Would you agree, sir?
Now, you see, and that is another problem entirely. When I say Wike is working, when you come to FC, we have 6 area councils in FCT. And out of the 6 area councils, we have 2 that are in the city center, almost. That is Area Council and Abuja Municipal Area Council, popularly called AMAC. The remaining 4 area councils and the rural communities. And people in the rural communities, that we always refer to as suburb are not feeling the impact. That is one. Under Wike as Minister of FCT, public schools were shut down for almost 4 months until civil society and media now call a press conference, call on minister to intervene. You see, issue of Wike is another thing entirely in this country because they have joined governance with politicking. That is why you can see him, he can be using public crisis, organizing media chats almost every month so that he can vent his anger on the opposition party. We don't even know the party that he is, whether it's the PDP or APC or any which party.
Should the media stop granting him these interviews if he doesn't really seem to have much to say?
I'm coming.
Okay.
You know, when people are saying Wike is working for who? Where the Nigerians are not feeling the impact. As I'm talking to you now, I come out in my house with other landlords and tenants in my area every day to secure our environment as community vigilantes. And I'm staying in FCT. I'm paying my tax to FCT covers, and they can't secure me and my family. So that is what we are doing in FCT, especially in the suburb. But when people hear FCT, they forget that the central area is not only the FCT. People are only one here and coming back to their various destinations in the suburb. People that are living within the city center, they can afford special security, they can do this. But what I'm telling you is that our politicians lack ideology. Even today, big APC manifesto, Mr. Tinubu will tell you that his own personal manifesto is different from APC manifesto. We have seen that in this country, where late Muhammadu Buhari said, I didn't promise anything like that. But Mr. Tinubu forgot that campaign. He said, if I give you electricity, don't vote for me for the second time. If they have ideology, I didn't even expect him to even come and contest for presidency again because he has failed fulfilling that promise of only power alone. Let's speak power, that he used his mouth to promise Nigerians that if I didn't give you power, don't give us light. During the game, he mentioned that Elofo Kobale Amagbewale, go and relax your mind. We are going to bring the price of one. Today, we are buying 4,385 naira in Abuja. Lagos will be buying at 1,375.65 from 1,099 naira. So I didn't even see anything good in this government, if you ask me from my personal view, because I'm feeling the impact in a negative way. I know how to spend to fuel my car in 2023, and I know how much I'm using to fuel my car now in 2025, 2026, since he assumed power from May 29 to date. Deliberately I changed my car that was using 80 liters of fuel to 60 liters of fuel. Still, I'm spending, and that is how average Nigerians are feeling. So what I'm saying is, they all lack ideology. They don't have roadmap. They lack strategies to combat all the issues we have in Nigeria, from economy to insecurity. If from 2014 till date, 26 schools were attacked, 2,416 students kidnapped, not enough for this current government. What happened to the Safe School initiative that was established in the Chibok students were kidnapped? When Malala Fund Nigeria to come and school a safe initiative in collaboration with UNICEF and other development partners, after a few years, when they have finished the money on that and whatever, how many public schools today as part of the indicator for the Safe School initiative in Nigeria? Now, after the Chibok and Yobe State incident in Dapchi, again until they went to Niger, Kaduna, Sokoto, Zamfara, and what have you. 5 days ago, a retired was kidnapped along with his wife along Katsina Road to Kano. Abaji last week, a major general was killed by bandits along Lokoja Abaji Road. So what I'm saying is they all like ideology, and opposition should take advantage and use it to convince Nigerians that they have better, that Nigerians can look back and save some liberation, not disintegrating, because they are debating now. It is so they can come up with a strategy, a clear strategy they can measure, not something that somebody will tell us, give you light, don't vote for me. Now you didn't give us light, and you want us to vote for you for the second, deliberately form for another person, so that you leave their primary. They are just deceiving. Nigerians need to take advantage of the election.
All right.
To repeat.
Okay, Adekunle, you just touched a few parts which I would, take a slide through. Talking about pledges from our politicians, Obi also made one. And I don't know if you heard where he said about he would generate about 10,000 megawatts of electricity in 4 years. And he talked about, of course, health, security, and the likes. Is that target realistic? And what structural reforms would be required to hit that particular one? That's from Peter Obi. I'm just picking it up from what you said, that politicians get to just promise you they'll do this, and at the end of the day they don't. Now, picking up from what Wike said, as regards to a shade he has been throwing on, at opposition party, is this particular one a strategic positioning for his own party and his rebel coalition, because that's what he's calling it, or is about a personal vendetta, just like what he did to the PDP crisis? He said that opposition party, majorly he branded NDC and ADC, that they are known liars, by calling NDC and ADC known liars over primaries. He said he did that, and he mentioned that look at their primaries, that they are even having issues internally within themselves, and they are swinging voters, and as regards to rigging, even giving irregularities as regards to themselves, and they don't mind even taking each other to court. I think he also threw a true shade at, which was yesterday before his media parley, he threw shade at Aisha Yusuf, that, she cannot even win the NDC primaries, yet she's talking about them. Now, if we talk about opposition politics, ADC and NDC split. Both Obi and Kwankwaso, of course, the left ADC for NDC. What does this particular split, signal about opposition unity ahead of 2027? Because you'd agree with me that over the weekend, we have a Labour Party telling us that they've actually picked a new presidential candidate. And Shey Makinde is in the fray. They're still trying to push the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, into that particular fray. We have the ruling party, and we have Atiku Abubakar, we have Obi. What can you say about, this particular one? And I was going to ask this, the NDC person we were expecting, but of course, he had some network glitches. This primary's credibility, the same way APC had theirs, NDC and ADC are also facing that, with Wike, citing protests at NDC's. He called it small primary. How damaging are these internal disputes for parties, are pitching themselves as new or untainted alternatives? I'd like you to pick up, this conversation as we start running off.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we are still referring to what I said about lack of political ideology about our political parties. Now, none of the political parties, including APC, have credible primaries. And I give you examples of what happened in Oyo State. When former Minister of Power said the person that was declared as the APC leadership candidate won with over 500,000 votes, whereas on the political party political party in your state, they have less than 500,000. Manage it's not adding up. Now, from the information on the APC register, they don't have up to 14 million on their register. When Mr. Tinubu gets over 10 million votes,
10.99 to be precise. 10.99 million.
Now, look at what Aisha Yesufu said, that she didn't withdraw from the primary of FCT Central seat primaries, but they organized in the sitting room affairs. Look at ADC, the same thing. Now, Wike of a person, go to River State, Chinda that contested for primary of APC. As at last week, when they were carrying out the primary of Chinda was chairman House Committee on minority minority leader of House of Representatives, but he went for primary election at APC primary venue, and the sitting governor was denied to participate in that process. So they all lack not only internal democracy, they lack ideology. But now, to answer your question straightforward, the only thing we can do as a nation is for the opposition to be more organized and stop antagonizing. Now, what is Seyi Makinde looking for the APM? When they know that they are going to leave PDP with Kauran Bauchi, the sitting governor of Bauchi State, they will have agreed within them and settle the differences and all go for an existing party, whether they call it coalition or not. Now, they joined ADC today. Less than 2 or 3 months, they moved to NDC. Look at what is happening in NDC. None of the primaries. Now, look at what the chairman of national chairman of APC said. They asked the returning officer to announce results at state or at senatorial level. Their assignment was to conduct the election and send the result back to headquarters to announce. If you want to do option A, in 1993, when Abiola and Tofa contested, everybody got the result at the polling unit. They are counting it. Why to bring the result back to Abuja again so that they can manipulate it? Look at what is going on now between the Ambassador Tuga in Bauchi State and APC and Mr. President. I think it is when the opposition can give us clear. When Mr. Obi said he's going to generate 10 million megawatts, he should tell us where will he get it? How is he going to get it? So that it should be measurable with clear indicators that we can say, okay, in year 1 of your government, you are going to generate 1,000 megawatts. You are going to remove Northeast completely from national grid and concentrate on solar power or wind generation in northwest of Nigeria. Not just calling figure. Mr. Tinubu promised that if I didn't give you light, don't vote for me. But now, are we not yearning to vote for him again? So now I think it's not mentioning figure. It's about attaching the figure with clear indicators that we can measure, clear means of verification.
All right, Adekunle, I want
to Lokoja Abuja Road. Engineer Umahi, Minister Works, said they have completed 50 kilometers. As at this afternoon, they have not finished 20 kilometers of the road because nobody.
That's Lokoja Abuja Road, right? Lokoja Abuja Road.
That is Abuja Kaduna Kano Road. That they are doing during the last inspection. The organized media press release and said covered 50 cars. From Zuba, where the project. They have not reached Kaduna state boundary. Which is about 48 or 47 kilometers. So they are still at Kaduna Road here, less than 4 kilometers from Zuba. So if you measure both sides, it's a dual carriageway. What they have just completed is less than 16 kilometers. That is the road applied almost every day.
And
So
he
that's what I'm
said, and he
saying.
said he
So
has
if you
actually,
want to
he
generate
said he has
10,000
actually
megawatts
he
and
said he
start
has actually
shifting
finished it.
generator,
Now,
that
I
people
want to,
can make.
because of our time, so I'd want us to, take this, in as much as we're doing precept upon precept, but we would have to be fast about it. Let's talk about Atiku's emergence. And you'd agree with me that that's what the ADC wanted, and now they have it. The former SGF, Bashir Lawal, has actually dumped the ADC. And he said Atiku is a tribal, religious bigot, that he rigged the ADC's primaries. What's your take as regards to that?
Now, that is because we are in this type of country. Babashir Lawal should be in jail now, assuming we are in a country where rule of law is being served. That is the man that siphoned public money, not grass, not east, and he can come and say he belongs to a political party. It's because we are in this type of country where nobody checkmate the political elite. Go to Adamawa State, where he's from Ong, local government. The same thing with his cousin, immediate SGF. Can they even win in their ward? Not to talk of their government on local government. Can they win the election in Adamawa South of Michigan, Hong and Co. Mubi? Can they? Who is in Lawal? Somebody that's supposed to be in jail that even account. He awarded contract to the company that is interested in. Is that not of interest? To be moved based on that. I don't even like talking about Bashir Lawal because it is in this country that people like him can come out to come and be about political party.
All right. All right.
Go to ADC. Tomorrow I will be surprised.
Oh, okay. We're talking about former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, who has emerged as presidential candidate of the ADC. We're hearing reports that he's currently shopping for a vice presidential candidate. A number of names have been put forward. One of them is former Minister of Transportation, who ran alongside him for the ADC primaries ticket. That is Rotimi Amechi. Although Amechi has said he is not vice presidential material, but rather presidential material. There are reports that he might get his vice president from the south or from the southeast. But he says he wants the National Working Committee to handle that, and whoever they pick is good enough for him. Some people see this as him perambulating and not wanting to go straight to the point to let us know who his running mate will be. But securing a southern running mate, is that enough to ensure votes from that region for him to win in 2027?
Yes, I like his style of reaching out to the two who they contested the primaries with. He has reached out to Amechi, over now and what have you. He was in Lagos to meet with Alhaji Ahim. That's a very good one. They have offered Ihedioha vice presidency and he rejected it. He said he believes in a Igbo presidency. But I think Atiku Abubakar is he has learned from his lesson what happened between him and Wike during the PDP election. Because assuming they have managed that process last year, I don't think we are going to have Mr. Tinubu. I think Atiku has learned that lesson, that there is need for him to reach out to the other contestants and also to allow the party. What I read this afternoon is looking for a governor from the southern part of Nigeria that can be his running mate. But no matter who is going to pick as his running mate, all opposition parties still need to work together. We have SDP presidential candidate, Labour Party presidential candidate. By the time we divide the vote, we'll just give APC an opportunity to come back again. So if you know we are this APC, which I'm tired personally, if I have what I can do as a person, I would have watched them away. Is for the opposition to come up and join whoever that is going to we all work for and become our president, irrespective of the zone that the person is going to come from. If governance should be continual, if somebody said he's going to come and spend 4 years and give us a good foundation, other people can come and build on it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Spend 8 years.
Thank you so much, Adekunle. Thank you so much, Adekunle. We'll press for time.
Come together and synergize and work well.
Thank you so much, Adekunle, for being part of the program today. Hopefully, we would actually do this again. at some point you're actually blowing hot,
Thank you for having me.
you're blowing hot on your minister in Abuja because you know that he has actually showed you, is it what do Nigerians call it? Is it sugar promise? Okay, so that's what Nigerians call it.
That's what it's called. One would think that Wike would actually focus on maybe his next media party. Let me give him an idea. If he'll be humble enough to take it, call the people of the FCT, have that media party with them. Let the media come and cover what the people have to say about your administration.
No, Wike will never
Not
do
gathering
that.
our senior colleagues to sit in front of you and disparaging the opposition.
No,
That's
Wike will
a
never do
little-
that, because he knows the citizens,
Sentiment of the
the
people
people
towards
would
him.
actually tell him the truth to his face, so he wouldn't do
Mr.
that.
Adekole, I want to thank you so much for joining us on the People's Voice this evening. Your perspective and your analysis has been on point. Thank you very much.
All right, coming
Thank
up
you very
next.
much for
Yes,
having me.
thank you. Coming up next is a locker room. If you know you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy that particular one. And of course, I didn't do the show alone. Thank you so much, Choma Innocent, for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me on People's Voice. My name is Choma Innocent. I'll come your way again next time. Keep living, keep loving, keep doing the best you can to make Nigeria better in your own little corner of the world. And please, get your PVC. Okay? Thank you.
All right, you heard that particular one. Get your PVC. And congratulations to PSG. Thank you for helping us to reduce the noise in the world. Congratulations to you, Arsenal, as Premier League winner and not Champions League winner. Now we have peace in the nation, in not just in Nigeria, all around the world, and we're so excited about that. I know Arsenal people would come for me, but I don't care. They're already talking into my ears already. All right, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, or tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
The Super Eagles indeed needs a savior to hit camp at this point because visa problem is exactly the reason why the camp seems deserted for the Super Eagles as they prepare for their friendly game against Poland and Portugal. And elsewhere, Thomas Muller is tipping the French international Michael Olise to be the Ballon d'Or winner come 2026 ahead of teammate Harry Kane. And finally, it is 10 days to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Lots of conversation. Two countries are still battling immigration issues, talking about South Africa and Iran. Maybe a savior is what they need to actually get back. Afis joins me on the show this evening, and Mawa joins us virtually. Afis came back without a meet, but I just told him that the savior, Jesus Christ, is 3 months in the belly of Mary. Welcome to the show, Afis.
Good evening, Kichiku. I mean, that was a fire introduction, to be very honest. I mean, with the way the Super Eagles are prepared for the Unity Cup, I think with the way the visa application is going, it's not even just the Super Eagles now. Even the Congo national team, they are actually the savior as well because, I mean, the
Ebola incident,
the Ebola story and all of that. So, I mean, a savior is needed for everybody. When you want to have a good tournament, even the United States now, right now, if you look at their World Cup preparations, it's still looking so kind of leaky at some point. I mean, some people are already asking, are they going to be able to host the World Cup and all of that? But yes, it's the World Cup. We have about 10 days, and I'm sure when the first blast of the whistle goes, all eyes will be on, the football pitch, not what's going on behind the scenes. So let's have a wonderful World Cup. And of course, we saw what happened in the Champions League. And we also saw other games and friendlies that went down, the pre-World Cup preparations and all of that. I mean, it's a good one for football. I mean, since the club, commitments have ended, international football takes the baton.
Absolutely. I mean, Arsenal actually didn't pray for a savior in the league, but of course they eventually won it. Now they prayed for a savior in Champions League and something else happened. But then we'll definitely be looking at all that as well. I mean, it is the locker room if this is the very first time of being part of the show. And of course, we'd love you to actually leave us a comment on our YouTube platform if you're watching via YouTube. Of course, do not also forget to like, share, and hit that notification bell to be a part of the family. And of course, Mayawa joins us virtually. When Mayawa joins officially, we'll definitely bring him up to speed. I mean, Afis, it was a very interesting weekend that we had. Weekend loads of football. Nigeria retained, the Unity Cup. Now they are back-to-back champions. Of course, not to also forget that Paris Saint-Germain also did the same thing. Back-to-back champions of the tournament. Talking about what we actually saw right there. At the Puskas Arena where they actually won that one 5-4 on penalty. Now we're actually looking at very interesting times right now. And of course, the big story before us right now is, as we prepare for the doubleheader against Poland and Portugal, and Super Eagles of Nigeria camp is still waiting on several invited players with just 48 hours to go before Wednesday friendly against Poland. The visa issues have left Eric Chell with only 12 players, including Wilfred Ndidi, Moses Simon, Paul Onuachu, and Francis Uzoho. Chell may now turn to Europe-based players who don't require visas to make up numbers. More arrivals are expected before tonight's first training session, with the rest aiming for tomorrow evening's session. Let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome back from that quick break. If you just joined us, this is the Locker Room and Voice of the People TV. Nafis is right here with me in the studio, and we'll be hoping that Mayowa eventually finds his way, around the network issue to be part of us this evening. I mean, Nafis, you've heard it. I mean, visual issues, the reason why Nigeria's players are not here in camp at this point. But away from, the visa problem, which I want to believe they will have a way to sort it out, it's the big name in the Unity Cup, Femi Aziz, who is actually a revelation in that particular tournament.
Absolutely.
Now, this man will not be part of the Unity Cup because, I mean, he wants to actually focus, on other issues. And of course,
part of the friendlies.
It's not going to be part of it. And of course, the chair wanted to, add him to be part of that particular. But if we look at the Super Eagles, right, give me your ratings of how they actually fared in this particular just concluded Unity Cup.
The Unity Cup was a good test for the boys. I mean, we saw fringe players, new names as well, debutants. We saw players from the MPFL stretching their stuff. And I think what we could just take away is that, first thing, I feel like if we continue to improve under Eric Shell, I think the Super Eagles will go places. And maybe this, we can actually accept the fact that we didn't qualify for the World Cup. That's talking about Nigeria, Super Eagles of Nigeria. They didn't get to qualify for the World Cup. I think they can use this one to look inwards and say, look, I think there's a future with this man. I mean, the end-to-end football they played. Yes, in the first game against Zimbabwe, 2-0, Femi Aziz coming into the picture. That was a delightful assist to Terry Murphy. It shows that if this player, has more playing time, I think he mentioned that he is, fancying his chances of playing in the Premier League. If he gets to the Premier League club and improves his game, I think we have a good winger on our hands. That's talking about the Super Eagles. And Femi Aziz, what a player. It was a revelation of that Unity Cup, bringing an assist also as well in the final. And another thing is that, look at the standard of play, look at the pitches that they played on. It just shows that if we have these improvements right here at home, the way we play right here too will also be affected positively. I think the Unity Cup was a good tester. And with Eric Chell on board, yes, he has two different squads, right, for the friendlies and as well for the Unity Cup. The Unity Cup has been done and dusted. It's on to the friendlies now. I think if there can still be some players from the Unity Cup that can make it into the friendlies, I think the Super Eagles, they
even talk about the young man transfer now. Some of the top clubs in Europe actually, Premier League clubs are actually prying and looking at him. And
Femi Aziz.
Yes, Femi Aziz. And Millwall actually is rejecting £20 million for the man. I mean, do you think they are trying to overprice the young man? I mean,
we see that with English clubs.
But tell me, I mean, based on what we actually have now, a man who made Championship first 11, right? Yeah. What is his exact valuation in terms of how much should
I won't blame Millwall for slapping their price tag on him. I mean, he has done his bit. He did his bit, in the Championship last season. Yes, they couldn't get to the playoffs. They couldn't qualify, get promoted to the Premier League. Yes, he might want to fancy another season in the Championship. But if a Premier League club comes in with a 20, 25, 30 million, I think that should be reasonable enough, for Millwall, for them to consider, and I think they will let him go. He has done so well, and I mean, for his first game for the Super Eagles, playing like he's been part of the setup for a long time. He was so confident on the ball, very, very progressive. Not that kind of winger that will get the ball and go back or pass back. No, he takes his man on. Look at that, that little body feint for that goal for Terry Murphy. What a player Femi Aziz is, and I don't know. I think with Eric Shell on board, and I'm still saying again, I think the Super Eagles have a bright future. It just has to be kept right at the man, Eric Shell.
Absolutely, just have to, we have to follow Eric Chell's lead and see where he actually takes the Sparks.
Absolutely. I know. Like Mayowa says, he says it's one bad tournament or one bad game or two bad games away, from getting fired and all of that. But I mean, right now he's on the up, right? And with the way he is scouting his players, going into the local league to go and get players, to fuse them with players that are playing abroad, I think it's a good step forward. And trust me, don't be surprised if you start seeing players from the NPFL featuring regularly in the squad, because those players too, that Unity Cup, like I said, was a good test for them. Look at where they played. They brought the players from Rangers. They played really well. Players from Ikorodu City, they played well. So I think, look at Alassane Yusuf getting 2 goals. Look at that counter-attacking play where he was assisted and he got that beautiful goal for himself. The confidence is bringing right now in the Super Eagles camp. Yes, I know the talk will be like, oh, these players are World Cup worthy. They should have gone to the World Cup. Imagine what we'll do at the World Cup with these set of players. But it is what it is. We can't start going back to what happened, what has happened, right? What has happened has happened. We have to look forward. And I'm sure with the draws that we have for the AFCON qualifiers, I think with these players, or more players even introduced by this man, Eric Chell, I think the Super Eagles will do a far better job than they did during the World Cup qualifier.
I agree with you, Afis, on that one. The Super Eagles will do a far better job than what we saw with other managers. And of course, let's move on straight to the very big one. Victor Osimhen is actually in the news this day, and he's saying that Eric Chell's remark about his club future were taken out of context. Eric Chell had omitted him from Super Eagles friendly to let focus on a potential summer transfer. Osimhen spoke directly with Chell and insists there's no fallout. He praised the coach and asked fans to disregard the speculation around his future. So the context here is that Victor Osimhen was allegedly said to have said that that he will be leaving Galatasaray, according to Eric Chell. Eric Chell came out to say Victor Osimhen will be leaving Galatasaray at the end of the season. And then Osimhen had to jump in and say, no, well, I'm not actually, leaving the club at this point. And whatever it is that you heard from the coach, it's not me that said it. But then, Afis, look at this context. Look at this conversation. Is it possible for Eric Chell to just come out and say Osimhen wants to leave Galatasaray?
I think...
without Osimhen saying anything to Eric
I think it was just a slip. I think it was a slip from Eric Chell. Yes, they had a discussion, right? He also came out to say they had the discussion and his words were taken out of context and all of that. But away from what Eric Chell, might have said, right? Because, we can't confirm that, he said he is on the move out of Galatasaray. Yes, we could see that, he said there might be a transfer, coming in and all of that. We know that the way Victor Osimhen is actually playing, clubs will be looking at him. He had 2 fantastic seasons with Galatasaray. I don't think he's going to stay at Galatasaray for the longest. He is going to actually get, a club, a bigger club. Well, I'm not saying Galatasaray is not a big club, big respect to Galatasaray, but I think other big clubs in Europe will be looking at him because of the numbers, he has given in Turkey. So I don't think Eric Chell was the one that was needed to tell us that Victor Osimhen will be leaving, right? Because he's looking at, if Victor Osimhen leaves Galatasaray this summer, it's not going to surprise anyone because he's on top of his game right now. He's giving steady numbers, in the Turkish league. Very soon, he also want to play the Champions League or maybe a top 5 league in Europe. So I think Eric Chell's words, well, that was just a little slip, right? But he said that there might be a transfer that will be coming in for the big man, and that might happen, and it might not happen. But I think that was just a slip, from Eric Chell, and it was taken out of context. Really.
Well, of course, like you said, Osimhen is one man who's will be drawing a lot of attention. From top clubs in Europe. Every man needs a marksman of his quality. Yeah. Looking at Osimhen right now, do you think Osimhen would stay put at Galatasaray this season?
Well, it depends on the offer he gets, right? If you look at Paris Saint-Germain, yes, they are looking at the likes of Alvarez. If Julian Alvarez deal does not work out, they might go in for a Victor Osimhen. And Victor Osimhen right now, he gets into that Galatasaray, that Paris Saint-Germain team, and he starts, right? Because I feel like, player for player, him and Gonçalo Ramos, I'll pick a Victor Osimhen because he's more of a marksman than Ramos. Yes, Ramos also can score goals, but he's not as prolific as the Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen. There's also a Barcelona as well. If Barcelona lose Julian Alvarez to Paris Saint-Germain, they might want to go in for him. I think a big team will come in for Victor Osimhen. A top 5 club, a club in the top 5 leagues. I think they will come in for Victor Osimhen. I don't think he's going to stay at Galatasaray for the longest. Okay. Even the president has said that if he has made up his mind that he wants to leave Galatasaray, they won't stop him.
So, but what do you see? You see his body language as someone who wants to leave?
He's a top professional. He is playing his game. He's not whining about and saying, "No, I'm going to." He has not handed any formal transfer request. He's not skipping training. He's just being a professional right now because he actually saw what happened with Napoli. He doesn't want that to happen because they love him right there in Turkey, right? And I think he's handling it very, very well as a top professional, and he's just being who he is.
So let's look at the incident with Osimhen at Galatasaray, right? There are two things. Osimhen is actually hungry to actually get to the summit, which is to win perhaps the Champions League.
Right.
Now, and there are two ways that he can actually go about getting it.
Right.
He's very stable at Galatasaray right now. There are two ways. Option one is to actually ensure that Galatasaray, bring in a couple of players to improve the project, and then, help him advance to whatever it is that he's pursuing in his own personal ambition, right? And then the options two is actually for him to actually move to one of his top clubs, like you rightly mentioned, which is the easiest for him.
Well, I think that will be up to him. It depends on what he also wants personally. But if you look at it from the outside, Osimhen should be 28 years old, maybe this year.
No, to 27.
About at the peak of his powers.
27.
And it now depends. If he wants the Champions League, if he wants to win the Champions League, if he's so ambitious, so bad to win the Champions League, I think he will consider to move away from Galatasaray. Right. I think that Galatasaray move happened just for him to get steady. The Napoli deal was getting very, very messy. So he had to just steady himself. Other clubs were backing out of deals. Napoli they were making the contract so protracted. It was a protracted summer for him. It was so disappointing for him. He just had to be at a place, right? And that was in Turkey. Right. I think Napoli did it in a way that it wasn't even going to be a threat to them by playing in other clubs in the top 5 leagues. So they had to ship him to Turkey. He got his balance at Turkey. He's now 2 seasons with them. He has done so well for them. He has given numbers. I don't think the Galatasaray fans will want to stop him if he wants to pursue, his dreams, his ambitions to, maybe, for example, win the Champions League. I think he's not going to achieve that at Galatasaray. I'm sorry. It might not come out well, but I don't think he's going to achieve winning the Champions League at Galatasaray. I think he will have to leave maybe to a Barcelona or a PSG or even a Real Madrid.
Well, time will tell if he's going to be able to win it right there at Galatasaray with the crop of players that he's got, or if Galatasaray will be willing to actually improve the squad to ensure that Victor Osimhen gets to win the biggest European football prize. But of course, away from that, let's go straight to the camp of the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Of course, as they've begun preparation for their doubleheader friendlies against Senegal, head coach Justin Madugu's 23-player squad will report to camp today in Ikene. The match on June 5th and June 8th at Ramos Complex, right there at Abeokuta. And of course, it's a doubleheader for the 10-time African champion against Senegal. And of course, those two games will be played right there at the Ramos Complex. And of course, Nigeria is drawn in Group C, facing Zambia, Egypt, and Malawi. And of course, not to also forget that there's a certain Morocco in that particular group. Now, we are heading to another WAFCON, right? And I think that's going to be in July. That's where the tournament will be starting. Right. And if with the way we are actually preparing the girls, right? The girls fails to actually, win this tournament. Afis, what exactly will be the very first thing that you say?
Well, lack of preparation. Obviously, lack of preparation is one of them, and we could see the players that were called up. I mean, there are some names that that are missing, but I think these players will still be good enough. They are still good enough, to be able to negotiate, the Senegal game, the doubleheader against Senegal. I mean, we've been crying out for games for these ladies. We were seeing preparations for the men, for the Super Eagles. What's going on with the Super Falcons, right? After they played Cameroon, there were other games that they were supposed to play. The Cabo Verde women pulled out. I think there was one planned against Jamaica that they also pulled out. People were just pulling out to play against the Super Eagles against the Super Falcons of Nigeria. It's just so it wasn't looking good. And I think the NFF just tried their best to save face, and they gave them, Senegal. We could see that other countries were playing, even international tournaments, international friendlies, other countries that are also participating at the WAFCON. They were playing international friendlies. Questions were asked, what's going on with the Super Falcons? And now they are playing Senegal. It's not the best, but at least they have a game to play, 2 games to play to tune out their preparations.
So let's look at the group: Zambia, Egypt, and Malawi. That tournament is going to be held in Morocco as usual. Right. At least for now, we subject to change. South Africa is still looking around if Morocco decides to actually not host it, but subject to change. So now, looking at the group, will the Super Falcons find it difficult to actually scale through this group?
With Zambia, Egypt, and Malawi, well, I don't think so. but we just can't bank on their quality. They have to be prepared, right? I think that's what the NFF is taking advantage of, in my humble opinion, saying that, okay, look, they are 10-time champions. Even if we don't prepare them, well enough, they have the talents that can go and win number 11. It's not done. With the way the WAFCON is now, we are seeing teams that are actually preparing even more than us. Right? They are no small teams anymore. Even the Super Eagles coach, Eric Chela, said that they are no small teams. They are no small teams. And as it is in the male game, so it is in the female game. There are no small teams. We saw the way Morocco pushed the Super Falcons to the limit in their last final. They were 2-0 down, the Super Falcons. They had to come back mentally and physically. They have to give it their all to come back 3-2, and they won that one. If we are leaving this to chance again, we might end up not winning anything. Yes, you say talent-wise, these players, they should be able to negotiate a group of Zambia, Malawi, and Egypt, of course, because of the talents that they've got. But what has been their preparation? They traveled, they had a game prepared, they had the game that they were supposed to play, they had the game planned, but at the end of the day, the game did not materialize. About 2 international games that they were supposed to play did not materialize. So now they are playing Senegal, they're also in the tournament.
Let's look at the quality of the players. I mean, yesterday, over the weekend, I beg your pardon, Nigeria's goalkeeper, I'm talking about the Super Falcons goalkeeper now. Nadozie was actually, her club side was actually trashed, in the FA Cup final for Manchester City. And she did a very decent job as always. Now, we've got players playing at the highest level. I mean, you want to look at, the names there and you know that, okay, yes, we have players who have, I mean, you cannot talk about African football without mentioning Asisat Oshoala.
Of course.
We've got experience. Look at this squad, the way it is right now. Nadozie, Hebe Comfort, Ngbechi, Andelin. I mean, these guys were actually part of the last, La Decima side. A good number of them were part of the side likes of Emerdi Blessing, who actually wasn't part of it. Maybe she's actually the one who's taking the role of, setting
Esther Okonkwo?
No, not Esther Okonkwo, the veteran, the Super Eagles, the Super Falcon veteran. I'll get her name before we leave this particular place. But then, if you look at this team right now, this team for you, right, does it look like a team that can conquer Africa again?
Why not? I don't think this is going to even be the final squad, right? I think this is just for the friendly. I think by the time the tournaments rolls in, we are going to see the final squad. And but these players should be good enough to be able to defeat Senegal. I mean, the likes of Christy Uchebe. I mean, looking at the forwards, especially the likes of Jamilusi, Moisola Babajide. I know maybe some names are missing right there. The likes of Ashley Plumcher, she's not, getting involved. Alozie as well is not being called up. But I think when the tournament comes in proper, Madugu is going to call on, the players that he trusts, and I will be able to, try and bring number 11 home. But I think these players, I see them being able to defeat Senegal in those 2 games, and I think that will be their final tune-up games for the tournament. But at least the fact that they have a tune-up game is refreshing, but they're just leaving it too late.
But now you talk about final tune-up game. Those tune-up games are they actually really enough for the girls? Because I'm actually looking at Super Falcons. I think we can actually look at the WAFCON, how they win it and all of that, celebrate them. But isn't it getting boring at this point? At least?
Well, they could have done better, but this time around, the NFF has always been accused of being sleeping, and at this time around, they were caught sleeping again. And maybe they woke up at the last minute. They tried all they could, if you could put it that way, just to get a game for these ladies. But they could have done better, way back. By the time the postponements happened, you should have been giving them games back to back so that they can be at least refreshed. Even you could see in other teams in Europe, they are getting games back to back. At least keep these girls together, refresh them, know that they have a tournament coming, and they are the defending champions. They are defending the title. You can't let girls that are going in to defend the title be playing games, so far apart. Let them. Right now, we should have been talking the Super Falcons playing about 6 to 7 games just to start this tournament so that they can tell other people that they are serious about defending their title. But now it's looking like, it's all vibes. The ladies have the talent. They can do it regardless. They can play. If you like, they should not play any game. They have the talents. The Super Falcons are the best in the continent. They can play, but then it's not done that way. There are no small teams, but let's see what happens.
Absolutely. The name I was actually trying to remember is Osinachi Ohale.
Oh, Osinachi Ohale. Yeah,
Ohale. So, but let's move away from that particular story. Let's go straight to what's happened over the weekend. The UEFA Champions League. It was a very big one. I recall that before that particular game on Friday, I had Mayowa here. Mayowa was talking about his prediction for that game. I was saying Arsenal was going to lose 4-1. I know it's not possible. Seeing how Arsenal really been very resolute in the defense. But then I know it's going to be a very difficult game. It's going to actually be defined by tiny margin. And of course, we saw the winner. But this is not about the scoreline right now. It's about one man, Manchester United legend, Rio Ferdinand, has actually come out to tell Arsenal to focus on the bigger picture after the Champions League final heartbreak against PSG. Despite taking an early lead, the Gunners lost on penalties in Budapest. Ferdinand urged the squad to celebrate the Premier League title and said this Arsenal team are entering a new era ready to fight for major titles. First of all, do you agree with him that this Arsenal team looks like a team that's entering a new era, ready to fight for major title?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think this Champions League, the Champions League final experience, I think is enough to show that for the boys. I mean, you could see the boys, yes, they were disappointed that they lost on penalties, and you could see them at the trophy parade, Declan Rice making statements saying that the boys are definitely going to be back. I think these players, they are, yes, in the right frame of mind under Mikel Arteta now. When coming into the season, and I always said it on the show that I think they came into the season to actually come and try to get the Premier League title. I didn't think they have the mental strength to be able to battle on all four fronts, right? The Champions League, yes, so it happened. They were winning games, but I think their main focus was on the Premier League, and they achieved that at the end of the season, right? And they got to the Champions League final against PSG, and they started pretty well. They had a game plan, right? Yes, a lot of people will say, oh, it's the Aram football, it's the anti-football, all of that, but they had a game plan. You don't attack Paris Saint-Germain. We've seen teams that attack Paris Saint-Germain. I mean, look at Inter Milan in last season's final. They were very compact against the Football Club Barcelona. They went into the final, expressed themselves, and they got beat 5-0. I think Arsenal had the game plan. Yes, to some points, the PSG attackers were stifled, likes of Kvaratskhelia, even Dembele. He wasn't the usual self. He wasn't getting the shots on goals like he does on a regular. Achraf Hakimi was also minding himself as he's going forward. He's also trying to track back. I think that was a good game plan. Yes, penalties, as we say, is anybody's game, and they lost on penalties. But moving away from the Champions League, at the end of the season, they at least ended with a trophy where at some point in the season, Ikechuku, so people were saying that Arsenal were not going to even win anything, right? So when they lost the Carabao Cup final, you could hear people saying, oh, the quadruple season is over, Arsenal might end up trophyless again, but they rolled on to at least lay their hands on the Premier League. Now that they've achieved that, I think they are going to go into next season into more competitions, right? They have buried, how will I put it now, the ghost of the last 22 years. Last 22 years, yes, if I'm right, 22 years, not winning the Premier League. They buried that. Now they are looking at other titles. They might want to go into cup competitions next season. The FA Cup, try to win that. If they win the FA Cup alone next season, I don't think it's going to be a bad season. Yes, a lot of people will be expecting them to defend the Premier League title, but I think it's a gradual process for these boys. And these boys, you could see that they're so delighted, they're happy to play under the coach Mikel Arteta. Yes, the blueprint is beginning to at least have some light.
But we saw that Champions League final was, in history, right? The last time a team recorded this low amount of possession in a game was Arsenal 20 years ago, right? Against Barcelona. And that could be understood because they had, a red card in that particular game. They had 29.7%, of that particular possession in that game. But this season, no red card, 24.3%.
That possession wouldn't have mattered if Arsenal had won that game.
Absolutely, it wouldn't have mattered. But then it says a lot about the mentality of Arsenal. 3 games, right? This is the third game this season that all stakes, all eyes was in Arsenal, and the players came. I'll give you the last 2. The first was the FA Cup, Carling Cup final against Manchester City, Carabao Cup against Manchester City. Yeah. And of course, the other was the same Man City, the league decider, the game that was supposed to be the league decider. Yeah. Does this say something about the mentality? Looking at the fact that Yao Neves, one of the midfielders of PSG, came out to say he only saw one team on the pitch.
Because it was his team that was supposedly dominating. They were in charge of the possession, but they were stifled. I think that it could have been better. Especially when the likes of Ousmane Dembele went off, Kvaratskhelia went off. The attacking threat was getting lower and lower. Right?
So Arsenal should have actually really come out to fight.
I think Arsenal should have taken their chances. He brought in a certain Eberechi Eze. He brought in Madueke, Gabriel Martinelli for the speed. He brought in Victor Gyökeres up front. I think they should, and I think they tried. But the PSG team, you could see that these players are actually very, very complete. Under Luis Enrique, they can defend if they need to be. You saw it in the second leg against Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich did not expect that. They were expecting the same bang for the first leg that ended 5-4. But Paris Saint-Germain sat back a little and hit Bayern Munich on the counter, and it worked for them. Right? And I think this Paris Saint-Germain team, they are just a very, very complete side. But should Mikel Arteta have actually gone all out attacking? Yes, he should have. But even when they tried to, even when he did in that game, they were still caught sleeping. If not for Bakula's profligate finishing. right? So I think they just had the game plan. And trust me, I don't know. I don't want to sound anyhow now, but I think if PSG hadn't gotten that penalty, Arsenal would have gone to that game and have finished it 1-0. It was just the game plan.
Okay, so let's even look at that game even more, right? We saw the way Arsenal actually approached the game, and of course the way Paris Saint-Germain actually. A lot of persons actually predicted PSG was going to win because of how they have actually been coming.
Right.
But let's talk about this PSG team now. They've won the back-to-back, the first team after Real Madrid in this new Champions League era, the very first in this new Champions League format, and they did it back-to-back. Is Luis Enrique now a better manager than Pep Guardiola? He's won it 3 times. And is this team better than the class of Pep Guardiola's 2009-2012?
Wow. Well, it's 2 generations, if I'm to put it that way, if I'm allowed to put it that way. I think it's 2 generations entirely, right? You could see the Barcelona of 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011 season, different kettle of fish. I mean, you just can't move near the Barcelona team. You won't get the ball, right? This Paris Saint-Germain team, they have also this grit about them. Even off the ball, they can defend very well. I think Marquinhos and William Pacho, they're like the most underrated pairing, centre-back pairing in the world. Because the 2 of them, very, very compact. If Marquinhos is going forward, Pacho stays behind to mop up. And I mean, they have a very, very complete side. Achraf Hakimi and Menj, on the right and left-hand side, respectively. Fantastic players, right? I don't want to make any comparison right now. I think Pep, he did well with his Barcelona side, and Enrique is also doing well. Enrique has also tasted victory with Barcelona, with the MSN in 2015. Is he going to be in the conversation when it comes to the Champions League? Yes, it should be in that conversation. With 2 different teams winning back-to-back with a new format of 48 teams that some big teams, could not even muster their energy. Look at Real Madrid. Real Madrid, yes, their last Champions League was when it was still 32 teams, right? But in the new format, we could see that they struggled, and they struggled really hard. So I think you have to give big credit to this person.
So let's put them really on the scale. Let's put them on a scale. This Enrique, can he dominate the Champions League playing in the Premier League?
With the way they are playing? Yes. Okay, if he makes a move to the Premier League.
Yeah, can he dominate the Champions League playing in the Premier League?
With the Premier League side,
yes,
in the Champions League. I think he can because he has his own game plan and his tactics as well. And the number 1 thing is you have to run for 90 minutes. Kivicha Kvaratskhelia, Ousmane Dembele, you just have to run for him.
PSG side has a lot of advantage from the French FA,
right.
Ligue 1 FA, right, where they actually help them, postpone some games so that they get rest. And a good number of them actually didn't even play up to 30 league games in this particular squad.
Yeah, I think Dembele had only 10 starts. Yeah.
So if you bring that context into a league that will not give you break, can they go all the way to do?
But Mikel Arteta was already calling for a break last season, so they might consider it. And if they do, and Enrique is in the league, just leave it to Luis Enrique. I think we have to give big credit to the Spaniard.
What now does this victory mean to Spanish football, Spanish coaches? Because the way it is right now, they're virtually everywhere. In the Europa League, they won it. On Emre, in the Conference League, they got to the final. In the Perez, now in the Champions League final, 2 Spanish coaches did it. And come on.
You just have to give it to them. They are the ones at the forefront.
What is special about them?
I think I've been asked
what's that thing that they do that others, are yet to really catch up?
They are different style of play, and they stick to it. They know that this thing can work for them. Yes, they can also be very, very pragmatic too. They can add other things, but they stick to what they have, and they believe that this thing is going to work. I think I recall I was watching an interview where Antoine Semenyo, now playing for Manchester City, when he was playing at Bournemouth under Andoni Iraola, he said they hardly have days off. You play, you run. And if you look at Iraola's style, it's heavy metal football. And now Liverpool might be the biggest beneficiaries of that. They might be getting Andoni Iraola to replace Adisak and the slot. And you will see that also in the Liverpool team. And I think Mohamed Salah also said it, that he wants Liverpool to go back to that heavy metal way they used to play under Jurgen Klopp.
It's good you mentioned, Andoni Iraola likely, to take over from Arne Slot after he was actually asked from the job. Let's look at, Premier League next season. If that eventually happens, it means we will be having a Spanish coach right there at at Liverpool, and then we're having Mikel Arteta, then Enzo Maresca, and then Xabi Alonso. Now we look at this top 4. We're having 3 managers, Three Spaniards, rather.
One Italian.
From and then one British man, Manchester United in Michael Carrick. Let's look at these teams now. What will Premier League look like next season? There's no Pep Guardiola, so everyone has to really compete at the same level.
Right. I think it's going to be a difficult job for Mikel Arteta to defend his title next season, because these are young and vibrant, bright managers that will be looking to lead their teams. Yes, maybe you can look at the likes of Iraola and Alonso, saying that they are taking. I mean, for Iraola, it's taking a bigger job than Bournemouth. It's a new level, right? You can't compare. Even though Bournemouth, they did their best, they finished in 5th place, but you can't still compare a Bournemouth to a Liverpool, right? It's still a bigger job, right, for Iraola. And also for Alonso, look at Chelsea, they look disjointed, they finished 10th. He has to at least bring back the good vibes to Champions League, and the bare minimum is to at least finish in the top 4, top 5 for Xabi Alonso to bring Chelsea back into that position. And now they're playing a game a week, yes, so to speak. So they should also be looking at trying to get a shot at the Premier League title. That's a big job for Xabi Alonso as well. Mikel Arteta too, the title defense will also be there. They don't want to end up like in Liverpool, this season, right? And also for Enzo Maresca, it's a whole new terrain. A coach leaving after 10 years. I think for me,
he won the Champions League with them.
Enzo Maresca.
Yes,
but he was not the top coach.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was not the head coach. He was not the manager.
He's been there before.
Right?
2023.
Mikel Arteta was Pep Guardiola now. But
and we will see
how many years did it take him to win the title with Arsenal?
Well, it's quite different because he got into a job where he has to start rebuild. Pep Guardiola has done the job, the heavy lifting of rebuilding for Enzo Maresca.
Enzo Maresca is still rebuilding. Who replaces Bernardo Silva? Who replaces John Stones? And if you try to replace the style of play of Pep Guardiola, it must work, because they are already used to winning. Manchester City fans.
That's a lot of conversation. I mean, we'll definitely look into that when the season officially starts. But then it's going to be a lot of battle that we can both agree on.
Of course.
Yeah, let's move on straight to another very talking point right there in world of football. One man is tipping Michael Olise to be the best player in the world, and his name is Thomas Muller has actually backed Michael Olise to win the Ballon d'Or ahead of Harry Kane. The German legend says Olise's artistry and dribbling give him the edge in the vote. Kane leads the booking after 61 goals this season, but Olise took Bundesliga Player of the Year after 15 goals and 19 assists in 32 games. I mean, Michael Olise, Ballon d'Or winner. If it happens today, right, hypothetically, if it happens today that he is declared the best player in the world, Ballon d'Or winner, is it going to come as a surprise, given the way he's performed this season?
Well, I think the Ballon d'Or this season for me is going to be heavily dependent on World Cup performances.
Let's start from your top 3 now as it stands now. Let's leave the World Cup behind now. Your top 3 right now as it stands.
Michael Olise is in there. Harry Kane, Lamine Yamal as well.
So you don't have Kavicha Kvaratskhelia in it?
He's hanging in there. You said top 3.
Yeah.
Right? Not top 4, top 5, or even top 10.
Okay, so it's not there.
For me, I take Olise, Harry Kane. Definitely Harry Kane. I mean, on real numbers. Right? A lot of people are even tipping him to equal Messi's record come December. And I think it's about 29 or 30 goals off. Right? Messi did 91. I think Kane is on 60 or 61. So, and Kane, knowing him for his prolific goal scoring, he can achieve that. For me, I think Harry Kane is the clear favorite, Harry Kane. But now it depends. Now we're having about 2 or 3 names, even 5 names, all just live at the Ballon d'Or. There are even talks of Declan Rice in there. There are talks of David Raya in there. I think the World Cup is going to determine a lot. So I'm leaving it to the World Cup.
But let's also look at this now. Yeah, of course we'll leave it to the World Cup because it's a World Cup year, so that's going to be really heavily impact on whatever the outcome is going to be. But the Ballon d'Or right now, if you say Harry Kane deserves it, from what the real numbers you pointed out, you cannot be the best player in the world when you're not the best player in your class. It's just like saying the best player in the school. In the entire school, is not the best player. It's not the best student in the entire school. It's not the best student in his class.
So you think Olise is a better player than Harry Kane?
But Olise won the Player of the Year in Germany.
Kavicha Kvaratskhelia won the Player of the Year in this year.
So that's
but Osimhen was the top scorer, right?
Being the top scorer, and that's exactly why we have MVP and highest goal scorer in tournaments. You can be the highest goal scorer, yes, because you scored a lot of goals.
Let me put this to you. Inter Milan. Who is the best player of Inter Milan?
Now?
Yeah. Best player that comes to mind.
For me, this season, or
the best player of Inter Milan. So you know DiMarco is not Inter Milan's best player.
No, this season.
No,
this season is DiMarco.
This season, right. But if you look at those teams, you know that the likes of Lautaro Martinez was the top scorer in the league.
Yes.
For me, for Bayern Munich this season, yes, at Bundesliga they've given Michael Olise as
I think you are being goal biased.
He's not being goal biased. It's because he's doing more than what's expected.
But if he's
we have to give him his flowers.
But if he's done all of these things, Michael Olise has shattered the assist record in Europe this season.
I understand.
Right. So, but then
I agree.
It's going to be unfair if you actually place a man whose job is not naturally goal scoring behind a man whose job is natural goal scoring because he didn't score more goals.
I'm not trying to discredit what Michael Olise had done, but I'm just looking at an unreal season for Harry Kane. But at the end of the day, all those assists, they need an end product, and he was the one giving an end product to those assists.
All Harry Kane's goals also need an assist.
Yes, I understand.
And without those goals, we will not be having this conversation of him, perhaps equally Messi.
But it wasn't only Michael Olise that was assisting him.
What? Come on.
Michael Olise, fantastic player, absolutely.
Big games through this season.
Does it deserve the Ballon d'Or? Right? It does. Absolutely, it does. Lamine Yamal as well. Anybody in that PSG squad.
But I feel that should be troubling because they're playing in the same league and this man, edged him, is also the best French player outside of France. Again.
Those are Ballon d'Or figures. Ballon d'Or statistics.
No.
But then, I'm leaving into the World Cup.
Okay.
If that's why I said there are a lot of names that can be considered for this Ballon d'Or.
But okay,
I'm leaving it for the
it's
World
good
Cup.
you're leaving it for the World Cup, right?
Yes.
We can both agree that at this point, Olise is ahead of
top two.
It's ahead of every other French player in the Ballon d'Or. Right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And
He's the best French player according to the French football now.
So we can both agree that it's possible, because football can be very funny, that France will most likely finish ahead of England in this World Cup.
Absolutely.
And where does that leave us again?
And they might not even still give it to Olise because PSG won the Champions League. Dembele.
But if he wins, Dembele is obviously not the best player in PSG. It's Kvaratskhelia won the Champions League best player.
All these are popularity contests. You know how it can be when it comes to awards.
But last season, Dembele won Champions League best player.
Right. Was he the best player in Paris Saint-Germain?
Last season? Yes, he was.
He was?
Yes, he was.
Okay, go ahead.
He was. I mean, we saw his numbers. We saw how he defined key moments.
There were many players in that Paris Saint-Germain team that had the same shot as Dembele. Hakimi was one of them, right? Nuno Mendes was one of them.
That's why he won the best player in Africa.
Nuno Mendes was one of them. Vitinha was also there. And these same players are still as instrumental in this season too.
They are still as instrumental.
Absolutely.
But last season, Dembele defined key moments for them.
I think if Olise plays a big role for France at the World Cup, I think he has a big shot. If they go on to win the tournament.
I just hope to see, where football will take us.
But all this trajectory might change if Spain wins the World Cup.
Again, that's a very big conversation because Lamine Yamal is actually locking somewhere and he might just actually pick up this Ballon d'Or.
We know how these awards can be.
See, talking about Spain now, right? And then FIFA World Cup. Let's move on. 10 days to the World Cup and a lot of, conversation between the World Cup. Of course, there's also, the incident of South Africa and Iran, not traveling yet to the World Cup because of immigration issues, visa issues. I don't really know, why that is actually happening.
Whatever it is, I think the United States should just let us play the game.
You help us understand this. You help us understand all of these things.
I don't understand what they are doing now. It's 10 days to a tournament now, and you are still locking them out because of issues you have with them. It's not done.
Immigration issue, you have to get your papers right.
I said it earlier. This United States might end up being the worst host of the World Cup.
But let's look at
so many rules already that people are even still trying to get grips with, and you are still trying to bring in your off-field, your whatever democratic or whatever incidents you have with them into a football game.
But how so?
Let them come and play the tournaments. Now let them go.
Are you saying the United States of America should allow everybody coming to the World Cup because they don't want to?
You have to keep
appear like
they
have issues
safe.
with your.
But now, it is not the South African government that is coming to play.
The United States of America is at war, so they have to be very careful.
They are coming to play a game of football. This is not the first time we've seen war-torn nations play football, right? It is football. It is the game. When it is the first whistle, 90 minutes.
Are you saying they should bring down their immigration standard because of World Cup?
I'm not saying they should bring down their immigration standard. They have to keep to what they want to keep to. But it is so glaring that they are not doing this big. They know they can do it. They can make it easier for these two teams. They can make it easier. But they just want everybody to be at their mercy. It's not done.
And DR Congo is also somewhere locked in because of Ebola. Let's see where that.
I think that will be solved.
That will be solved.
I think that will be solved.
Okay, so let's look at what Opta Computer is actually saying. It says Spain are the Opta supercomputers favorites to win 2026 World Cup. lifting the trophy in 16.1% of 1,000 simulation. France, England, and defending champion Argentina are close behind, all above 10%. The model sees Spain most likely to reach the quarterfinals and gives the co-hosts, United States of America, Mexico, and Canada, slim chances. Cape Verde and Curacao made the debut with just 35.9% of sims producing a first-time winner. Spain, the Opta-Computer world champion. They predicted the Champions League final that, PSG is going to win. They gave them 56% of, chance of winning. They also predicted that Arsenal was going to win the league, even when Man City actually equaled them. They've gotten 2 right, and now we're looking at them again, looking at Spain winning the World Cup.
Yeah.
Will Spain win this World Cup?
They have a good chance too. I mean, they have a fantastic team, a brilliant team. We saw the list when it came out, from the defense to the attack, including their goalkeepers. They have one of the best goalkeepers in the world, David Raya. He might not even be the one to keep at the end of the day. It might be Alonso Simon, but they also have Joan Garcia in there. Looking at their defense, Christian Mosquera, they have Aymeric Laporte, they have Pau Kubasi, brilliant players, Llorente, Marc Pubio, Pedro Porro. I don't think, Mosquera didn't make it, pardon me. I mean, looking at their midfield as well, I mean, that's where they even have the best of the best. The Pedris of this world, Dani Olmo is in there, you have Rodri, Fabian Ruiz, those 3 that won, the Euros. Then looking at the attack, obviously, you have Lamine Yamal and Oyarzabal. Yes, you might say the attack is not their strongest, but this team, they are very, very compact. They have a very, very good connection. The Barcelona boys, obviously, there's Gavi in there as well. I think this team will actually be a big, big contender. I think they'll be the team to beat. Yes, Argentina are also in there somewhere. There's Portugal as well. If you look at the balance of the team, they are very, very complete. There's France as well. There's the 3 Lions of England. People are looking to see what Thomas Tuchel, with the magic he wants to perform with the names he called up. It's going to be an interesting summer, an interesting World Cup. But for Spain, I think if they can go about the way they won the Euros, De La Fuente letting the boys express themselves. I mean, most of the young boys, he has worked with them before. I mean, there's a Nico Williams also in there. If he makes it like the way he did the Euros, I think Spain, not an outside chance, they have a very, very good chance to win it all. It's going to be a big ask. I mean, 48 teams and extended version, a lot of games to be played. But I think Spain, if they keep their heads down and keep their players fit, I think they have a big
Let's look at what the percentage, that was given to them is 16.1%. And of course, every other team outside that particular line also get above 10. The France of this world, the Argentinas of this world, the Portugal, like you mentioned, even the 3 Lions all had over 10%, which means that it's going to be a very keenly contested World Cup. Absolutely. But then on the balance of play, right, which team does it look like, a team that can really stop this Spanish side?
Well, I think I'll give it to Portugal, simply because of what they did at the Nations League, right? I think this Portuguese team as well, I mean, if you look at their centre-backs, their goalkeepers, their midfield, and of course their attack, yes, I think they are the closest. When it comes to the midfield, I think they are the closest that can match Spain. They have the likes of Vitinha, Ruben Neves, Joao Neves, Bruno Fernandes, Bernardo Silva, good players in there. I think Joao Palhinha didn't make it, right? But they have good players in there in that Portuguese team. Looking at their attack, of course, the evergreen Cristiano Ronaldo, Joao Felix, they have the likes of Rafael Leao as well, also in there somewhere. I think the Portuguese team can match up. But it depends. Yeah, Francisco Conceição. It depends. Cristiano Ronaldo, what role do you want to play with this team? Will you sit back and let them express themselves? Or do you still want to be the main man? I think if it goes into that tournament to say, I'm the main man, I should be at the center of it all, I think they will crumble. But if it lets them do what Argentina did in 2022, he will still take the glory regardless. He's the biggest name in the team, right? If he allows these boys to express themselves, I think Portugal will also have a good tournament that they will go far. I mean, look at that defense. Joao Cancelo, Diego Dallo, Nuno Mendes as well, Ruben Dias, Gonçalo Inácio. Brilliant players all around for the Portuguese team. This is their best chance to actually win the World Cup. I can say this is their golden generation, including a Ronaldo.
And the coach, Roberto Martinez, also said that Cristiano Ronaldo can even go up to 2030 World Cup.
Nah, I don't think so. I think he's joking.
Well, this is exactly where we'll be living up on today's episode of Locker Room. I think it's good to have you join me today.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. If you are a fan of politics, sit around because the next show will be a political show. And Chukwuma Okoro will be here to take us through it all. Of course, it is Political Lens. Ikechukwu Agwago. Have a sporty day ahead.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na mbụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwee ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee nnukwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla anyị jikọtara ọnụ nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara let's go
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara
by National Orientation Agency.
All major political parties have elected their presidential candidates for the 2027 general election, with the APC fielding the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. NDC has Peter Obi as the presidential candidate. The ADC has Atiku Abubakar. I understand that there are two other presidential candidates in the ADC, talking about Nafiu Balagombe, who turned out to be the presidential candidate of his own faction following the primaries conducted yesterday. Before Atiku Abubakar, we also had Dumebi Kachiku, who emerged the presidential candidate of a faction of the ADC. We'll see how all of that will be resolved. In the meantime, the SDP also elected Adewale Adebayo as the presidential candidate of the SDP. The Labour Party has Chibuzo Okereke, PRP Donald Duke, and AAC Omoyele Sowore, who just moved from being the national chairman of the party about 3 or 4 days ago to the presidential candidate of the AAC. And the PDP has also two presidential candidates, one from the Wike-led faction, talking about Sandy Ono, and the other that affirmed the election of former President Goodluck Jonathan, in absentia, by the way, as the presidential candidate of the PDP. Quite interesting times that we are in Nigeria. In all of this, only the NDC has named its presidential running mate, talking about Musa Rabiu Kokwanso, while we await other developments. In the meantime, the Court of Appeal in Port Harcourt has affirmed the nullification of the Congress is conducted by Tony Okocha as the state chairman of the APC. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us. Let me begin our guest. We've been joined virtually by the presidential candidate of the SDP, talking about Prince Adewale Adebayo. Good evening, Prince Adebayo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens. I do appreciate your presence, sir. Hello, the Prince. I need for you to unmute your device so that I can get your audio feed, and also switch on your video feed so that we can get your visuals. Hello, the Prince. Can you hear me? Well, while I try to fix all of that, we've been joined in the studio here by Prince Francis Chilaka, a political affairs analyst. I think today is the day of the princes. Prince Adewale Adebayo, Prince Francis Chilaka. Good to have you, sir. Good to have you join us. I appreciate your presence.
Thank you, Okoro.
Now, before we get the feed from Prince Adewale Adebayo, let's talk about the emergence of Rabiu Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kokwanso. So, Peter Obi has named Rabiu Musa Kokwanso as his running mate for the 2027 general elections after emerging as the presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, at a special convention in Abuja. That was on Saturday, where both politicians contested the 2023 presidential election separately, Obi under the Labour Party and Kokwanso under the NNPP, before leaving their former parties and joining the ADC. From there, they moved over to the NDC, following their defeat in 2023 by Tinubu. Well, the joint ticket has generated mixed reactions nationwide, with supporters viewing it as a formidable opposition alliance ahead of 2027, while critics question the internal balance of power within the party. While addressing concerns, Obi said Kokwanso will not be a spare tire if elected, pledging an inclusive government, where the vice president plays an active role, adding that both leaders share common values on governance, education, and security, despite their separate runs in 2023 that ended behind Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar. Now, Prince, this is more like an outcome that was foretold. What's the magic Nigerians should expect? I mean, first in terms of winning the election and then actual governance from both Musa Kokwanso and Peter Obi. Both of them have been governors at some point in their political career, one in Anambra State, one in Kano State. What should Nigerians expect?
Well, before we begin to talk about what Nigerians should expect, you know that in 2023, run up to the election, there was this move on this clamor for Nigerians for Peter Obi and Kokwanso to come together, and people had looked forward to it because people then believed that that was the magic wand that Peter Obi needed to be able to take over power from the late President Buhari, but it didn't work out. So, for me, I think it's a formidable arrangement. It is something it's something that we need right now. Because these are two people who have been governors, and then if you look at their antecedents, you'll find out that they really share a lot in common. Peter Obi, for instance, had two deputies, if you recall. He had Eteba. None of them got impeached, but Eteba became governor for 3 months after Peter Obi was impeached. And when the courts returned Peter Obi, she, voluntarily handed over the reins of power back to Peter Obi. And I recall she said for her, it was a good thing working with Peter Obi. She enjoyed the working relationship. Unlike some other persons that we know had their deputies impeached, not one, not two. So, and then when he came back in 2007 as well, if you also know, he got a new deputy. And the man said something. He said, the reason why deputies quarrel with their principal is because they don't understand, they don't read the Constitution. And he read the Constitution. And the reason why people refer to the deputies as spare tire is not because of the president. It is because of the way the Constitution is screwed. So it is the Constitution that makes them more like deputy, that makes them spare tires. But for Peter Obi to come out and tell you that Alhaji Musa Kwakwanso is not going to be a spare tire, it means that they're going to have a formidable working relationship.
Okay, formidable working relationship. Before we get into their formidable working relationship, that's peradventure, they win the elections. Now, let's talk about the actual winning of the elections. Well, you say it's going to be a formidable team, the way Nigerians see it, but Nigerians also see that it's a Herculean task to unseat the current president, going by what he has done in the past 3 years and the fact that, well, a lot of people, he has 33 governors in his kitty, 10.9 million people, returned him as the presidential candidate of the party. And the fact that, well, the other day they took front pages of major newspapers in Nigeria to tell Nigerians how much they have achieved in the past 3 years. IMF has said, well, his policies are working. World Bank has said his policies are working. So how do you unseat such a performing president?
Well, if you say that the policies...
No, not me saying. World Bank and IMF saying.
World Bank and IMF, they are the ones giving him loan.
Okay.
So obviously, they must defend the loan that they're giving to the administration. But if we're being honest with ourselves in this country, and we say that the policies of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is working, then we look at the living standard of the Nigerian people. How does that add up? If the living standard of the people does not match up to the policies you talk about, then it means that the policies are not working. Let's take, for instance, how much is fuel today? Petrol is 1,003. Gas is 1,006, 1,008. Diesel is 1,007, 2,000. And Nigerians depend on petrol to survive. And when I say they depend on petrol to survive, it's because we have epileptic electricity. You cannot rely on our electricity supply. So if the policies are working, the Nigerians will be vibrant. Nigerians will be living a good life. But today, Nigerians are not living a good life. Nigerians are being pushed into, I tell people, multidimensional poverty, and I ask, which level are you in? Because everybody in Nigeria now has a level of poverty that they're battling with. Is it the health sector? The health sector is not working. Is it infrastructure, the roads? The roads are death traps. So what is it that this government has done other than reducing the purchasing power, inflicting more tax on the people? So I don't see what the government is doing that anybody could hold on to say, yes, things are working.
Okay, but do you think that Nigerians are paying attention to all of this, considering our regional fault lines, our religious and ethnic fault lines, and all of that? You see a groundswell of support, coming for the president in some parts of the country. Do you think that Nigerians are attentive to the fact that, well, this man has not done well? Some people are saying, well, he's our party member, let him continue. Some people are saying it's the turn of the South to complete 8 years, and so it mustn't leave the South and all of that. So if you put all of these considerations together, at the polling booths, at the polling units, do you think that Nigerians pay attention to all of this in terms of how much has this government affected me as an individual, not as a collective of my ethnic group, not as a collective of my political party, but as an individual? how much of that progress, that the touted progress, how much of that has trickled down to me and my household? Nigerians, do they pay attention
Yes,
to that level?
okay, let's be honest with ourselves. Nigerians are beginning to pay attention.
Okay, beginning to. I like the qualification.
Yes. Nigerians are beginning to pay attention. Nigerians are beginning to get more involved in politics, more aware. Nigerians are beginning to ask questions and to, ask for accountability. Nigerians are doing that. That's why if you go onto social media, people are asking questions. People are saying, you're earning more. Why is suffering still in our faces? Yes, you cannot rule away tribalism, ethnicity, religion from our political life, because that's what makes us. But, as time goes on, people are even questioning the fact that, things were not this bad when this president and those working with him today and some men of God, religious groups came together and organized a protest for days. And then the question people are asking is, what has happened to everybody? Why is everybody keeping quiet? Why have we suddenly developed this piece of the graveyard attitude? But I can assure you that, whether you have 10 million, 11 million, I can tell you this, that the figures you have that you call members of APC is fictitious.
Yeah, are you faulting their primary?
Obviously, you saw what happened. I don't need to tell you. You and I saw what happened. Where an adult was counting from 1 to 10, 100, 150, 1 million. And then you ask, this person doing this counting, doesn't he have a child? How does he want his child to view him? So we do a lot of things that we're not supposed to do just because of the kind of politics we practice in Nigeria. A politics where the ruling class holds the people down, with poverty, with hunger, and then they give you the little they want to give to you when they want you to have it. Nigeria as it is, Nigeria is a country that is blessed. We shouldn't have our citizens roaming around the street hungry.
Okay.
We should have our citizens trying to run away from the country for greener pastures.
And you think that a political party or an individual will be able to change all of that in the
whole essence why you have political parties and you have leaders is because you and I have given up our sovereignty to them. And in giving up our sovereignty to them, we expect them to give us security. We expect them to provide infrastructure. We expect them to give our children, create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. That is the whole essence.
All right. Thank you very much, Prince. We will return to the question of Peter Obi, Kwakwanso, and all of that, Atiku Abubakar and the rest. In the meantime, we've been joined virtually by Prince Adewale Adebayo, who is the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP. 2027 elections, he was in 2023. Good evening, the Prince, and good to have you join us. We appreciate your presence, sir.
Good evening, and may God bless Nigeria.
Thank you. God bless Nigeria. Now, your party held its presidential primary that was on the 9th of May in Bauchi. That was quite early. Now, tell us the process leading to your emergence as the presidential candidate of the SDP. Was it through consensus or direct primaries or affirmation? There's a reason why I'm asking all of this. Now, let us into all that happened and also tell us who your running mate will be. Do you already have one? 2 questions in one. How did you emerge? I know you were in 2023. Now it's 2026, leading up to 2027. How did you emerge, sir?
We emerged through direct primaries. That's what the law says. Every member of the party has to be given the right to participate. And we had our national convention and invited all members to come and participate. But at the end of the day, many of the presidential aspirants who had been mobilizing to contest decided that an opposition party that's trying to unseat an incumbent government should not waste all its energy on primaries. So at the end of the day, at the end of the screening, I was one who turned up. And but notwithstanding that, the electoral committee is still insisted that all members should still vote, and that also happened, and I became the candidate.
Okay, congratulations on that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. With respect to running mates, we are consulting across the country, and we have a pool of about 7 possible choices, and we are doing security checks, we are doing other checks around them, because there's no point announcing one person and then turn out that person has one problem or the other. So the consultation is going on.
Okay, so apparently from your comment now, what you are telling Nigerians is that at the moment you don't even know the person closely, the person that you are going to work with. So it's not your choice; it's the choice of the party.
I know all of them closely.
Okay,
but I'm not the only stakeholder. Any of the 7 is okay by me. But I want to make sure that stakeholders, other people are able to make contribution, and that people involved themselves interact more with Nigerians and different constituencies. So that when we make the announcement, then people will say, well, this is a very thoughtful choice.
All right, but Prince, I do understand that you reserve the right legally to choose your running mate. So why are you ceding that power to a committee, to the party? Is it because of internal democracy or what? I understand that at some point, presidential candidates say, this is the person I want to be my running mate. Why are you ceding that authority to a body?
Because authority and wisdom are not the same. So if you want to choose a wife, you will consult with your family. You may as well just take the woman and go to the registry on your own and marry, and then send a photo to your family and say, well, I got married yesterday. You have the right at law, but you don't do that. So you make sure that you use the wisdom of everybody to help you, because you may know somebody, but you can't know them more than everybody does. So other people will give you input, advice, and like that. And that's how we are going to govern. You need to consult widely in whatever you do. Even if you have the choice, you have the right under the law, you get other people to assist you, to give you information, to play scenarios with you, and to tell you, okay. And then at the end of the day, after considering every recommendation, you now use your own wisdom now to make the choice.
All right, beautiful. Now, the Prince, you ran in 2023 and lost to the incumbent president. What new strategy or strategies have you developed to win this time? Or do you just want to run for the optics? I mean, you ran in 2023 and you were beaten by the incumbent president. What new permutations, what new configurations do you have? SDP, has it grown larger? Are you getting into an alliance with other political parties? Are you part of the coalition of opposition? Is there a chance that they will choose you as their sole candidate in 2027? What gives you the impression? What makes you think, well, I'm in this to win? What are the new strategies that you have?
Well, the difference between 2023 and now is that Nigerians are wiser. Incumbents who look like a promising possibility have become a certain failure right now. So from the incumbent side, nothing new can come out. The second lesson we've learned is that it is not enough to run as the SDP candidate. You have to run as the Nigerian candidate. And that is what we're trying to do now. Even though legally I'm running as the SDP candidate, but it is the people's choice. And so what we are doing now is to make sure that that choice is not just that of the SDP, that every stratum of Nigerian society is able to say, yeah, this is our candidate. Thirdly, we didn't wait till the last minute like we did last time. We decided to start ahead to make sure that we condition our people to understand that what is at stake is not the candidature of one against the other, but that this is the last chance we have to solve these interminable problems that we've had over time in the country. And time is running out on everybody. And in terms of security, in terms of economy, in terms of welfare, in terms of the general survivability of the country, we're at the end of the ropes now. So it's important. Then the issue of money politics, lacking our people, as people don't go and sell their votes. And then the vigilance, tackling INEC, making sure that those who are in INEC, they are not feeling pressure only from the government, because they are under tremendous from the government. We want to make sure that they are actually feeling the pressure from the people, so that it can be clear to INEC that they are working for the people and not for the government. And then to try across the country and excite the young people across Nigeria, so that the platform is nationwide, broad-based, and focus on the common problems that we have.
Okay, all right.
Rather than regional, religious, and other analysis that people are using the presidency to balance.
Okay. All right then, Prince. Now you've talked about the strategy to win the election. Let's create what-if scenarios. Now, the first what-if is you win the elections. And I'm happy that you talked about insecurity and the economy, which are the twin problems that we have in Nigeria. What will you do differently from what the current president is doing? World Bank, IMF, I'm sorry, Prince. World Bank and IMF says his reforms are making progress for Nigerians. The economy is growing. Our GDP growth is there, is on record. About $307 billion economy now from 247. That was in 2025, now 307, following a rebasing and all of that. So what will you do differently in terms of insecurity, in terms of economy, welfare of Nigerians? What new thing are you bringing to the table?
The first thing to do is to govern to the law. And the first in Nigeria is the Constitution. And Chapter 2 of the Constitution, Fundamental Objective and Directive Principle of State Policy, clearly states that the security, welfare of Nigerians will be the primary duty of government, and that we will run a system of democracy and social justice, and the rule of law will be the hallmark, and that we will make our investments in healthcare, education, employment, infrastructure, housing, and all of that. Once I follow these provisions, Nigerians will not need IMF to tell them in their empty stomach that the GDP is growing. Because the GDP will be the GDP of the people. Now, I hope we do not delude and deceive ourselves that the IMF is saying that we are doing well. No, IMF is saying that we fell into a deep well that's 100 feet deep and we have climbed up to 90 feet. We are still not on the surface. So it is an insult to common sense and history for APC to have inherited an economy that was close to 600 billion and the largest in Africa. And now they are back to about 300 billion halfway back. And they are borrowing more than ever before. And they've created, all cost of living and cost of production
okay.
are above the roof.
All right.
So what I will do differently is to ensure that we follow the appropriation acts, and instead of 17% performance, that you have at least 100% performance of the economy.
Okay, budget performance.
Yes, because without budget performance, every other thing you are saying is a lie.
Okay, all right, Prince.
Because you are not...
Land on your thoughts, sir. Land on your thoughts. I have a question to ask.
Because you are not allowed to spend public money outside the budget. And if, as President Tinubu is doing, you are borrowing, you are growing the debt to 159, and the money is not reaching the economy because you are performing less than 70% of the budget. And you have 3 simultaneous budgets covering 3 years without implementing any of them. And the unemployment is high, everything is high. Definitely, they are not running the economy.
Okay, all right. Now, the Prince, you are very well taken. Now, Nigerians who believe in you are a bit worried about the experience they are coming into office with. Because the last time they checked, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was governor in Lagos State for 8 years. Your contestants, co-contestants, Peter Obi, governor for 8 years, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, governor for 8 years. Former President Goodluck Jonathan, at some point, deputy governor and governor. Musa Yar'Adua, governor for 8 years. Olusegun Obasanjo, former head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, let's go to US, where we borrowed our presidential system of government. Bill Clinton, former governor of Arkansas. You lived in the US, you studied in the US. George Bush, II, former governor of Texas. Bush, I, vice president for 8 years. Ronald Reagan, former governor of California. Barack Obama, state senator at some point and later federal senator. Political experience garnered all along the road. Now, Nigerians are concerned. I looked through your records and I can't see you have not served in government before. You've not been senator, you've not been governor and all of that. So what experience are you coming with to do all of this for Nigeria? Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians, I must admit, believe in you, but they are concerned that you don't have experience. How do you convince them about your capability?
Okay, 2 things I will say. There's a difference between experience and knowledge. You can be a driver for 20 years. You don't know how to drive. And if you go on Nigerian road, you will see that drivers don't know how to keep their lane. They don't signal before they turn. They don't observe traffic signals or signs. And they've been driving for 30 years. So experience and knowledge are not the same. Now, that's one way to look at it. Second way to look at it, which is pure evidence. All of these people who have experience, they have failed. So their experience did not help them. Almost everybody you mentioned, they govern in Nigeria, and people who they govern slip into poverty, unemployment, insecurity, and general regret. So it shows to you that the experience is a accumulation of wasted opportunities. Therefore, what we need to focus on is a proper understanding of the problem that we are facing and crafting of pragmatic solutions to them. And then you can ask, test how good we are with those solutions. In any case, your partial analysis remove so many great presidents who had never held office before. And in Nigeria, when they voted for MK Abiola overwhelmingly, it was because he understood the problem of the country and brought solutions to them and united the whole of the country around those solutions. He had never been a councillor before, governor or anything like that.
The Prince, nobody can guarantee Abiola's performance. I mean, he never was in office, so we can't say that for sure he will have been a good president.
He would have been a good president, I can guarantee you that.
Okay, by your assessment.
But you can look at Donald Trump. He had never been a councillor before, House of Reps before, anything. And he's been voted twice now by Americans. And I can give you many leaders. They said the same to Jeff Kennedy when he was coming, for lack of experience and all of that, but he did quite well. So, and in any case, the experience is not appropriate for a system that is working and you want to keep. The system in Nigeria is suffocating and we need to change it. It is corrupt, anti-people, retrogressive, and unproductive. You don't need to have experience in it. You want someone who is not vested in it and who has not acquired these bad habits.
Okay, all right.
Who will come and make a revolutionary change.
Okay, you are the fellow. All
do.
right. The Prince, before we let you go and return to the studio here, you've been very critical of this administration. And last week, you lashed out at the president. You said clearly, Bola Tinubu wants to be the presidential candidate of the APC, the SDP, the Labour Party, and the PDP. Where is that coming from? What information do you have? He says he's been interfering in the political affairs of the opposition. I mean, let us into order, because I mean, he has his own party, but why are you saying he wants to be presidential candidate for 3 or 4 more political parties?
It's obvious. One, they are putting too much pressure on INEC to interfere and destabilize political parties. They themselves are using the police to invade the National Secretariat of Political Parties, that they did in the case of the SDP. And 2 days ago, they brought lots of policemen to disrupt the PDP adoption of Goodluck Jonathan. And in the case of ADC, even the chief of staff to the president was having conversation with people who had problems with the leadership of the ADC, saying, stay there, destroy them before you come and join us. And we see their hand everywhere. So that is undemocratic. That was the reason why Richard Nixon, with all his brilliance, with all his performance, was impeached because of the Watergate scandal, where he sent spies to go and bug the headquarters of National Democratic Convention in Washington, D.C. So it is dangerous for Tinubu to be allowed to destabilize Nigerian democracy by infiltrating opposition political parties and instigating crisis for them. In the case of the SDP, if to allow us to do our convention in Abuja, no. We went to a neighboring state, they put pressure on the governor. We had to go to the far northeast. And even the governor of that state, it was just because he happened to be a stubborn person. They put so much pressure on him. And at the convention ground at Abubakar Tafawa Balewa Stadium, more than 26 people had to be rushed to hospital because the police were withdrawn by the government and the thugs were unleashed on us. But because we had such a large crowd and popular people, we were able to manage and hold our convention. And so many other things that are unstatesmanlike, shameful, and totally against the Constitution. And you will see that even the way the Electoral Act has been written, it was written to undermine competitiveness. If you see the way INEC is writing the timetable, imposing timetable, forcing the political party to do what they don't want to do, and when the court says INEC stop, INEC still goes to appeal. And when you interact with INEC the way, you will know that even what I am saying, Amokwita wants me to say it. Because he himself is tired. Because they tell him what to do, what not to do, they breathe down their neck. So when we're making this alarm and talking to Nigerians, it is not to embarrass the president. It's to wake Nigerians up that, look, INEC is an institution which is created for all Nigerians to be able to peacefully and democratically select our leaders. And if you don't become stakeholders and strengthen INEC and interact with INEC and question INEC, if you leave INEC like any other government agency, and government is telling them to do wrong things, then all of us will regret later.
All of us will regret
so
later.
President Tinubu is not living up to the oath of office, and is not behaving like a head of state. He's behaving like a partisan. And we did not just come to the public. We sent the delegation led by the chairman of the political parties. And we the villa to facilitate on the breaking of fast of Ramadan.
All right then. All right then. Prince Adewale Adebayo, we must say a very big thank you for your time and presence on our show. We wish you good luck in your ambition to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I do appreciate your time and attention on my program, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Thank you very much, sir. All right, in the meantime, let's come back to the studio where we still have Prince Francis Chilaka. The Prince. Politics, politics, politics. You heard Prince Adewale Adebayo, who wants to be the president of Nigeria. Still talking about, relying on experience. Peter Obi of NDC, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso of NDC, we're all governors, just like the current president. The president was governor in Lagos for 8 years. And in 2022, people were like, oh, this man was governor. He was a good governor for 8 years. And look at what we are getting at the federal level, at the central level. Nigerians say, hey, this is not what we ordered. So what will be the difference if Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, relying on the experience as governors, become president? Don't you think that they might also be overwhelmed? More like what is going on in the state is a small fry compared to central government, federal government.
No, I don't think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is overwhelmed.
You don't think so?
Yes. I just think that it is his own style of governance. When he was the governor of Lagos State, we all saw what played out. First of all, we saw how he changed his deputies, and we saw how he introduced a tax reform that held everybody down. So it's not about him being overwhelmed. It's about a mindset where you have a mindset and you're not ready to look beyond that mindset. That's the problem. Nigeria has moved on. We're in the jet age, or Gen Z, whatever they want to call it. So we're not in that yesteryears. We've moved on. And so anybody that has to be a president of this country must be somebody who understands the needs and desires of the people. So it's not about whether he's overwhelmed, but when you bring it now to Little Obi and Kwakwanso, you ask yourself, while they were governors, what did they do? When they left government house, what have they done? If you take Peter Obi, for instance, Peter Obi is one of the, I think it's maybe it's just one of the only governors so far, because I'm still trying to find out who is not benefiting anything from the state he governed. He's just one of them. He's not collecting pension. He didn't collect a house. He didn't collect nothing. So the man is epitome of discipline, accountability, transparency.
Epitome of discipline, transparency, and accountability. Prince Francis, let's go to Port Harcourt, where we've been joined by Barrister Asim Adam. Adams is a constitutional lawyer, but he appears there in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Barrister Asim Adams, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Okoro, and my brother, Prince Chilaka. Greet you.
Greet you, Barrister.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Big one, big one. We appreciate your presence. Now, the Court of Appeal in Port Harcourt, where you are, has affirmed the nullification of what local government and state congresses conducted by the APC in Rivers State, deepening the party's leadership crisis. The appellate court dismissed an appeal filed by the faction led by Tony Okocha, upholding an earlier Rivers State High Court ruling that invalidated the congresses on the grounds that they were held in defiance of a subsisting court order issued in December 2024. In his judgment, delivered by Justice Elfrida Williams-Dawodu, the court ruled that the appeal was incompetent and struck it out, leaving the High Court's nullification orders intact and binding. While the Emeka Bekele-led faction of the APC held the decision as a major legal victory, the Okocha-led group expressed dissatisfaction and said it will study the certified true copy of the judgment before deciding its next course of action. Barrister Adams, what is the political implication of this development for the APC in Rivers State?
Thank you. The point is, I have seen the CTC of the Court of Appeal but I have always seen the CTC of the 2024 judgment by the Rivers State High Court on one hand. Then I saw another city of another judgment by another state high court. March 12 or so, 2026. So invariably, we had two judgments before the Court of Appeal judgment came in. So the first, High Court, which was 24, which is being flaunted around. I have gone through, and from what I had from that particular one, 2024, is that there was a judgment that was given back court, which is the Rivers State High Court 2024. The fact that the then defendants who the appellants in the appeal court, flout of court. Court said status quo should be maintained. But at the end of the day, I don't know what happened. We went on to conduct the Congress for primaries, as the case may be in 2024. And that particular, conduct of the Congress primaries brought in the local government, present local government chairman through the election that was conducted. Now, the court now gave an order that the conduct of that particular Congress and the primaries, whereas the court asked that parties should maintain status quo antebellum, was ultra-virus and was contemptuous of that court. So the Tony Okocha faction, which were defendants in the High Court 24, now appealed that particular interlocutory judgment that was given. So they did an interlocutory appeal. Honestly speaking, I have not seen the judgment of the Court of Appeal on the interlocutory.
Okay.
On that interlocutory appeal. But, feel as everywhere, the faction that particular judgment favored said that the Court of Appeal had the order and on that particular interlocutory injunction was placed, on them.
Okay, all right. But
so that is what they are going.
That's what they are going to. Now, Barrister Adams.
Of court.
Barrister Adams. Now, the point is this: in all of this appeal court judgment, does it render the election of Kingsley Chinda invalid? Because it is the Tony Okocha faction, Tony Okocha State Working Committee that conducted the primaries that threw up Kingsley Chinda, who is the APC Guber candidate for River State. Does this judgment invalidate it?
No. It's he didn't. I don't know. I want a copy of the. I said all these things. I got them from Facebook, from social media. I have not seen the real CTC, but what they planted around. Now the lower court was talking about the conduct of Congress etc. as the case may be for the local elections. As at that time, mind you, the Chinda matter has not come up before the court.
Okay.
Because the Chinda matter came up just now, not quite long. And if you observe, you will know that the judgment was given, the claimants in route, that is Emeka Beke and his crew, their tenure had, expired by expiration of time. So a lot of issues are there, legal issues that only that Court of Appeal should have been able to solve.
Okay, all right.
But I have not seen the CTC of
all right, you have not
seen
the CTC, so it's difficult for you to make a legal opinion on that. And also
let me add, okay.
So it's difficult for you to make a legal opinion on that. I do hope that over the week, in the course of the week, you'll be able to lay your hands on the CTC, the certified true copy of that judgment, so that we can talk about it. Because it's buzzing now in Nigeria, talking about reverse politics. A lot of people say, well, Kingsley Chinda is not going to contest because the committee, the Congress that threw him up. I think people are mixing a lot of things up. This judgment, before I leave you, this judgment did not invalidate Tony Okocha-led committee as the authentic faction of the APC in River State. Did it?
Mr. Unfortunately, I have to, pull over so that I participate in your program. I was driving home when,
okay.
This in the time, so I'm just by the roadside.
All right.
Can you repeat that, the question once more?
Okay, now the Court of Appeal judgment did not necessarily invalidate the authenticity of the Tony Okocha-led state working committee. Did it?
Okay, if I got you very correct, if Court of Appeal matter invalidate, that is what they said. That is what the Beke fashion said. I have not seen it, but when I discussed with one of the factional leaders, he told me that the lower court decision was affirmed by the appeal. You understand the point now?
Okay.
But when I checked through the lower court decision, which is the PTC, I found out that the actions of that particular Tonokocha, whatever,
all right,
was declared null and void by that particular.
Okay, but Mr. Asim Adams, I do hope that you'll be able to get the CTC of that judgment so that we'll talk about it in the course of the week. We are out of time. I do appreciate your time and attention on my show.
But
in the
I
meantime,
want to tell Mr. Okoro,
I'm sorry. We are out of time. My producer is yelling at me. There is no time. We are out of time. Let's come back to the studio. Prince Francis Chilaka, your concluding thoughts in 30 seconds, please.
Well, my concluding thoughts is I think it's time for P2B and Kwakwanso to get to work. There's no more time to play. So that what happened in 2023 will not repeat itself. They must be ready to ensure that they have polling agents across all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria and make sure that those polling agents are people that are loyal to them and to the party and not people of stomach infrastructure.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Now, this will be a good place to end this conversation. We've been speaking with, first off, Prince Francis Chilaka, who appeared here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. We also had Prince Adewale Adebayo, the presidential candidate of the SDP. And from Rivers State, we were joined by Barrister Asim Adams virtually, and he talked about the recent Court of Appeal judgment that invalidated the congresses conducted by the Tony Okocha-led faction of the APC. Thanks very much for staying tuned. And on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Ndimdu. So bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television. ever bringing the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto, and of course, I would say a happy new month to you. Today on the issues, examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from teachers beginning strike over Oyo abduction as protesters demand urgent attention, to Obi Clinton NDC ticket promising rather to fix power supply. Also, Babachi Lawal damns ADC, alleging the primary was rigged. Finally, Labour Party faction announced its Chibuzo Okereke as presidential candidate. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you details of this. So stay with us.
From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT, has directed all public, primary and secondary school teachers in Oyo State to withdraw their services from schools beginning from Monday, today, June 1. The union said a strike is in protest against the continued captivity of abducted teachers and pupils whose rescue and safe release remains uncertain. This also comes as civil society groups also protest the abduction, demanding urgent action from the government. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has promised that all efforts were made to rescue the teachers and pupils abducted in Oyo State. The president disclosed the security agencies have been directed to deploy every lawful means available, including both kinetic and non-kinetic approaches, to ensure the safe return of the victims. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Anosike is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Also, we have, glad to have you join us. I was really going to just go into the other part of them. Okay, thank you very much for being, and happy new month, sir.
Same to you.
Yeah. Joining us virtually, we have Dr. Dennis Ekemeze. He is a former Vice Chairman, Governing Council of Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. He's also a political and public affairs analyst. He's going to join us later on in the show. Dr. Anosike, schools have gone on strike in Oyo State, and we have seen a number of protests in Ibadan. We've seen civil society groups. We've seen the youth protest. And over the weekend, we also saw when the Governor Sheyi Makinde went to the village itself, to the local government, or to where the abduction happened, and we saw how the husband of the principal broke down in tears. It's very emotional. And 16 days after, it looks like there's nothing. Because if I want to say it looks like so much hasn't been done, because if so much has not been done, that means we would have seen probably some of them being released. But nothing has been done. None of these people are out. And we hear the president, keep reassuring the people. Would you call this mere rhetoric?
Well, for me, let me start with the teachers. They should not have gone to school a day after that adoption was done. Understand? They should not have gone to school a day after that abduction had done, because 6 of your members were under terrorist abduction. 1 was beheaded. Understand? Why are you going to school? What are you going to teach? Is it because it is not you? Understand me? Is it because it is not you? Then for the students, over 46 of your people were abducted. You are going to school the next day for what? Is it because it is not you? So for me, everything is happening. It's too late already. The strike is too late. The Tinubu statement is too late. Makinde's visit is too late. Understand? They will have moved into action under 24 hours of this thing. You don't give them chance at all. You don't give them chance at all. If teachers have started protesting immediately, they will have put government under pressure. But now it seems as if they did not care. Understand? As if they went on excursion and will be coming back the next day. So if it's in a country where government cares for the well-being of their people, the 1,000 forest guard that Tinubu was talking of just two days ago would have been deployed under 24 hours of this abduction. But for him, their primary is far more important than the life of the children. So he has now finished his primaries, done his Eid celebration. They now reminded him that these children are still in the forest. That was okay. Deploy 1,000 forest guards. And for Makinde himself, he ought to have visited that community not more than 24 hours after that happened. It was not an excursion. Understand? The children and their teachers did not go on a sightseeing. So you don't give these people even a minute to escape, because every 1 hour they are going further and further. But now imagine 16 days and the teachers are now starting strike because it is not them, because it is not their relation. So for me, as Tinubu said, both kinetic and non-kinetic, I know what that means. Understand? I know what that means. But all I want is that let that children be reunited with their friends and families. Understand? Even if the whole 2026 budget will be used, even if Tinubu can go to World Bank and borrow more money, my concern is let those children be reunited. This is a rainy season. Rain is falling almost every 2 days. Imagine these children being in the forest and rain is falling. I watched a video yesterday. I don't know whether it's fake or real, where those bandits we are melting sticks, understand, and pouring it that's on the back of the kids. Understand me? So imagine what these children are going through. So after all these things, they come back, you tell them that to go to school the next day. They won't. Because this horrible experience will live with them until they become adults. And we are complaining about the out-of-school children in one hand, while in the other hand, we are encouraging out-of-school children. So for me, at the protest is late by the teachers, is so unfortunate. And then Tinubu's statement is also very, very late. If it's I keep on saying it, if it's a government that cares, they will have postponed that their primary to make sure that these children are rescued, because their lives are far more important than your primary. Understand? The life of the children are 46 children. There's no country in the world, unless in Africa, that will happen and the president would do any other thing apart from making sure that the children are rescued. So that's my take.
Yeah, it's actually very, very heartbreaking, when you watch these videos and also imagine, what could be happening to these children, like you reeled out. But I would want you, before I get, because I like the fact that it took us to the angle of adult school children and the number that has been increasing, that has actually increased over time and will keep increasing with all of these insecurity. Before we get into that, I wanted to throw a little bit more light on the non-kinetic and kinetic. When you hear the president say any measure should actually be taken, kinetic, non-kinetic, and then yes, you say the government should pay whatever amount. But when you look at this, nobody wants the continued captivity of these children, the continued abduction of these children. But where's the balance? How do we really get to ensure that we fight this insurgency? And how do we also still, how do we balance this paying ransom, which could be termed as, non-kinetic?
That's
and
what it means. When he said both kinetic and non, he has sent a message. He has sent a message, understand? Whatever you can do, whether normal or abnormal, do it. Understand me? Whatever you can do, whether normal or abnormal, do it. But for me, the life of those children are far more important than any other thing. The life of the children are far more important than them. And even the worst thing, after these people, maybe if in the future they are arrested, you will see that they have gone through radicalization. Understand? They are going to be reintegrated into the society with payments. Understand? After causing all these atrocities, tomorrow you hear that they have repented, they have gone through radicalization, they will now be reintegrated into the society. People that beheaded a teacher, and kept school children in the forest for more than 2 weeks now. So you can see that those who are being not abiding will be telling themselves that they are stupid, because government is encouraging even paying those who are above the distant law. Then if you are obedient, if you are not abiding, and you will be asking yourself, are you stupid? But for me, I want those children out. And mind you, there are still 42 school children in Borno that were not. Why these teachers are protesting now is because it is in the south, it's in the southwest, and we are not used to it. But in the north, everything is quiet because it has become a norm. Understand me? Everything is quiet in Borno. even though 42 kids have been abducted because they have accepted it as a reality. Understand me? Which is very, very unfortunate. So for me, once this happens, students should stop going to school. The teachers should down tools until they are brought out.
But for how long will this really happen, Dr. Nosike? Especially when you look at, okay, I watched a video recently, I think that's just today, and one of the children who escaped from this Oyo State incident, she talked about her fear of even going back to school the next day because I think she ran into the bush and one of her younger brothers is among those who was taken captive. When you think about the psychological effects that all of this, it's all of this, it's on these children, but nothing is really being done. And then, like you said, out of school children, it increases the number of out of school children that we have. And it seems like nothing is even being done to even help these children, to help their psychology, to help them actually overcome not just the Oyo people. Many of these cases in the Northeast, in the North Central, we just see these people and then, and it looks like everybody just goes on and the life just goes on.
Some are using it even as a business. Now, if they are rescued tomorrow, they'll be taken to government house. Somebody will be given a contract. Go and buy clothes for these children. Understand? They will wear, take picture with governor. Understand? Then they will now be given something and tell them go back to their parents. That ends it.
But should that be the case?
That ends it. But the truth, in the next 5, 6, even a year, those children will be having nightmares because that thing will be keep on coming back. That memories will never leave them until they become adults. So assuming that this is a real country, they need some psychological care. Understand? Even for more than 6 months, that to make sure that memory is completely erased from their mind. Understand? That memory, that to return them to the pre-adoption. But it's not happening. So tomorrow, if they see somebody that they don't know, their mind will run into that this guy can be another that's a bandit. So you can see those children will continue to live in fear, and it's going to affect whatever they will be in the future.
When you look at all of this, Dr. Nosike, we are looking at we're going through the election, we're going to campaign ends. Has insecurity become the biggest test of the Tinubu's administration? Because when you look at it, it looks like we know that it has gotten worse. But we hear the government say that, they are doing a lot, they are trying, they are doing this, they are doing. The other day we had a defense minister who reeled out some things and said 65-70%. That's what he's called the Tinubu's administration. But when you look at what is happening in Nigeria, when you look at these abductions, will security now become the biggest test of this?
The truth is that the world does not pay for effort. The world pays for results. Understand? You cannot give somebody money and someone will say, I tried. Understand? You take your car to a mechanic. It is not working. He said, but I tried. Will you pay him? So the world does not pay for effort. The world pays for results. So we are not getting that. Result from this government because it is happening on a daily basis, especially right now in the Southwest, because it is no more news in the North. It has become a norm in the North, but in the Southwest, where it is still news, where it is still strange, something drastic needs to be done. Say, why security is should be the number one test is because the Constitution says that the primary purpose of any government, that's of the president, is protection of lives and property of the people. This is what the Constitution said. And there's nothing in the world that is more than a life of a human being. Understand me? Economy can be bad today, tomorrow it becomes better. But once somebody is dead, he is dead. Understand me? So, the Constitution puts security as a priority, as the most important purpose of any president. That's why even Tinubu in 2014 was saying that Jonathan should resign because he has failed in the area of insecurity. And today, he has done even worse. And I wonder what he is still doing in the office. Because in Jonathan's time, Southwest was as peaceful as anywhere in the world. But now it has spread from the northeast to the northwest, that's to north central, and now to the southwest. Understand? So and I don't think anybody will want to continue in this. And imagine how the parents of these children will be sleeping at night, knowing that their children are in the hands of terrorists. Understand? Most of them must have developed hypertension and other forms of illness. So it is very, very unfortunate.
Well, you said you don't think anyone will continue with this, but when you look at, the APC government or the APC-led government, they're saying that Nigerians are good. They are very sure that Nigerians will vote them again come 2027.
They are hallucinating. They are hallucinating. Understand? They can talk that in their rooms. Understand? They cannot come out. I was watching a video. Somebody was telling an APC chieftain, look at the camera and campaign for APC. He was dumb. Understand? And I also watched Anyagono said that interview with Daniel Boanda. When he told him that Tinubu said if he did not get a stable power supply in 4 years, nobody should vote for him. What has he to say about that? He couldn't say anything. So Nigeria of 2027 is not going to be Nigeria of 2023. Understand? Everybody is awake. Everybody is awake. But those who are suffering from Stockholm syndrome, that's their business.
Everybody is awake. Well, let's move on now to political stories. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has accepted the presidential ticket of the Nigeria Democratic Congress ahead of the 2027 elections. In his acceptance speech, Peter Obi said his administration will increase the country's power generation capacity to 10,000 megawatts if elected president. Obi says his administration would prioritize ending insecurity and fixing Nigeria's electricity challenges within 4 years. Meanwhile, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has taken a swat at former Labour Party presidential candidate, saying that leadership requires the capacity to confront challenges rather than running away from them. Questioning Obi's approach to governance, the FCT minister said a former Anambra State governor prefers situations where problems have already been solved rather than taking on difficult challenges. Okay, let's start with the later part of this, what I read. Do you really think, what Awike is saying that Peter Obi prefers, where everything has been laid out for him and all of that. That's the kind of politics he plays. What do you think?
One, P2B is a direct opposite of Nyesom Wike. Understand? P2B is a direct opposite of Nyesom Wike. You don't constitute a nuisance. Understand? For people that to know that you are there. Socrates said, a man who sees a danger he could avoid, but goes on to confront it is a fool. Understand? A man who sees a danger he could avoid, but goes ahead to confront it is a fool. One, P2B is a different kind of a person. He saw what is going to happen in ADC. Understand? There's no way that's him waiting for all this Amechi and Hayatuddin, all this lamentation would have put him inside the same this in shoes with them. He see what they don't see. In Labour Party, APC was sponsoring Abure, Arabambi, Apapa, and others. Understand? And as long as P2B is there, they will keep on constituting nuisance because that's what they are doing. They'll keep on. So the easiest thing to do is take a walk. Understand? Take a walk. When he went to ADC, he saw that everything was built around Atiku Abubakar. Understand? There's no way he can get a fairness in this party. He left them. Understand? Because now, Rotimi Amechi bought a form of 90 million naira. Hayatuddin bought a form of 90 million naira. What is it? Before even the Congress was over, Hayatuddin withdraw in protest. Rotimi Amechi said he will not accept the result. So that's where they want to put P2B. MKO Abiola said, you don't stand before a moving train to show that you are brave. Understand? That's what MK Abiola said. You don't stand before a moving train to show that you are brave. So the best thing, when all these things come, you take a walk. When all these things come, you take a walk, and that's where P2B is wiser than one of them.
Okay, Dr. Nosike, I have some questions I'm going to ask you, but before I get to that, I would because I want to ask actually that if P2B knew from the onset, why did he even get to join the ADC? But I will come back to you for that response, because really we have thought that he knew Atiku was there, he knew all these people. Why did he even get into the ADC in the first place? But Dr. Nosike, just hold on with your thought. We have our virtual guest join us. Glad to have you join us, Dr. Dennis Ikemeze.
Very much.
Okay, let me ask you. Obi has clinched the NDC ticket. What do you make of that? And of course, we know that immediately he told us, or he told everyone, that he has a running mate, which of course is the OK movement that has been, going round, even before the ticket was clinched, even before the announcement, the formal announcement was made. Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. What do you make of this alliance?
Well, thank you. It's not new in Nigerian history, because if you're a student of political history, you will know that such alliances have been existing between NCNC, between MPP, and then in the north, under PRP, Abubakar Rimi. So it's an extension of old alliance between the old Eastern Nigeria and then northern Nigeria, of who know that most of the Igbo elite, be it political, were born and grew up in the north. It's a historical incident. And for them to extend such a hand of fellowship, of course, we normally say across the Niger. You will see that going back to history, because we know that history does not repeat itself. However, historical incidents at times appear to be similar. So the clicking of the position of presidential candidate for NDC by P2B has been a long planned activity. Of course, if you know him very well as a pragmatic philosopher and as an astute business scholar or intellectual and practitioner, you will know that he plans whatever he wants to do so that he will be able not to miss his target. And the target this time is to click the of a candidate, presidential candidate for a particular political party that accepts him. Of course, you know that he has been doing consultation even before moves were made. And such consultation helped him to garner more acceptance and belonging with the entire part of the North. So it's a welcome development, and I believe, although some analysts will say that Kwankwaso is a local champion, and tell me how many of them that are not local champions. You start from the grassroots. From grassroots, you then be able to move. And of course, you must never forget the bulk vote of Kano State. So that is a targeted, well-targeted plan by P2B. And then let's see as it evolves, because as it is now coming, imagine, it appears that we are returning back to in the 60s of politics of regionalization and then alliances. I think that's where we are going.
But when you look at this alliance, do you really think that they have what it takes to actually, defeat the incumbent president? Actually, when you see someone like Atiku also as one of the frontliners or front runners in this particular election.
Yes, that's where you now begin to analyze the demography in terms of political mapping in the electoral process. My learned lecturer, Dr. Chubo Kadibo, we say political mathematics. When it comes down to political mathematics, it is there now you start to apply statistics to be able to analyze political trends. And the part of the analysis is that, as I said earlier, it appears Nigerian politicians have not learned enough from history. And that's why by this time, by their actions, they are regionalizing a political process and then electoral process. Of course, you know, the incumbent president will win comfortably in the West. Atiku Abubakar, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is a political home in the Northeast.
Okay.
And some part of Northwest. And then when you come down also, you find out that P2B also will win part of, Southeast. You start to think of the pocket of demographic movement, where the people, for instance, you know, the Igbos are most part of the country.
Okay.
And then you also bring into analysis the impact of the youth. Of course, you know that by now P2B is well at home with the youths.
Okay.
And you know also that the youth population is large in number. So the summary of it is that we may not have a clear winner in 2027 election. This is where alliances will now come up. And now what I referred to when MPP allied with what do you call it, MPN,
Okay.
to be able to give them vote. So in a clear situation where we are now envisaging, it may not be like most of them will not even have what do you call it, two-third majority as required by the Electoral Act. So we may, as things are evolving, we may have a run-up election. That is the way I'm seeing it.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Let me get back to the studio. Dr. Nosuke, let me come back to you. Before I even allow you to answer the question shortly about why did Peter Obi actually get into the ADC, we knew that people like Atiku and Amechi were there, and he didn't stand especially with Atiku. But you answered that on the one hand. On the other hand, I would like you to react to what Dr. Kemeze is just saying now, that it feels like there might not be a clear winner come 2027. What do you think about that? That's like another very, very different analysis altogether.
Madam Nasir El-Rufai said almost a year ago that we will not have a clear winner. That's at the first ballot. Understand that we are going that there will be a second ballot, and that Tinubu will not be part of that second ballot because Tinubu is going to come third. This is what El-Rufai said almost a year ago. Understand? This is what El-Rufai said almost a year ago. And so things are a bit going towards that, but I don't want to believe it. Understand? I don't want to believe it because right now, mind you, Dubem Kachukwu is a factional presidential candidate for ADC. So court has not really determined who really is in charge of ADC. Understand? So which means Atiku being on the ballot is still shaky. Understand me? But the issue, even, I know that it will be for the good of Tinubu for Atiku to be on the ballot.
Why do you say so?
If Atiku is not on the ballot before 12 noon, the election is over. Because the North are politically conscious. They know what is happening. Understand? If Atiku is not on the ballot, all of them will follow Kwankwaso. Understand me? All of them will follow Rabiu Kwankwaso. So the only thing there is the vote that Atiku may get from his northeast. And mind you, a lot of political heavyweights are even in Adamawa because this woman, the APC governorship candidate, Banani, is now the NDC governorship candidate, and this is a very popular woman. Then, the former secretary to the government of the federation, this
Bachilawa
dumped ADC, and he's from the same Adamawa with Atiku, and he's heading to NDC. And
but we're not very sure of that anyway.
He can. Where else? He cannot go to APC. He cannot go to PDP. to the next party, and in 2023, he supported P2B heavily. So, and the P2B is moving very, very fast in the north. P2B is moving very, very fast. He is being accepted on a daily basis in the north because of what? His humility. A very humble person. And the northerners are humble people. They like humble people. And that's why they prefer Buhari more than Atiku. Understand? Because Buhari on the surface is an embodiment of humility.
You said on the surface.
On the surface, understand?
Okay, so does that mean that there's something
inside? He's a very mean guy.
Oh, okay.
Inside, he's a very mean guy. And this Kwankwa Sia now, Kwankwa Sia was inherited from Aminu Kanu's movement. And Aminu Kanu, and Haji Aminu Kanu, when he was running as a president under PRP, there's no chair in his sitting room. Once you go there, everybody sits on the ground. Just like as a common person, with that, he won the heart of the common people in Kanu. When Aminu Kanu died, he had only 5 naira in his account. Understand? So Peter Obi's humility is enduring him to the people in the north. And with Kwankwaso, he's going to move mountain. And again, Nigeria is a youth country. 65% of our total population are youths under the age of 35. And Obi is running as a candidate of the youth. Understand? Obi is running as a candidate of the youth. So there's no fear at all. Nigeria will be okay.
There's no fear at all. In Dr. Anoseke's words, there's no fear at all.
Nigeria
will be okay. So that Dr. Anoseke is telling you Nigeria will be okay. But Dr. Anoseke, before I go back to Dr. Kemeze, Peter Obi says his administration would fix Nigeria's electricity problem within 4 years. We know that it's actually touting for just 4 years, to be in office. But is this actually realistic, given the decades of failed reforms we have in the power sector?
One, nobody builds a reputation with what he would do in the future. You build a reputation with what you've done in the past. 2022, Peter Obi went to Egypt to study why they have a constant power supply. When Peter Obi went to Egypt, APC members were mocking him. Understand? Today, Nigeria is almost 2 times the population of Egypt. But Egypt has more than 40,000 megawatts. Nigeria is almost 3 times the population of South Africa. South Africa has more than 40,000 megawatts. But what we have is just what is below 5,000 megawatts. So Peter Obi has already studied it. And he also knows those who can do it. The job of a leader is standard hunting. Understand? Steve Jobs did not know how to code. But he brought people who knows how to code and they build iPhone. This is what a leader does. A leader cannot be the best surgeon, the best mathematician. No, his responsibility is to get the talents that will do what you want. So when he said that he's going to fix it, he has already gone to Egypt to study how they did it. And he must have made some contacts there. He's just bringing them here. So I believe that he can do it.
Your belief, you're so strong in your belief of how much and how well Peter Obi would actually fare if given the opportunity. Let me come to you, Dr. Kemeze. Let me allow you actually speak to this. Aside from the electricity, he has also promised to tackle insecurity simultaneously. You know that those 2 issues are like our biggest challenges in Nigeria. That seem to be our biggest challenges in Nigeria. insecurity, and of course electricity. When you look at it, do you really think that any administration can realistically, or Peter Obi, if elected into the presidency, can actually realistically solve these two crises rather within one term? Are you still with us? Okay, I seem to have lost the connection with Dr. Kemi. But Dr. Nansike, electricity, insecurity, you're saying yes, he can actually do that. But putting these two side by side, how feasible is this?
I say electricity.
That's what I'm saying. He also said electricity and he also said insecurity.
Okay.
But how feasible is this? You know, him being able to tackle these two very important issues side by side within 4 years?
One, I always use Natif Jakonde and Sam Mbakwe as typical examples of people who performed wonders in 4 years. Understand? I use them as people who performed wonders in 4 years. Natif Jakonde and Sam Mbakwe of Imo State, Odimo State. So the issue is this. One, when people elect a popular candidate, on that insecurity goes down. Understand? Because they love the person in power. They love the person in power. If P2B gets elected, Nigeria will begin to reshape even without him saying anything. Understand me? Nigeria will begin to reshape itself even without P2B saying anything. An instance, assuming that P2B was declared winner in 2023, Senate will not have approved that 160 million naira SUV for the people, that's for themselves. House of Representatives will not have approved that for themselves because one, your president is not a materialistic human being. Therefore, you cannot bring such a bill before him. So, your mentality will begin to reshape even without him doing anything. So, if P2B is elected, understand, and Nigerians love him, some of the bandits will start dropping guns by themselves. Understand? Because even the Bible said it, if the righteous is on the throne, people rejoice. So people will start dropping guns on their own. So he will not have much to do because one, they love him, they trust him. Understand? They love him, they trust him. Because they have known who he is. They have known that he is not there that to steal money or to acquire properties. So I'm sure with him, understand, bringing good governance, insecurity will reduce. Understand? Not coming down, not ending completely, you understand me? There will still be kidnappers. There will still be armed robbers. But insecurity will reduce very, very well in the country because of him being the president.
Okay, this is where we'll have to draw the curtain. You could actually, pass as a campaign manager for Peter Obi. Don't you think so?
No, I'm speaking the mind of
Nigerians.
Majority of Nigerians.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. And as well, thank you very much, Dr. Kemeze, although we lost you at some point. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues Explored, the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelihon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV, Now, you have more than a voice.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chim n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa, aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile, na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu, na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike, ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ. Ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo, ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị. Ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ, ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị oleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Pulling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5.
Welcome. The show is hashtag on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguchi, and it's such a pleasure to have you hang out with us This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Now, if this is your first time, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. Us, because it's a whole team working together to ensure that it is a flawless production. That said, we hit the ground running with the very first hashtag, which is hashtag Aisha Yesufu. So not too long ago, the FCT minister, as he does it, held a press conference, or would you say a media chat, and he mocked human rights activist and politician Aisha Yesufu for not being able to win a primaries in her party. That's how he said it. He said, common primaries she couldn't win. And Aisha immediately said, what? Did someone say my name? She immediately fired her own salvo. And I'm just going to go straight to X now. Did I tell you, though? We tell you topical stories on social media, especially X. So I'm going to take you straight to X now. This is the post that Aisha Yesufu put up today. Take a look at the timing. At about 3:38 p.m., yesterday was when she put up the post, and it has garnered over 300,000 views. So she said that she's going to make it clear to the FCT minister that if he knows what he's doing, he should just say her name. Now, you can just read for yourself now. This is big deal. And she goes on to also mock him that what Tambuwal did to him in 2022 will be child's play if he doesn't cease from mentioning her name. And then she goes on to say, you have been doing politics for donkey years, yet you were outplayed so foolishly. She also talked about him begging to be Atiku Abubakar's running mate, but was denied, and how he had lost over and over again, and how he had been rejected countless times. So her post set up a debate on X. Massive debate, I can tell you, for and against. So Tony Ebo says, but that would be Bola Ahmed Tinubu is your candidate and your choice. And Tony Ebo is talking to Wiki, by the way. Says BAT is your candidate and your choice, but certainly not the choice of hundreds of millions or millions of credible Nigerian voters. And he goes on to say, sorry. Aisha Yesufu has a right, like any other Nigerian, to contest into any electoral position in Nigeria. So whether she wins or loses is not you or anyone's cup of tea. She is an activist that has shown great courage and integrity in doing that. And she has shown tremendous concern to the people of Nigeria. And so I think she deserves a great credit for that. It was just a primary election that was conducted, and the process didn't go as it was supposed to go. Otherwise, Aisha most likely would have emerged the winner. I hope you guys are getting good data money. Good luck on that. In case you're wondering what the good data money is all about, it is said that some people have been paid some amount of money to go online and launder the image of certain people. And that's what Tony is alluding to. Now, Obi Wright says this is actually one of the reasons I wanted Aisha to go to the Senate. The debate is raging on X, I can tell you. Tonero says he forgets that in this life, it's either you have power or power leaves you. Either way, history will put him on his proper side. But that's not over. That's not all. This is Sarki Oba, who says, Aisha Yesufu has gone back to her default fiery settings. Wike started the exchange by calling her out, so her strong reaction is understandable. Let's see how this plays out. And then we have this one from Olatunji Olalekon, who says, honestly, I may not like your style of activism, but at least you have experienced the water of politics in Nigeria. Olatunji is talking to Aisha now, and he goes on to say, I hope you have realized that the activism is not the same as politics. But majority of the so-called activists have assumed that being an activist, they can leverage and join politics. Chief Gani Fayemi of blessed memory jumped to the murky waters of politics coupled with Chief Femi Falana, Chief Agbakoba, Dr. Ezekiel and Mr. Showore. And according to Olatunji, all of them failed. Therefore, you should give him or His Excellency Wike his flowers. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, should be given his gold medal too. And then he goes on to say, make sure you vote for PBAT. That will be President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let's just leave this post on the TV, on the screen. Let's leave that post on the screen for a while. Can we go back to the, yes, thank you. Now, I want for you to take a look at what he said in the fourth paragraph. He said all of those people that contested, the activists turned politicians that contested, failed. But I would like to bring your notice to the fact that Showore, who's on that list, is still contesting, and it doesn't look like he's failed. I mean, 2027 is still ahead of us. So I don't know how correct that analysis is. But that is how this particular one is panning out at the moment. And the debate rages online. And of course, as events unfold, we'll keep you posted. I don't know if Wike is going to be responding to what Aisha has said, even though his aide, Larry Olayinka, has responded. Who knows? The FCT minister, Wike himself, might be responding. But I want to take you to another breaking news right now. As a former FGF, Babachir Lawal, he resigned from the ADC. And there are permutations that's going to be heading to the NDC. He hasn't said that yet. But the gist is, authentic gist is Babachir Lawal has resigned from the ADC. Why? I mean, I'll just let you have it straight up. This is Nigerian Affairs Journal saying, breaking, former SGF Babachir Lawal has announced his resignation from the ADC following Atiku Abubakar's emergence as the party's presidential candidate, saying Tinubu would be a better president than the former vice president. So, according to the SGF, put side by side, President Tinubu is going to be better off than former Vice President Atiku. That's coming from the former SGF, who until just now was a staunch, what should I say, staunch supporter of Atiku Abubakar, as you're going to be seeing shortly. Now, Lawal said the ADC presidential primary results were written to favor Atiku and insisted he won't be part of the former vice president's rigging machine in the 2027 presidential election. He added that Atiku is incompetent and a tribal religious bigot who shouldn't come close to the presidential office. Those are weighty words to use. But he goes on to say, well, this is Ohams who is responding now, right? But Babachir Lawal won't say this. It just doesn't sound like him. It's what Ohams is saying. Lots of netizens are saying this is not true. But take a look at what this next person is going to be doing. This is Julius. Julius is responding, and he just puts up this screenshot of Babachir Lawal's post on X. This is to clear the doubts of those who are saying that it's not true, that it's fake news. It is not fake news. Now, this is the post that Babachir Lawal himself put up on X. He said, I am exiting the ADC because it just concluded primaries where at all levels massively rigged in favor of Kachala Abubakar Atiku. Kachala is not a positive term, I can tell you that. I sense a conspiracy of silence of which I want no part of. And most members of the party are behaving as if this is the normal thing to do. Results were just written or rewritten to favor him and his coven. And he says they were even allowed some semblance of election to hold. Even where they allowed some semblance of election to hold, the winners were simply replaced with members of his syndicate. In the real sense, it was a disgraceful charade. And then he goes on to say so many derogatory stuff about the former vice president. So you might just want to check it out. Go to X and check out what Babachir Lawal has to say. So Los Blancos is responding, Wahala day for ADC, or Wahala for ADC done too much. And Sarautun Sarauta Miriam says, okay, when I said similar thing, or when I said a similar thing, they called me an Igbo man, disguising as a northerner. Today, I guess Obachiri is my fellow Igbo. Williams Gold says, see allegations against Atiku. So Atiku is planning massive rigging in 2027, just as they did in 2015, to remove Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. South will learn the hard way. That's coming from Williams Gold. Note, these are responses to hashtag Babachiro Lawal. Nzobechuku Enyinaya says, a case of hunter and grass cutter. Let's just leave these responses, on the screen so that people can take in exactly what's going on. It looks like things are beginning to fall apart for the opposition party, the ADC, which once upon a time was gearing up to give the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, a run for their money. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case right now. Now, netizens continue to say that if some of the opposition politicians had shelved their, personal ambition and worked together, like, say, people like Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Mechi working together, that it would have been a huge coalition. But then again, talking about personal ambition, we quickly go to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Peter Obi. So, you know that he has emerged as the presidential candidate of the NDC. He was the only presidential aspirant. It was just him that declared interest in running for the presidency under the platform of the NDC. And now he's been confirmed and affirmed as the NDC's presidential candidate. So this is his acceptance speech. He went on X to put up an acceptance speech. Acceptance speech by Mr. Peter Obi following his nomination as the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, May 30, 2026. And then he goes on to say, esteemed Nigerians or esteemed citizens of Nigeria, it is with deep humility that I accept the role of presidential candidate for our party. I express my profound gratitude to the leaders of our party, His Excellency Seriake Dixon, the National Chairman, National Secretary, and the National Working Committee, NWC members and members of our relentless supporters and the Nigerian populace who have steadfastly kept the spirit of hope alive. I commend those who have made the journey from every region of our nation to convene here in Abuja. Now, this post was put up yesterday during the affirmation. And it goes on to say, I wish to assert unequivocally a new Nigeria is possible. This conviction has united us. It must serve as a compass on the challenging road ahead and sustain us through all trials we may face. This pivotal moment transcends the individual ambitions of Peter Obi. It concerns the essence of our nation and the future of our children. It is about rekindling hope for millions who have faced adversity yet remain committed to Nigeria. And so it is congratulations galore on X. His supporters, diehard fans are coming on board to say congratulations, Peter Obi. This was coming anyway. Abu Emir says, same way you wrote an acceptance speech today, so shall you write an inaugural speech next year, inshallah. Congratulations to you, the obedience and well-wishers of Nigeria. A new Nigeria that will be okay is very possible. But that's not all. We have Oyewole who says, congratulations to our unstoppable and empathetic leader. We believe you will deliver on these promises within the time frame you have outlined, which is 4 years, because you are a go-getter, a go-getter and a value-driven leader. 2027 is the time for Nigerians to take their country back through the ballot and vote out all wasteful politicians and their cronies. Your well-articulated message shows that you are a leader with capacity, character, and confidence, fully prepared to lead our beloved nation to greatness and restore our glory as the true giant of Africa. We are very hopeful that you're going to make Nigeria great again through your outstanding leadership and unwavering commitment. To all Nigerians, both at home and abroad, the time has come for us to unite and spread the message of hope and restoration across the north, south, east, and west. Promote our candidate proudly for all to see, because a new sheriff is coming. Let's just leave this post on the screen for you to soak it in, because this is a microcosm of what's playing out online at the moment. So many well-wishers are flooding Peter Obi's page to wish him well in the forthcoming elections in 2027, and to say that it was a good call for him to have left the ADC when he did, and that him being a part of the NDC is apparently perfect. Now, we'll take a short break. When we come back, it is hashtag bring back our children. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelihan. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula One star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the Vop TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV.
Welcome back, everyone. It is hashtag on Vop TV. Now, I told you that it's going to be hashtag bring back our children. It's a huge hashtag on X right now. President Tinubu even went online to put up a post that has garnered lots of views, I'm telling you, and it's a huge debate online. But there are a number of videos I would like for you to take a look at before we really dissect what President Tinubu is saying about the high-profile delegation he sent to Oyo State. This is coming on the heels of the very tragic incident that occurred not too long ago where a number of pupils were kidnapped. Still, nobody knows where they are. And then, of course, a teacher tragically lost his life. Some other teachers also have been abducted alongside students, pupils in Oyo State. And this has generated a lot of controversy with so many people saying that the president has not done well security-wise, even though the defense minister and the Senate President, Akpabio, both of them are saying they're scoring President Tinubu 70 security-wise. This is as President Tinubu marked 3 years in office on the 29th of May. That's like some days ago. Now, I told you we are going to be taking a look at what the president is saying. But first, can we take a look at the very first video? It's a silent film. I just wanted you to have a feel of the kind of protest that went down in Oyo State today. Nigerians stormed the streets holding placards with different inscriptions demanding that the abducted pupils and teachers be brought back. Can we have the film? It's a silent film. That the pupils and teachers be brought back is a huge hashtag online right now. Hashtag bring back our children. And you have, now I made this a silent film, right? There's an ambient sound, but I decided to make it a silent film because they were chanting derogatory things at the president and hurling insults at him. Things that are not airworthy. It's why I'm not letting you listen to what they're saying, right? It's why we're called gatekeepers. But this is the protest that went down in Oyo State today. Nigerians from different walks of life converged and they said it is time to stand up and speak up against bad governance. Now, there is another video I want for you to take a look at. This particular lady was calling on all mothers, all Nigerians to come join them and make this a massive protest. Let's take a look at that video.
Let's stop this child brutality. We cannot more. Come and join us. Lend your voice. Let's stop this child brutality. We can no longer enjoy it anymore. Let's bring back those 42 kids and their teachers. Those children, they are innocent. Let's come outside. It can happen to anyone, anybody. Don't never say it can never happen to you. Only jealous here. Let's come out and lend our voice before it will get too late. Please, we are begging everybody. Please come outside.
The young lady. Guys, did you see a number of security operatives standing silently behind her? So apparently, there were security operatives together with the protesters, but there was no clash, no tear gassing. It was a peaceful protest. But there's another video that's trending massively. It's coming from the protest. A woman crying unconsolably, sobbing. Let's take a look at that.
Oh my God, I'm king. I must do that. I must. Because I must like anybody that not try to run. As I was on.
How do you even watch stuff like this and you don't tear up? It's so heart-wrenching. In fact, this is what President Tinubu is saying. At my direction, following the visit of a high-level federal government delegation that I sent to the communities in Orire local government area of Oyo State, I have approved the recruitment of 1,000 forest guards in collaboration with the Oyo State government. It was just last week that we brought you the hashtag where the governor of Oyo State was saying that President Tinubu was the one who didn't really support the emergence of the Amotekun Corps in Lagos, and that's why it wasn't really a force to be reckoned with. He sounded, totally distant from the president, but it looks like there's a collabo right now. I'm hoping that's it, according to what the president is saying. Now, President Tinubu also put up this post today again to say that I have also directed the deployment of a specialized security unit with advanced rescue capabilities to intensify efforts to secure the safe return of the abducted pupils and teachers. The community's request for the establishment of a military base in the areas receiving urgent consideration. I share the pain and anxiety of the affected families. No child should be taken from the safety of the classroom. No parent should have to endure this anguish. Note, Children's Day was celebrated last week, and so many Nigerians, including celebrities, jumped on it to say these children must be brought back. That hashtag continues to trend. So Zamina Gul is responding to what President Tinubu said, and he said, Mr. President, thank you for the quick action on the 1,000 forest guards and rescue unit force. Teachers return home safely. Justice for Mrs. Mary Oyedoku. But that's not all. Because there's a debate, I can tell you. This really is a huge debate as well online. Daniel Rega says, your administration continues to pardon bandits with the most unjustifiable excuses, but you claim to be fighting insecurity. Be serious. And he goes on to say, you are expecting Nigerians to enlist as forest guards to do what exactly? What happened to all the security agencies Nigeria already have? And then he goes on to say that incompetence is huge in this administration. But that's not all. Ayofe says, thank you, Sir Daddy. Wow, Sir Daddy. The best Nigerian president ever. So, Ayofe is singing a totally different song from Daniel Rega And then Omar Rich says, insecurities apart, Tinubu is the best president Nigeria has ever produced. So this is supporters of the president. And then Freedom Nigeria goes on to say 176 women and children were kidnapped in Kaima local government area. Today marks 106 days in the forest. The abductees marks 106 days of them being in the forest. This is coming from Freedom Master, Freedom Nigeria. Freedom goes on to say that over 300 women and children were kidnapped in Ngoshe, Goza local government area. Today makes it 87 days of the abductees in the forest. And then he goes on to say 50 students were kidnapped in Askira Oba local government area. Today makes 16 days in the forest, or today marks 16 days in the forest. 46 students and teachers were kidnapped in Orire local government area. Today makes it 16 days in the forest. From north to south, nowhere is safe. And some of these victims had been forgotten in the forest because there is no one to speak for them. And then he goes on to say that this administration has failed woefully security-wise. So that's how that hashtag is going to... In fact, let's leave what Freedom Master has to say. Let's leave it on the screen as you continue to take a look at the statistics that Freedom put up there. And then let's juxtapose it to what the defense minister is saying, because you're going to be taking a listen to the defense minister in a short while. It's a number of things put together to kind of make a huge story, Hydra-headed story, because the defense minister is jumping on this. And of course, the National Security Advisor is jumping on this as well. So this takes us to the next hashtag, which is defense minister. And it is linked to hashtag bring back our children. So Nigerian Affairs Journal says, both in the sky and on land, we are watching what's going on around here. As quickly as possible, we are going to get them. Defense Minister Christopher Musa spoke to the families of the 46 pupils and teachers abducted in Orire local government area of Oyo State, saying the request by community leaders for the establishment of a military base in the area will be forwarded to President Tinubu for consideration. Now, President Tinubu already responded, like you saw in the previous hashtag, the one preceding this, that this request is under consideration. Why don't you take a listen to the defense minister?
Nigerians, any Nigerian, all of us, and particularly since this incident occurred, it has been sleepless nights for Mr. President and for all of us sitting down here. Because as Nigerians, any Nigerian that is affected is concerned, because we equally have children, we equally have people in our villages. So we know how it feels and we feel your pain. We have listened to your demands, to your requests, to your appeals. And just to assure you that members of the armed forces, the police, and other security agencies will continue to work very hard until all the children and everyone that has been captured, both here and everywhere in Nigeria, is returned home safely. We are together with you. We feel your pain. And our prayers are with those that have lost their loved ones. And please, our appeal is that the security forces cannot do this alone. We need your cooperation also, because you know the terrain, you know the areas. Our appeal is, if you see anything that is strange, anybody that is new, people coming around, working aimlessly within your communities that you have never seen, please report as quickly as possible. Especially when you see people coming in to buy food in large quantities, coming to buy bread in large quantities, coming to do one or two things. Please don't keep quiet. It is our responsibility to report this as quickly as possible so that the members of the security forces can take action. We have also listened on your request for the establishment of a forward operating base here. We'll go back and handle that as quickly as possible so that this place can have more security. But I can assure you, as we are sitting down here, both in the sky and on land, we are watching what is going on around here. And as quickly as possible, we are going to get them. Let us continue to pray together Let's continue to unite. It's not a time to blame anybody. It's a time for unity. You are a strong community. We have driven around. We have seen how resilient you are. And God is with you. God will continue to strengthen us. Their intention is to put fear among us and to put division so that you think the government is not doing right or people don't care about you. The president and all the team in Abuja and everywhere cares about what happens here. Because you, to us, you are all family. So it is important. On the issue of the infrastructure that we have seen, I know the local government, the federal government will do something to assist you to make sure that this place is better than we have seen it. But I want to encourage us all to please remain very strong. God is with us and we shall succeed. Thank you and God bless you all. Thank you. It's nice for Mr. President and for all of us sitting down here. Because as Nigerians, any Nigerian that is affected is concerned. Because we equally have children, we equally have people in our villages. So we know how it feels and we feel your pain. We have listened to your demands, to your requests, to your appeals. And just to assure
That is the defense minister talking there.
Police and others.
In fact, we have lots of responses to that one. But since this is like a 3-in-1, because you have hashtag bring back our children, hashtag defense minister, and then the next one, hashtag Nuhu Ribadu, I'll just merge them together so that we'll take the responses together because it's all addressing the abduction that took place in Oyo State. Did you guys catch the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila, sitting down there, part of the high-level delegation? You also have the Onion of Ife. You also have the NSA, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. Nuhu Ribadu had some things to say. There's a video, right? Let's take a listen to what he had to say, and then we will show you what netizens are saying in response. Let's go. Well, I understand that we don't have that video at the moment, but hey, he talked about the NSA, he talked about forest guards, like the president has said. And so this is Dozier responding. Forest guards is the best they can do. Really? Forest guards when Harrison can track kidnappers with drones. Why is there not a full military operation with hundreds of surveillance drones hovering that forest at night? And then this is Ola who says, it's not actually a bad idea. So that's a debate. Is, employing forest guards the solution to this whole thing, for and against? Ola is countering what Dozier just said. It's not actually a bad idea. Forest guards are actually our best option at this point. Nice from the federal government, but it shouldn't be delayed. And of course, there are more responses. This is Nelson Ekpang who says that the most important question Nigerians aren't asking. It is 16 days and the 39 children and 7 teachers kidnapped in Oyo State are still in captivity in the forest, in the rain and under the sun. Mind you, it's 17 days today because this post was made yesterday. Ebert Jonathan says, I remember when this man was being interviewed and everyone had hopes for him. Now look at him. Ebert Jonathan, by the way, is referring to the defense minister, Christopher Musa, who came on board amid rave reviews. Now, Niger Voice says there's something he said that caught my attention, though. And it's responding to Christopher Musa. I told you that this is a 3-in-1 thing. He says, see, one thing we hardly do in Nigeria is report suspicious activities around us. We can see strange movements in our neighborhood, unfamiliar faces hanging around, or even things that clearly don't look right. And most times, we just mind our business and move on. But in many other countries, people don't take chances with things like that. The moment they notice something suspicious, they report it to the authorities immediately. Nobody is saying we should become informants overnight, but security is everybody's responsibility. Sometimes the information that seems unimportant to you might be exactly what security agencies need to provide a crime or save lives. If you see something, say something. Chidozie says, today they are your prodigal sons, and tomorrow you're going to get them. Which should we believe? And it's referring to what was said by one of the security chiefs, that they were going to pardon some terrorists under the amnesty program because they are brothers as well. Big dreams, and that, of course, that raised a lot of dust and all. They had to walk back that statement somehow. Big Dream says, if something like this happens in the US, the only news that will be flying around is how successful the rescue mission was. But for my country, now press conference upon press conference. Stay safe out there. Make sure that they use your life, or make them no use your life. They do press conferences and photo ops. Public Pulse NG says, the children have been away from home for too long. Nigerians will be praying for their safe return and expecting results from the rescue efforts. Let's actually leave that post on the screen for a while, because you see, like I said to you earlier on, it was Children's Day last week. And so many Nigerians were saying there is no way this day could be marked successfully with lots of children in captivity. And so it was really a black day, Black Children's Day for Nigerians. And that continues to be the mood. It continues to be the narrative. And so we are joining forces with Nigerians and hoping that at the end of the day, these children are released ASAP. That's as soon as possible. The last hashtag for today is health-wise now, right? We move from security to health. This time, former President Olusegun Obasanjo is trending because he said he's been managing diabetes for 40 years. What's the secret? Here we go. Obasanjo shares 40-year diabetes management routine at 89. During a visit from young people at his presidential library in Abeokuta, Obasanjo outlined his dream approach: diet, rest, exercise, and regular medical screening. According to the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, that is the secret. Now, he goes on to say he plays squash on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, watches what he eats, and pushes for affordable checkups, having written to governments like Lagos State. While many praised his discipline and shared personal stories of managing or reversing pre-diabetes, a diabetes nurse noted his access to top managing or to top doctors and resources, and that this set him apart from other Nigerians. In Nigeria, where diabetes affects millions, his example highlights how commitment can control chronic conditions. Well, the cable is also jumping on this. Let's take a look. This is the cable saying, quote, on a diet, exercise, and rest when needed, end of quote. Obasanjo opens up on how he has managed diabetes for over 40 years. Take a listen to the president, guys.
Diseases that are not curable are manageable. I have a disease that is not curable yet, and that's diabetes. I have been diagnosed diabetic more than 40 years ago. I still manage it. But what do? I play squash 3 times a week. Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays if I'm around. I watch what I eat. Diet can be exciting, can be pleasurable, but if you eat badly, then the consequence can also be bad on you. And then rest. You saw me early this morning. Then I went to church. Then I came back and I told my boy that the only time he can wake me up is when you come. When I must rest, I will rest. So diet, rest, exercise.
There you go. That is the secret to being diabetes free. Yeah, sort of, according to the former Vice President Olusegun Obasanjo, who has been managing diabetes for over 40 years. Now, Senator Shehu Sani says Obasanjo's experience of managing diabetes for over 4 decades should be a motivation to those battling with the condition, that it's not an unmanageable health problem. That's coming from a very vocal Senator Sani there. Michael Odafe says the medical and pharmaceutical companies have since the late 1990s drifted from permanently healing diseases to living and managing the disease. Since a patient healed is a patient lost. There's technology to take us to the moon, but don't have drug to permanently heal diabetes. Jonathan says he's rich. He has access to the best doctors, medication, and technologies. This is not just about good food and exercise. Managing diabetes is way more than that. And then Pat Johnson says, back in 1999, civil servants in State House swore that Baba used to send for early, is that moi moi? Moi moi okpa every day. Are you kidding me? And he said he doesn't know how true that is though. Okay. Oh, thank you. Early momo. Okay. Early momo okpa every day. And then he goes on to say that he doesn't know how true that is. Who knows? Okpa might just be the secret to this thing. I mean, but that's on a light note. But I'm so glad that we can find a way to laugh about this. Yes, early momo is different from moi moi. Thank you so much. Now, this is where we get to wrap things up on the show today. Big thanks to the incredible team behind the scene. Thank you so much. This is how we wrap it up. Thanks for watching, guys. Until I see you again, I am Vivian Uguche, and bye for now.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, with the sport.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop Tv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we dive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a
This is information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV Channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomjoto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Protest in Ibadan over pupils and teachers' abduction.
Tinubu commends Navy for ending piracy and curtailing oil theft.
Nigeria's First Lady tasked APC women on capacity building and numbers.
NDC reaffirms stance on peaceful politics and dismisses protest claims.
On the foreign scene, U.S.-Iran trade strikes near Strait of Hormuz.
Well, in business news, Supreme Court sets aside order freezing Nestor Nikon assets.
In sports, Super Eagles 2018 away jersey ranked among top iconic 10.
In entertainment news, actor defends a deleted post on insecurity.
Now the news and details. President Bola Tinubu has expressed condolences to the families of the abducted pupils and teachers in the Orire Council area of Oyo State, stating that no child should be taken away from the safety of classroom and that no parent should have to endure such anguish. In a statement, the president said he shared in the pains and anxiety of the affected families in Esiele and Yawota, which has triggered nationwide concern over school security. Tinubu also commiserated with the family of Michael Oyedokun, who was beheaded by a bandit in Oyo State, describing the widow, Oyedokun, as a victim whose sacrifice would not be forgotten. Meanwhile, he assured that a coordinated and intelligence-driven rescue effort would continue, with the government deploying both kinetic and non-kinetic strategies to secure the release of the abducted victims. He added that he has also directed the deployment of a specialized security unit with advanced rescue capabilities to intensify efforts to secure the safe return of the abducted pupils and teachers.
Meanwhile, civil society groups staged a protest in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on Monday, demanding urgent government action to secure the safe return of the 47 persons, including pupils and teachers, who were recently abducted in Ogbomoso. The protesters marched through parts of the city carrying placards with such inscriptions as "Stop the Kidnappers" and "Stand Up, Speak Out." Teachers had last Monday shut down classroom activities in Ogbomoso and staged a peaceful protest over the abduction of students and teachers, one of whom was killed. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, has directed all public primary and secondary school teachers in Oyo State to withdraw services from schools beginning June 1 until further notice. The directive by the NUT national leadership said the strike is in protest against the continued captivity of the abducted teachers and pupils and the uncertainty of their rescue and safe release.
Still on insecurity, the Lagos State Police Command, school authorities and government officials have dismissed the report of bandit attack in a school in the state, attributing the panic to misinformation. The panic was also linked to claims during the call-in program on the broadcast station that 2 schoolgirls were killed by bandits at a primary school in Imota, local council development area of the state. A headmaster at the local government nursery and primary school, Agboa, in Odumeri Adekunle, said the alarm was triggered by an accident and not a security incident. Also, in a statement, the executive chairman of Imota LCDA, Benson Ayodele, described the claim as false and unverified, stating that there was no verified or credible security information confirming the alleged incident within the area. The spokesperson of the Lagos State Police Command, Abimbola Adebisi, also dismissed the claim of an alleged attack as false.
Well, in another development, 2 policemen have been reported killed after suspected hoodlums attacked the convoy of the Chief of Staff to the Anambra State Governor, Dr. Ben Nwankwo, along the Imansia-Nfuma Road. Nwankwo escaped unhurt in the attack that reportedly occurred on Sunday night. Reacting to the development, the Anambra State Commissioner of Police issued a 48-hour ultimatum to police formations and operational units across the state to track down and arrest those responsible for the attack. He described the attack as a direct assault on the authority of the state, stating that it will not go unpunished. He further expressed concerns over the emerging criminal tactics, noting that intelligence reports suggest that some attackers now disguise in police and military uniforms to evade detection. He urged members of the public and motorists to be vigilant, especially while traveling along vulnerable routes, especially the Amansia-Nfuma Road, which he described as an isolated route that has recently become a hotspot for criminal ambushes.
In the meantime, President Bola Tinubu has commended the Nigerian Navy for its role in securing the nation's territorial waters, successfully eradicating piracy and drastically reducing crude oil theft. Speaking in Lagos while launching the Nigerian Navy International Fleet Review, IFR, at the Eco-Atlantic waterfront in Lagos, the president commended the modern operational capabilities of the force, noting that it directly protected coastal communities. According to him, these feats, achieved through effective integration of surveillance, rapid response mechanisms, and operations, have enhanced the security of communities and contributed to increasing and supporting national economic growth. He expressed confidence that the Navy would continue to secure the maritime environment as a thriving engine of the blue economy. The event was a flagship activity marking the Nigerian Navy's 70th anniversary celebrations, honoring the service's establishment on June 1, 1956. It featured the commissioning of 3 naval vessels, NNS Mambila, NNS Gurara, and NNS Oloibiri, alongside a presidential tripping and presentation of new colors.
Now, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, has highlighted the growing cyber threats to government institutions as Nigeria expands digitization efforts, disclosing that hackers launched over 2,000 attacks on its service portal within 1 week. The NDPC National Commissioner and Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, said this in Abuja during a technical and organizational drill on data protection measures for IT administrators across ministries, departments, and agencies. He said the attacks underlined the urgent need for government institutions to strengthen their cyber defenses and build the human capacity required to protect sensitive information and digital infrastructure. Olatunji explained that cyber attacks could be motivated by objectives ranging from attempts to embarrass government institutions to financial extortion and other malicious activities, noting that government bodies had increasingly become targets of cyber criminals as more public services migrate online. Nevertheless, he said the federal government's ongoing digital transformation agenda was increasing the need for stronger cybersecurity safeguards across ministries, departments, and agencies.
And now to political matters. First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has asked women seeking political office to build relevant capacities and stronger connections with their constituents, stating that success in politics depends more on numbers and grassroots support than gender. Tinubu, who spoke while hosting the All Progressive Congress APC Women Leaders in Abuja, stressed the need for women politicians, especially those already in elective positions, to regularly engage with the people through town hall meetings and other forms of direct interaction. According to her, the party structures and grassroots mobilization remain critical factors in electoral success. More so, she urged women aspiring for political offices to earn the trust of the people by maintaining close contact with their communities. Her remarks followed the low number of women who succeeded in the recently concluded party primaries.
Still politics, the National Democratic Congress (NDC) has dismissed as false and misleading the media reports that the party was planning a protest over the worsening insecurity in the country, insisting rather it is focused on good governance. In a statement refuting the report, the NDC vice presidential candidate Rabiu Kwankwaso clarified that the party has no hand in any action capable of disrupting public peace or leading to the destruction of lives and property. He added the party would pursue its political objectives through the ballot box in the 2027 general election. Kwankwaso further stressed that the party remains committed to democratic principles and peaceful engagements, maintaining that constructive dialogue and lawful political processes are the appropriate channels for addressing national concerns. According to him, the report appears aimed at creating unnecessary tension and confusion among citizens, while also misrepresenting the party's position on national security issues. Therefore, he urged the public to rely only on official statements from the party for accurate information regarding its activities and programs.
Meanwhile, a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress (ADC), Abacha Lawal, has resigned from the party, alleging that the recent presidential primaries were manipulated and massively rigged at all levels to favor former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. Announcing his resignation in a statement on his official Facebook page on Monday, the former secretary to the government of the Federation said he could no longer remain in a party which primary process he described as fundamentally flawed. He explained that the results were altered to favor Atiku and his supporters, adding that even where they allowed some semblance of election to hold, the winners were simply replaced with members of his syndicate. According to Lawal, his decision to leave the party was also informed by his unwillingness to be associated with what he described as a political structure that could influence future elections. Lingering controversies have followed the ADC presidential primaries held on May 25, which reduced Atiku as the party's presidential candidate.
Well, away from that report, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has apologized for the continued presence of cattle on major roads and streets across Abuja, saying the situation remains a concern in spite of the efforts to improve the capital city. Addressing his monthly media briefing in Abuja, Wike expressed regrets over the development and assured residents of the administration's commitment to addressing it. Meanwhile, he also highlighted ongoing infrastructure projects across the territory, noting that development initiatives were being extended beyond the city center to communities in satellite towns. According to him, the projects cover road construction, water supply, and housing for public officials. He stated that the road projects executed across the FCT have contributed to improving access and strengthening security in several communities.
Joining us virtually for more insight on the stories and the news is public affairs analyst Amobi Ihengboro. Glad to have you join us, Amobi. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, please, you can unmute your device, please. Okay, we seem to be having network connections. We'll rectify that, and when we return, we'll of course try to reconnect with him. Please do stay with us after this break.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. We still have Amobi in Hillborough here to, of course, analyze the news. Glad to have you join us, Amobi. Glad to have you join us. Please unmute your device if you can hear me. We still seem to be having some technical issues with connecting with Amobi. We'll take a break again, and when we return, hopefully would have reconnected with him. Just stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlanta Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back, everyone. We do apologize for our inability to reconnect with Amobi Ihebro. And now the rest of the bulletin. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has unveiled a strategic framework designed to accelerate innovation, expand financial inclusion, and strengthen the country's digital economy, known as the Nigeria Payment System Vision NPSV 2028. Launched in Abuja during a gathering of banking executives, fintech operators, regulators, and development partners, the roadmap underscored the collaborative effort required to transform Nigeria's payment ecosystem over the next 4 years. According to the CBN, the vision is to position Nigeria among Africa's leading payment ecosystems by promoting faster, safer, and more efficient digital transactions across the country. It explained that the framework identifies several key priorities, such as enhancing interoperability among payment service providers. Others include improving access to financial services for undeserved populations and strengthening cybersecurity measures to protect users and financial institutions from emerging digital threats. According to the CBN, the initiative will support cross-border payment systems within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area, enabling Nigerian businesses to participate more effectively in regional and global trade.
Nigeria and China have committed to strengthening cooperation in technology and innovation through youth exchange programs aimed at boosting skills transfer, digital development, and long-term bilateral relations. This was highlighted in Abuja during the China-Nigeria Youth Exchange Seminar on China-Africa Community with a Shared Future, organized by the China Cultural Center in Nigeria and aimed at deepening practical collaboration in education, innovation, and capacity building among young people. In his keynote address, Chinese Minister Chancellor Zhu Hongyo said China and Africa, including Nigeria, are working to strengthen cooperation through practical engagement and people-to-people relations, noting that the partnership has grown steadily over the 55 years of diplomatic relations between Nigeria and China. He urged young people from both countries to take active role in building stronger relations through innovation, learning, and exchange programs. On the spot, the Director of Education and Youth Development at the Federal Ministry of Youth Development, Despan Kwandem, described the seminar as an important step in building structured engagement between Nigerian and Chinese youth.
Now, on the foreign scene, the United States says it hit Iranian military sites over the weekend, with Tehran saying it responded by targeting a U.S. base. This marks the third escalation in a week around the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command says it launched what it called self-defense strikes after what it called aggressive Iranian actions, which includes a U.S. drone shutdown over international waters. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it targeted an airbase used by U.S. forces for an attack on Iran. According to CENTCOM, 2 Iranian ballistic missiles targeting U.S. forces in Kuwait were intercepted. No American personnel were harmed. Kuwait says its forces confronted hostile missiles and drones. In a post on Truth Social early Monday, U.S. President Donald Trump told critics to sit back and relax, saying it will all work out well in the end. He added that Iran really wants to make a deal, and it will be a good one for the U.S.
Still on the foreign scene, Iranian State TV reported Monday that a ceasefire agreed between Iran and the United States in early April is very likely to end if Israeli attacks on Tehran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon continue. No further details were provided. Earlier, the Iranian state news agency Tasnim reported that Tehran was halting indirect negotiations with the U.S. The agency cited Israel's order for troops to push deeper into Lebanon, saying it complicates diplomatic efforts to end 3 months of war. There was no immediate confirmation from Iranian officials. United States President Donald Trump told an NBC reporter he had not heard from Iran about any suspension of talks. Trump added that too much was being said publicly and that going silent would be very good. Tasnim also reported that Iran's negotiating team has stopped exchanging messages with Washington through mediators. It links the move to attacks on Lebanon, where it said the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran has reignited Israel's conflict with Hezbollah.
Well, in the meantime, United States President Donald Trump says Israel will not send troops to Beirut. The statement on Monday followed a call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump said any troops already heading to Beirut have been turned back. The president also said he spoke with representatives of Hezbollah through intermediaries. He said the group agreed to stop all shooting. Trump called both conversations very productive in a post on Truth Social.
And now to business. The Supreme Court has set aside a Court of Appeal order freezing the assets of Necond Energy Limited, Nest Oil Limited, and 2 others over an alleged $1.1 billion indebtedness to FBN Quest Merchant Bank Limited and First Trustees Limited. The Apex Court, in a judgment by a 5-member panel led by Justice Stephen Adder, ruled that the 3-member appellate court panel went beyond their powers in granting an ex parte application against the appellant. In his lead judgment, Justice Adder flayed the appeal court for assuming jurisdiction and issuing injunction against Nekonde and Nest Oil when the matter was not properly set before it. The Supreme Court further accused the appeal court of misuse of the judicial process, particularly in issuing a stay of proceedings at the Federal High Court, Lagos. The dispute stems from debt recovery proceedings instituted against Nest Oil and Nekonde Energy by lenders including FBN Quest Merchant Bank Limited and First Trustees Limited, over financing arrangements linked to oil assets and operations.
Well, in sports news, the Nigerian national football team's 2018 FIFA World Cup away kit has been ranked among the most iconic jerseys of the FIFA World Cup tournament. Produced by Nike and worn by the team during the World Cup in Russia, the kit, in 5th position, quickly became one of the most talked about designs of the competition. The jersey drew widespread attention for its bold green and white geometric pattern, inspired by Nigeria's 1994 football heritage. The others in the top 10 iconic World Cup kits since the inception of the World Cup include West Germany's 1990s home kit in 1st position, Argentina's 1986 away kit in 2nd place, and Cameroon's sleeveless home kit for 2002 in 10th.
And now to sport. French club Monaco has confirmed that Belgian coach Sebastien Pogornili has been sacked after just under 8 months in the job. He, 38, joined Monaco last October from Union Saint-Gilloise in place of Adi Hutter. He had 1 more year left on his contract, but paid for a 7th-place League One finish that saw the club miss out on Champions League football next season. However, Monaco secured a spot in the UEFA Conference League playoffs. Still in League One, Lille have announced that Brazil assistant coach David Ancelotti will be their new coach a week after Bruno Genesio's departure. The son of Carlo Ancelotti has signed a 2-year deal with the French club, though they did not say if he would leave his role in his father's Brazil coaching staff before the World Cup, which runs from June 11 to July 19. The 36-year-old is in line for his second spell as a head coach, having spent 6 months at Brazilian outfit Botafogo last year.
Well, you're still watching News Hour on Vop TV. We'll take a short break and be right back. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star? Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
Welcome back, everyone. Entertainment news now. Actor Jide Awobono says he deleted a video about Nigeria's insecurity because he was emotional and deeply affected by ongoing events. In an Instagram statement, Awobono urged Nigerians not to attack one another, noting that people process pain differently. He said he had previously spoken on insecurity, including posts about kidnappings in Oyo, and had personally been a victim of crime. The actor said he received over 1 million comments, many angry, arguing that public figures
decision not to get tattoos, citing caution and a practical approach to his career. The singer said the choice stems from his outlook on the music industry's uncertainties and his reluctance to place all his hopes on a music career alone. He explained that he has no tattoo on his body because he's skeptical, adding that if music doesn't work, he would return to office work and take up a conventional job.
Well, it's a wrap on News Hour, but before we go, the headlines. We told you that Tinubu has condoled beheaded teacher's family and is pledging kidnapped students' rescue.
Also protesting about the over-pupils and teachers' abduction.
Tinubu commends Navy for ending piracy and curtailing oil theft.
Remi Tinubu tasked APC women on capacity building and numbers.
NDC reaffirms stance on peaceful politics and dismisses protest claims.
On the foreign scene, U.S.-Iran trade strikes near Strait of Hormuz.
Well, in business news, Supreme Court sets aside order freezing Nestor and Nikon assets.
In sport, Super Eagles 2018 away jersey ranked among top iconic 10.
Well, in entertainment news, actor Awobono defends deleted posts on insecurity.
Don't want to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are at Voice of the People Television. And on other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos, or videos via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Iruka Group of Companies.